Chapter 301 Another one. Seeing the thief in the dark camp so arrogant, Shui Na's beak immediately bloomed into a smile. The skills between the two camps are very different, and only those who have tried it personally will know the specific effects of those skills. Shui Na, a mage who once collected dark magic in the Dark Apprentice, is more familiar with elemental magic below the advanced level of the dark system. So he knew that there was no explosive bomb on the dark camp, so he would naturally choose this kind of magic that they had never seen to lead the charge, so that they would suffer a big loss. The accelerated fireball exploded next to the thief, and the explosion obviously frightened the thief. Although the exploding fireball did not cause much damage to him, he was stunned by the shock wave of the fireball. When he found that his body was in a dizzy state and could not be controlled, he immediately cried out in his heart. Because he saw several lightning arrows with lightning coming from the magician's staff. In the Holy Light Camp, all players know that the lethality of fire magic is extremely strong. No matter what kind of fireball you encounter, you must stay away from it at the first time if you can dodge it. Otherwise, once you encounter it, you will be skinned alive. However, the thief in the dark camp did not know this, so although he avoided the core area of the fireball, he did not dodge the impact range of the shock wave. After sending out those lightning arrows, Mina immediately prepared for the subsequent magic attack. For someone who dared to come to the enemy camp to make trouble, Mina did not believe that he would be a fool. Although Shui Nai now has the conditions to scout out his level and occupation, now is not the time to do this useless work. After all, this is a player from the enemy camp. Even if he is only level 0, he must be killed first. If Shui Nai used the reconnaissance technique to scout the opponent's information at the beginning, he would definitely find that the name of this thief is Feng Yue. And if he is more familiar with the players of the dark camp, then he will know that this player named Feng Yue is the first on the thief ranking list in the dark camp. However, Shui Nai doesn't know anything now. Now he only knows to try his best to send this dark camp player back, and then study the things in the black gas group and solve it as soon as possible, because from the appearance of the thief, he has vaguely guessed something in his heart. However, just as Shui Nai desperately threw the magic on the staff one by one, the thief who was beaten and couldn't raise his head suddenly flashed with black gas. Something similar to a magic shield appeared on the thief's body, directly blocking all the magic that came over. However, Mina, who was far away, did not notice this situation for a while because of the magic halo effect she cast. At this distance of more than 50 meters, even if Mina had the best eyesight, she could not see the damage value on the thief's head, and could only know the extent of her damage to the enemy through the game's recording system. However, this recording system could not let Mina know the total health of the thief, let alone let him know that the thief now had an extra dark shield. The thief who came out of the electric current paralysis state immediately looked at Mina, who was far away, with red eyes. Now the dark shield on him can allow him to ignore all damage for 1 minute. This is a must-have item for killing bosses and grabbing treasures. However, he only has this item, and it is a one-time item. Looking at the broken amulet at his feet, Fenja felt his heart bleeding. This was the down payment for this extremely dangerous mission. In order to accept this mission, he spent a week to complete the pre-test tasks, and he had already discussed with a large guild that he was on good terms with that he would sell it to them after the mission was over. However, this thing worth 500 gold coins has now become garbage at his feet and was thrown aside at will. When Shui Nai, who had been paying attention to the recording system, found that although his magic did not cause any damage, it was too late. 5 bone arrows filled with tracking powder were shot directly at the top of the tree where Shui Nai was standing. With the development of the game, the range of the crossbows in the hands of thieves has far exceeded the magic range of the mages, and this is the main reason why thieves can compete with mages. As soon as he saw these bone arrows coming, Shui Nai immediately summoned an ice shield to guard it in front of him. And this time, because Shui Nai was standing on the top of the tree, his body was much more stable than in the flying state just now, and there was not enough space to dodge, so this time, all 5 bone arrows hit the target. Mina glanced at the black tracking powder on her body. This time, it was not absorbed by the devil's wings. Mina's body was covered with the powder that caused the power of the tracking curse. When Shui Nai was about to fight back again, he suddenly heard a roar coming from the black gas group. Ah! Feng Yue, where is that bastard? It seems that I killed him with a sword. A violent voice and a very strong warrior rushed out of the black gas group, and it seemed that he came to help the thief named Feng Yue. Black Knight. When Shui Nai saw the equipment of this warrior, he immediately found that the profession of this player was the same as the Black Knight seen in the Lich Land. Up there, it would be good if you could come earlier. Feng Yu looked at the warrior. According to the original plan, the second person to be teleported should be the undead warlock named Your Old Man. After all, more manpower is needed here to defend. But Feng Yu knew that his best friend must have seen that he might be in danger of life if he was attacked, so he immediately reached an agreement with those snobbish temporary teammates at an unknown price, allowing him to disrupt the original teleportation plan. I wanted to, but the cooldown time of this teleport point is too damn long. However, why would you let a mage run up there? This is not your style. When the warrior saw Shui Nai standing tall, he knew why Feng Yu had not solved the problem here for so long, so he took out the crossbow from his backpack and prepared to shoot upwards. He can fly, we have to be careful and can't run towards him. Feng Yu said viciously when he thought of the black wings of the mage when he first appeared. It's just that because the distance was far just now, he didn't see the specific appearance of the wings, but it gave him a familiar feeling, and then he couldn't recall anything. Another one, it seems that the one below is indeed a teleport point. When Shui Nai saw another dark camp player appear, he immediately knew that his guess was right. As soon as the warrior player found him, he took out the crossbow and ran towards him with a shield in one hand. And the thief had disappeared long ago. So when he knew that he couldn't deal with these people, Shui Nai was also very straightforward. He squatted down and used a recovery spell on himself to clean the tracking powder on his body. Then he directly activated the phantom stealth, and after running for several kilometers on the treetops, he asked Dao Yiyu Dao for a private chat. Chapter 302 Brothers Join Forces. Brother, you come to chat with me so soon. Doesn't the beauty ignore you? Dao Yiyu Dao agreed immediately after seeing Shui Nai's request for a call and was the first to speak. What are you doing now? Shui Nai was stunned when he heard this, and didn't even know that the telescope in his hand had fallen to the ground. Being chased by someone? At first I thought that the dark dragon and the gods would fight each other, so the danger would be less. As a result, I was hit by the lackeys of the church as soon as I returned to the elemental city. I ran all day yesterday and was almost dead tired. Now I am blocked in the cave, and I was going to find you. When Dao Yiyu Dao heard Shui Nai asking him what he was doing, he immediately poured out all the bitterness of yesterday, and at the same time stretched his head out to see the movements of the pursuers below, but a sharp arrow with a whistling sound scared him back. Now, Dao Yiyu Dao is 30 meters above the ground, and the people below have no other way except to surround him. At the moment just now, Dao Yiyu Dao has seen the situation below. Those people below are all NPCs, and there are only 3 players to lead the way. And the one leading the way is actually a level 60 Templar NPC, and the sharp arrow just now was shot from the giant bow in his hand. Come down if you have the guts, let's fight Oneo Nun. The Templar saw that the thief above was so cowardly, so he immediately used provocation. In fact, he didn't want to intervene with this thief. After all, fighting with such a junior was a disgrace to his status, but his priest brother was injured by him, and he had to avenge this. Come up if you have the guts, let's fight Oneo Nun. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately countered him. If it wasn't for Shui Nai's request not to kill these NPCs, I'm afraid that there would be no more than 10 fingers of the priests below who could come here alive. An ordinary priest of level 50 but incomplete equipment and low life can't even beat elite monsters. In front of his suits, it's just a matter of time. But if he really killed these NPCs who couldn't be resurrected, then they really couldn't defend themselves and couldn't clear themselves. I need your help here now, can you come over? Mina checked the teleportation ring in her hand. After using it once, the properties of this teleportation ring made of high-grade space crystals have emerged. This teleportation ring can teleport another person as long as there is no powerful magic shield between the two that affects the teleportation process. And even if facing a magic shield, as long as the distance is not far and the conditions for teleportation are met, it can also teleport people over. However, the use of this teleportation ring is relatively limited, and it can only be used once a day. Okay, I'll come over now, wait for me first. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and immediately stuck his head out a little bit, and said to the NPC below, friends below, if you have the guts, come up, I'm waiting for you here, haha. As soon as Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, arrows and holy light magic were fired from below. However, they were ordered by their superiors to capture this person alive, so these attacks were basically fired around the cave, with a higher element of intimidation. Afterwards, Dao Yiyu Dao, who had retreated deep into the cave, immediately entered the startup interface of the teleportation ring. In a dark space, Far in front of Dao Yiyu Dao, two bright but not dazzling light spots flashed, and these two light spots were the coordinate points of the teleportation rings of Mina and Xiao Yu. Afterwards, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately selected the coordinate point belonging to Mina and chose to confirm. A beam of teleportation white light immediately appeared beside Mina and Dao Yiyu Dao. After the white light, Dao Yiyu Dao had already arrived beside Mina. What's going on? As soon as Dao Yiyu Dao came over, he found Shui Nai hiding behind a big rock and spying on something with a telescope, so he asked immediately. Knowing Shui Nai well, he knew that he was not a boring person. He looked like this, so he must have met an enemy. Look for yourself, are you sure? Shui Nai took out another telescope from his backpack. There are many small props like this in the shops of unscrupulous profiteers. Generally, as long as his backpack is big enough, he doesn't mind putting a few more. Speaking of backpacks, Shui Nai may not have the most backpacks now, but he can still be in the top 10. Now he has a total of 5 backpacks, each with 200 slots, and all of them are high-level anti-theft backpacks. And this is all the credit of the unscrupulous profiteers. After he constantly collected large space backpacks, his total capacity has now reached 1,500 slots. Hey, player from the dark camp, what's the name of that thief? I feel like I've seen it there. Dao Yiyu Dao is also a thief, so naturally he has some knowledge of the thieves in the dark camp. The profession of the thieves in the dark camp is called shadow thief. This profession itself has the effect of increasing stealth. In addition, they are a human race that has devoted themselves to the darkness. Although they have given up the talents of humans, they have obtained the talents of darkness, and have a higher bonus in stealth. Although their professional attack power, defense power, and health value are not high, they are natural lurkers. No matter where they are, they have a strong ability to lurk. The thieves on the Holy Light Camp have the talent of human beings to develop in all directions the ability to add attributes with extremely high freedom, which is much better than those players who have only 3 free attribute points per level and the rest are all fixed. However, the bonus on the profession has been weakened, but in the case of free addition, this weakening does not matter. After all, not all professional bonuses are suitable for players. For example, Shui Na, the Agile Mage, has a professional bonus on the spiritual attribute, but he does not like this, and Dao Yiyu Dao does not add agility now, but is working hard to increase his physique. His name is Fenja. I just fought with him, but a warrior similar to the Black Knight came later, so I had to give up in the end. Shui Nai just remembered this at this time, and immediately looked up the name of the player in the record system. It's him, the first thief in the dark camp. Hey, there's another player in the dark camp, and he's a mage. Damn, it's a necromancer. Dao Yiyu Dao saw a player wearing a mage robe coming out of the black gas through the telescope, and as soon as he appeared, he casually threw some bones on the ground, and then began to chant dark magic. I saw skeleton soldiers holding bone knives and skeleton archers holding bone bows slowly crawling up from the ground and guarding around the black gas. That black gas should be their teleportation point. We have to deal with it as soon as possible. Are you sure? Shui Nai can't get close to the black gas, and this task can only be completed by Dao Yiyu Dao. Is there any reason why we can't win if we join forces? But these people are all masters in the dark camp. Look at that necromancer. All the undead creatures he summoned are high-level guys. It is very difficult for me to approach them. We have to discuss tactics. The 3 people around the black gas group were very cold. The new necromancer looked at the thief with fire in his eyes. Fengyue, little thief, where is the dark servant? Didn't he stay here? The necromancer who called Yu Laozi immediately pointed at Fengyue and asked after summoning the undead creatures to the limit, and his tone was very unfriendly. This is the hatred of the mage for the thief. I don't know. I didn't see him when I came out. Maybe he went to help our Lord Moying. Fengyue didn't even look at the man. He was patrolling around. He attached great importance to the mage just now. Humph, just a mage, is it necessary to be so cautious? If you are afraid, you can come back. Your father continued to laugh at Fenja. He hated this thief who had killed him 5 times. He would take advantage of him as soon as he got a chance. Don't underestimate him. At least he was able to escape from me, but you couldn't. This in itself speaks volumes. You better be serious. If you ruin Lord Moying's mission, I won't let you go. Fengyue was furious when he saw that the undead warlock actually underestimated this mission. This time he had a rare opportunity to do a mission with a high-level NPC, and he didn't want to lose it because of this teammate who only looked at the front. You. The undead warlock was choked, and the warrior on the side immediately came out to persuade him. Warlock, you should say less. This mission is related to the future of the undead empire. You don't want to be remembered by that moody lich. Helping Mo Ying to seize the treasure is our current mission, so we can't mess around. Wei Zhe, you go and guard that side. I always feel that someone is nearby. Feng Yu felt a little uneasy at this time, and the Dark Servant, the subordinate of the Demon Shadow, should have returned long ago. After all, he was the most powerful force left at the teleportation point, but now there was no news at all, which made him worry whether this mission would be successfully completed. Feng Yu, the mage you mentioned before, is it the one over there? The warrior named Wei Zhe was about to stand up, but suddenly saw a mage walking over leisurely, with red equipment all over his body, which was obviously a suit. Fan Chen, I will kill you. Feng Yu roared immediately when he saw that this mage named Feng Chen dared to run out like this. Feng Yu, come here if you have the guts. Mina said immediately in the regional channel. He would not scream at the top of his lungs like them. And the thief has his own way of stealing. Now he is trying to get close to his target. In this faction battle, as a teammate of the thief, Mina can see him in stealth. With this function, Mina is not afraid of hitting him. Be careful of fraud. The warrior named Wei Zhe immediately reminded Feng Yu, who was furious, but even if he didn't mention it, Feng Yu would not do anything reckless. After all, although Feng Yu was in a state of rage, he was not the kind of person who easily lost his mind, and such people were the most difficult to deal with. However, would Shui Na only stand here and taunt? The answer was no, and magic began to emerge from Shui Na's staff and shoot at them. Chapter 303 Honor Kill. Now Shui Na was standing outside the range of his magic. His farthest magic was those elementary magic, with an effective range of up to 50 meters. Once it exceeded the effective distance, it would naturally dissipate according to the previous situation, but when Shui Na was promoted to a senior mage, he found that even if his magic exceeded the range, the possibility of dissipation was 5050. What he had to do now was to control the angle of his elementary magic and try to make his magic go farther before it fell to the ground. As of now, although Mina's advanced magic has the strongest power and special effects, it has great limitations. For example, the speed of the explosive bomb is slow. Even with the acceleration spell, it cannot be compared with the fireball spell. As for the chain lightning, although it has the ability to track, the range is too short. Once it exceeds the range, it will automatically hit the ground and disappear. As for the wind blade, to be honest, he still can't control the accuracy. Is there something wrong with that mage's brain? Can he hit it from such a distance? If he can, then you will be defeated with honor. Although the necromancer is also a mage, he has been dealing with the dead and only has a little knowledge of elemental magic. But now he is the only mage here, so naturally he has to show off his professional knowledge. No, he can hit it. Feng Yu had fought with Fan Chen before, so he naturally knew that this mage was not a simple person, so he immediately took out his crossbow and shot at that side. Seeing this, Wei Zhe also picked up the crossbow and aimed and shot. As for the necromancer, since his magic focused on necromancy, there were not many long-range magics, and he couldn't rush out to enter the enemy's range, so he could only watch how the mage on the opposite side cast magic. However, what surprised the necromancer was that the magic range of the elemental mage was too far, and it could actually be shot from a distance of 100 meters. Although at least half of those magics dissipated in the air, and although the hit rate was low, it really knocked off half of the health of a skeleton soldier. His own skeleton soldier was a level 40 elite skeleton soldier. Although his strength was only 75% of that of a level 40 player, more than 3,000 health points were actually knocked off by half by a small fireball, which forced him to take this mage seriously. In fact, the distance between the two was not as far as these people had estimated, at most it was only close to 90 meters, but Shui Na was standing a little higher than them, taking advantage of the terrain and the wind direction, the magic would naturally have some bonus in distance. The crossbow arrows shot by the opponent, because of the distance, position, and wind direction, basically missed, and the rest were dealt with by Shui Na either dodged or blocked, and did not cause any harm to Shui Na. However, at this time, the necromancer also learned his lesson and immediately moved the undead creatures he summoned irregularly. What is he doing? He is just wasting time. Wei Zhe, as soon as he saw this scene, he immediately put away the crossbow in his hand. If he continued to waste it like this, he would lose his long-range ability. I'll go get rid of him. Just give me 1 minute. Fenja saw this and immediately put away the crossbow, replaced it with a poisonous bone dagger, and disappeared in front of everyone in a stealth. When Shui Nai saw him sneaking, he immediately became nervous. Now is the most important step in entering the tactics. Shui Nai immediately surrounded himself tightly with 4 walls of fire. The distance is less than 100 meters. If an elite thief runs at full speed, it will only take a while, and if the skills and equipment are added, the speed will only be faster. Fenja looked at the 4 walls of fire in front of him and frowned immediately. He didn't expect this mage to be so difficult. In this situation, he has no chance to get close. Fenja, come back, this is a trap. When Wei Zhe saw the mage who kept using the flame wall to defend, he immediately felt something was wrong. This mage was basically stalling for time. When he thought of this, he immediately called Fenja, who ran to the flame wall. Hey, why did all your skeleton creatures run over there? Wei Zhe suddenly found that the skeleton creatures summoned by the necromancer were all following a strange skeleton soldier to run to one side of the forest. And the necromancer hadn't noticed it yet, but looked at the flame wall encirclement in the distance with a gloating look. Mine? Skeleton creatures. At this time, the necromancer found that his undead creatures did not enter the patrol state according to his previous orders, but instead gathered towards the woods, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Hey, the leading skeleton soldier is not mine, my skeleton soldiers all carry knives. The necromancer took a closer look and immediately found the unique skeleton soldier. Oh no, there's a thief. Wei Zhi thought of this the first time and couldn't help but be alert. At this time, Wei Zhi suddenly saw a flash of red light from the corner of his eye, and then the place where the red light landed immediately turned into a storm of fire, covering the surrounding space. Feng Yue. Wei Zhi immediately found that Feng Yue's figure appeared in the firestorm. Good luck. Shui Nai didn't expect that he just randomly placed a firestorm on the way Feng Yue returned to defense, and he actually got something. The fire damage added by a complete set of fire magic suits and Ban Ki fire dragon possession has long reached the level of those magicians who specialize in fire. This firestorm with a diameter of 10 meters has burned 10% of the health of Feng Yue, a low blood race, the moment it appeared. Although Feng Yue immediately left the range of the firestorm, he was now stained by the flames of Shui Nai, a mutant magician. He couldn't sneak again without burning for 10 seconds. Ah! Just at this moment when Fenja was desperately trying to defend, he heard the necromancer scream before death. What made him even more furious was that he could no longer see the black gas mass in his sight, which meant that the teleportation point he was protecting was destroyed. Ah! Fenja roared, and added all the acceleration skills to himself with this roar, and then ran towards the thief who was fighting with Wei Zhe, but he forgot a mage whose speed might not be inferior to his. I saw a green figure appear in the corner of my eyes, and just when he reacted, he heard a slight thunder in his ears, and a feeling of numbness was transmitted from the top of his head to the bottom. And finally, 4 consecutive fireballs that grew bigger and bigger in his eyes made him feel cold. After the 4 consecutive explosions of boom boom boom, Wei Zhe received a system prompt, and at the same time, Fenja's avatar in the team panel was rapidly dimming. After firing the cold gun, Shui Nai immediately entered the phantom stealth and ran to help Dao Yiyu Dao. Are you Wei Zhe, the first Death Knight? I have heard of your name for a long time. If we were not standing at the wrong time and place, I would be very interested in having a fair fight with you. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was wearing a black shadow assassin suit, said, and his figure quickly retreated, and then he disappeared directly. Just now, he directly used the shadow to push down the teleportation point, and then used the shadow to directly solve the short-lived necromancer. Now he has found that Shui Nai is rushing over, and he immediately left the front line. At the moment when Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared, a pyrotechnic bomb appeared behind Wei Zhe. However, the speed of this pyrotechnic bomb was very slow. The Death Knight Wei Zhe turned around and found the danger, and immediately prepared to withdraw. However, at this moment, an ice bomb suddenly appeared from behind Wei Zhe and hit Wei Zhe at close range. At the moment when the ice bomb appeared, Dao Yiyu Dao also appeared and slowly disappeared in Wei Zhe's shadow in the corner of his eyes. Dao Yiyu Dao, Feng Chen, I will remember you. Wei Zhe's words immediately disappeared in the sound of magic explosion. Yet, 1 honor kill, you are 2. Dao Yiyu Dao cleaned the battlefield while checking the system information. This is their first time to kill a player from the dark camp, so naturally they have to pay attention to the changes in the system. Shui Nai had just cleaned up the scattered skeleton soldiers from the forest on one side. The undead creatures summoned by the necromancer were the same as wild monsters. The necromancer only had an additional control ability. So if Shui Nai ignored them, who knows if they would grow into a high-level undead creature here. Hey! This black gas is... At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly found that the body of the dead necromancer actually emitted black gas, and then slowly stood up. Corpse. Dao Yiyu Dao guessed this skill immediately. He remembered that the necromancer had an advanced passive skill, which was corpse, which was activated 1 minute after his death. He could temporarily turn himself into a zombie player, which had a great bonus in defense and health. In the next 10 minutes, he can control his zombie body to move around and use some of his own skills. After 10 minutes, as long as he is not dead and cannot be resurrected directly, his experience will be restored by 50%. However, if he dies during the corpse transformation period, the death penalty will be doubled. This skill is as perverted as the Paladin's Resurrection and Mina's Mage skill Self-Explosion, but the effect is different. The necromancer who turned into a zombie opened his eyes and immediately found the enemy in front of him. He didn't expect that his two powerful teammates were perfectly solved within less than 1 minute after his death. Don't come over, ah! The result of the slow-running zombie necromancer facing a thief and a speed-type mage can be imagined. Chapter 304 Dark Magic Swordsman. After solving the zombie death warlock, Mina and Dao Yiyu Dao immediately came together to study the teleportation point of the dark camp. The teleportation point is actually a bone staff inlaid with several crystals and engraved with magic array patterns and spells. The bone staff looks very old and has an innate ethereal aura. It seems that the original owner of the bone should be a very powerful creature. Under the bone staff is a magic array used to emit black air. This magic array has no defensive effect. It seems that it should be used to emit black air to cover the teleportation bone staff. However, it has lost its function now because of the scars on the magic array. And these scars were added by Dao Yiyu Dao when he pushed down the bone staff. After all, if those people escaped into the black air, it would inevitably add a lot of trouble. This thing can still be used. Should we use it for fishing? Dao Yiyu Dao held the teleportation bone staff. As long as this bone staff was inserted into the ground, it could re-establish a new connection with the teleportation bone staff in the Undead Empire. Now, Shui Nai is collecting all the materials of the magic circle on the ground. Although the materials used in this magic circle are very rough, there are still some valuable things, such as the obsidian crystals used as key nodes. You want to wait for those people to come? This is probably not feasible. After all, 3 of their people have died now. If you start this teleportation point now, it is obvious that there is an ambush. Shui Nai glanced at the 3 bodies of the dark camp around. They died in the Holy Light camp. Because there is no resurrection point belonging to the dark camp, they must spend some time to complete the resurrection task before they can be resurrected. Otherwise, they have to wait for 1 hour to automatically resurrect. At this time, the enemy has lost all the news here, unless they can contact in the real world and learn the number and strength of the enemies here. Let's take a gamble. If they take the bait, it will be the best. If they don't take the bait, we won't lose anything. Dao Yiyu Dao said while equipping the complete obsidian crystal handed by Shui Nai in the accessories column. These crystals were dug out from the magic circle on the ground, so some are complete and some are broken. After that, after they had distributed the spoils of victory, they began to tinker with the teleportation bone staff. In the center of the Undead Empire, in the territory of the Lich Daimyo, Boss Long Tian, Feng Yi, Wei Zhe and the others are dead. This mission. A dark mage said respectfully to the man in level 40 dark magic armor in front of him. He admired the number 1 player in the Undead Empire very much and was willing to call him boss. Well, I know. This mission itself is very dangerous. It is natural that they will die there. As long as I didn't expect that the people in the Holy Light camp were so strong, they solved the 3 of them in just a few minutes. This is too strong. Long Tian had long been prepared for death for entering the enemy camp in such a tricky way, but he never expected that he would not even have the opportunity to enter the Holy Light camp. Can you contact Fenja and the others? Long Tian asked. Long Tian was also very troubled by this task force of 10 people. These 10 people were the highest-ranking professionals in the Undead Empire. They were arrogant and difficult to control. Moreover, the issue of guild interest distribution among the guilds gave him a headache. Moreover, since the resources of the Undead Empire itself are relatively few and the place is not large, these elites among the elites often fight and kill each other. Now that these people can gather here peacefully, it is already very respectful. It seems that this captain is not easy at all. Long Tian looked at the 7 people below, all of whom kept shaking their heads to show that they were not familiar with Fengya and others at all. A sense of powerlessness emerged directly from his heart. Captain, that teleportation point is activated again. A night elf who was responsible for the teleportation point suddenly found a dark light coming out of the teleportation bone staff at hand, and immediately shouted. Let me go this time. If I die, then the mission will fail, and you can no longer use this teleportation point. Do you understand? Long Tian looked at the dark light on the bone staff, as if he was looking at a trap full of dangers waiting for him. This was his intuition. But he couldn't completely trust this intuition. He wouldn't give up without trying, even if there was only a 1% chance. This was also the reason why he could become the first person in the Undead Empire. Never give up, that's his life. This time, all the remaining people didn't respond. These people were elites in various guilds, and they had their own goals. Long Tian couldn't control or manage these things. After all, he came here as the president of the strongest guild in the Undead Empire. The open and secret struggles between guilds were already very serious. As the president of a large guild, he had a deep understanding of it and would not blame them for being right or wrong. Long Tian glanced at his temporary teammates, but he saw that a group of people looked at him with the eyes of a dying person, which made him feel a little cold. If it was someone in his own guild, no matter whether they succeeded or failed, they would not use this kind of eyes to look at the dead as a farewell. Boss Long Tian, be careful. It was still the Dark Wizard. He, Feng Yue, and Wei Zhe were all people who had no guild organization in this mission. For lone rangers like them to reach this level, it already explained a lot of problems. Well, I will try my best to get that teleport point back. After Long Tian finished speaking, he put the one-handed sword in his hand on his waist, took out a bone staff in his hand, and put the other hand on the teleportation bone staff. The fish is hooked. Dao Yudao suddenly saw the white light of teleportation coming from the bone staff, and his body immediately disappeared. And Shui Nai, 10 meters away from the bone staff, aimed his staff at the teleportation bone staff. For someone who dared to come alone, this showed that he had enough confidence. This confidence alone made Shui Nai take it seriously. Armor? Bone staff, magic swordsman. Shui Nai was stunned when she saw Long Tian's outfit. Wearing black armor, holding a bone staff, and wearing a sword on his waist, this profession is a combination of a mage and a swordsman. Death swordsman, Long Tian. Dao Yudao suddenly shouted in the team chat, Fan Chen, be careful, he is a combination of a death warlock and a swordsman, with the dual power of undead magic and dark swordsman. Long Tian immediately used the 3 seconds of protection time during teleportation to summon 3 red skeleton bosses, and also added a bone shield to himself. Pull out the teleportation bone staff. Shui Nai shouted loudly in the team chat, and at the same time, the mage in his hand swung 2 consecutive fireballs in a straight line. Fuck, I was discovered by the skeleton boss. Dao Yudao, who was sneaking, immediately found that his breath was tracked by the 3 skeleton bosses, and the 3 skeletons were now running towards Dao Yudao. Humph, you two will die here. The Dragon King ordered his 3 skeleton soldiers to chase the sneaking thief, while he rushed to the side of the mage with fireballs flying all over the sky. Shui Nai's continuous fireballs were completely blocked by the bone shield in Long Tian's hand. Although there was not much bone shield left, Long Tian had already rushed over. Seeing that the distance between the Dragon King and himself was only 2 meters, Shui Nai immediately cast an ice shield on himself and activated the ability of his fire magic suit Flame Dragon Shock Wave. At such a close distance, even Dao Yudao could not dodge, let alone Long Tian, who was not fast in front of him. A fist-sized flame beam rushed out from Shui Nai's chest with unparalleled momentum and shot directly at Long Tian's chest not far away. Long Tian had already noticed the fiery red suit on Shui Nai, and as an ambitious president, he knew the Holy Light Camp very well. This suit was once the treasure of the fire elemental mage, the Flame Mage suit. He had long been very clear about its properties. At this moment, a layer of black gas suddenly appeared on Long Tian's black armor. This layer of black gas condensed and shrank in the next moment, turning into an extremely dense black film, tightly attached to the armor and his exposed skin, protecting Long Tian like skin. This is the ability of Long Tian's dark magic suit, which can weaken the damage received, called dark skin. Long Tian used this dark skin to resist Shui Nai. Remembering the shock wave of the flame dragon, although he was swayed by the shock wave and his health was constantly decreasing, he had already walked in front of Shui Nai, and pulled out a bone sword made of unknown bones from his waist, and chopped down at Shui Nai from top to bottom. With a ding sound, Shui Nai raised her ice shield and directly took the slash. Hey! Long Tian saw that a mage actually took his full strength attack with just an ice shield, and his mind was a little lost, but then he thought that he was now attacking under this flame dragon shock wave, and he couldn't stand still, so it was inevitable that he couldn't make the strongest sword. After that, Long Tian took advantage of the situation and slashed more than a dozen times with the bone sword in his hand, smashing Shui Nai's ice shield into pieces on the ground. However, at this time, Dao Yiyu Dao also rushed over, and the mechanical crossbow in his hand fired 10 arrows in a row, all of which hit Long Tian's helmet, but his helmet's defense was too strong, and with the protection of dark skin, Dao Yiyu Dao had no way to seriously injure Long Tian. And Shui Nai's magic was also unable to work. The magic that hit Long Tian at close range, in addition to hitting the vital points and causing more than 100 points of damage, was actually all absorbed by the black armor on his body. The profession of the magic swordsman itself has high magic defense, plus he can wear armor and add a shield, which completely suppresses Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao. If Shui Nai's speed was not a little faster than Long Tian, and he could keep up with Long Tian's attack rhythm and dodge, otherwise, Shui Nai would have been broken like the ice shield on the ground. In the end, Shui Nai had to use a close-range explosive bomb to distance himself from Long Tian. But he was blown dizzy and only had blood skin left, while Long Tian, who was protected by dark skin, only suffered 500 points of damage. However, fortunately, Dao Yiyu Dao took over Long Tian's attack in time and entangled him tightly, preventing him from making a final blow to Shui Nai. Chapter 305, The Fall of Yunwu Mountain. The battle between the three people continued, but now Shui Nai had completely withdrawn from the melee circle and ran to the distance to do his own business. Just now, Shui Nai was almost killed by his own explosive bomb. In fact, in a good state, Shui Nai could have taken his own explosive bomb without any defense. However, Shui Nai was hit by the bone sword in Long Tian's hand several times, and his health had already flowed like water. In the end, he had to take a risk and use the instant recovery potion of the Elf Empire to play a close-range explosive bomb. Although being hit by the explosive bomb was not pleasant at all, it still allowed Shui Nai to leave the front line. However, now it was Dao Yiyu Dao's turn to feel uncomfortable. Dao Yiyu Dao had long known that the bone sword in Long Tian's hand was a cursed weapon. Those who were injured by it would not only be cursed, but it also had the effect of sucking blood. It was a good thing to fight and support the war. It was not an exaggeration to call it a small artifact. After giving Dao Yiyu Dao a complete set of ice crystal armor and lightning shield again, Shui Nai had to cast a few recovery spells on herself. Under the effect of the cursed bone sword, Shui Nai was cursed by 3 curses in total, namely the poison curse, the powerless curse and the armor-cutting curse. Under these 3 curses, Shui Nai's health was constantly losing, the attack power directly dropped by 10%, and the defense power was weakened by 5%. Facing such shameless and vulgar curses, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were really getting more and more depressed. Lao Fan, how much HP does he have? If not much, just blow me up too. Damn, it's so frustrating. Dao Yiyu Dao used his dagger to deflect the straight stab of the cursed bone sword, and with the ice shield in his hand, he blocked a sneak attack of the bone arrow. Dao Yiyu Dao knew that with the cursed bone sword in hand, Long Tian could use the undead magic without using the staff. However, Dao Yiyu Dao himself had no way to effectively attack Long Tian. His dagger was basically unable to cut through the dark magic armor on his body. He could only use his own high-speed dodge and passively defend. If Dao Yiyu Dao used the Wind Thief suit at the beginning, he would have a chance to win by using the suit's ability. However, Long Tian would not give himself time to change his equipment now. The defense bonus of Long Tian's equipment was surprisingly high, and the Dark Camp players themselves had a good high damage bonus. Although the HP might be really low, this was just a small problem under this blood-sucking cursed bone sword. However, Long Tian was also very depressed. The health of the thief in front of him was beyond his imagination. He had stabbed so many times, but he still hadn't drained his blood. Moreover, his strength was too much for him as a warrior. What bothered him the most was that he didn't know this thief named Dao Yiyu Dao at all, and he didn't have any relevant information. If he met a thief here who had such strength, then it would be difficult for his undead empire to start a war. Through the previous fight, Long Tian had already discovered that the level of these two players could only be considered first tier, but that strength made him feel extremely exhausted. He had a large guild of 100,000 behind him. The equipment and skills on him, all of them spent a lot of time and manpower, but they were blocked by these two people here. Explode? Now he is in full health, he can't be killed by explosion. Shui Nai has been using reconnaissance to monitor the changes in Long Tian's status, but the effect and durability of this dark skin make Shui Nai feel powerless. If he can't make his dark skin disappear, he basically has no way to use his magic to the original level. Retreat, give me an acceleration spell, and then you go to pick up the teleportation bone staff. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately dodged the bone arrow shot by Long Tian. For this elementary magic of the undead system that can only cause dozens of damage, Dao Yiyu Dao dare not underestimate it. This bone arrow is Long Tian's famous skill. I don't know how he made it. Anyway, all the players hit by his bone arrow will be paralyzed, while other undead swordsmen have no such ability. Although the paralysis effect can only last for 2 seconds, it's just these 2 seconds that masters play with. So Dao Yiyu Dao would not give him these 2 seconds, but he was completely unable to knock him down now, so he should retreat first and make a long-term plan. Acceleration spell? Humph, want to run. Long Tian immediately guessed the magic when he saw that Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly had a layer of green magic halo on his body. At the same time, he glanced at the mage and thought of their tactics. Want to run? No way. Long Tian roared, and the bone sword in his hand suddenly emitted a pale white halo. Oh no, I forgot that he can have some skills of the dark swordsman. Try my undead grudge slash. The white light on the bone sword in Long Tian's hand became stronger and stronger, and the undead appeared and disappeared in the white light. The wail of the undead was so painful that it made people's hair numb. Finally, this sword light mixed with the dark power of the undead's grudge directly cut off the ice shield in Dao Yiyu Dao's hand, cut through the ice crystal armor on his body, and slashed heavily on his shoulder, and even knocked him away with one blow. Shui Nai, who was running to pick up the teleportation bone staff, stopped immediately upon seeing this. He aimed the ring of life in his hand at Dao Yiyu Dao in the air and shot a ray of emerald green life light, pulling him back from the brink of death before his health value reached 0. How is this possible? After Long Tian shot a bone arrow at Shui Nai, he immediately found that Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared the moment he landed, and then appeared between him and the mage without any harm. The attack power of his undead grudge slash was very high, and it also had the ability of dark erosion. It was basically a sure kill for a player in the Holy Light camp who had low magic defense and little resistance to darkness. Are you okay? Dao Yiyu Dao asked Shui Nai, who was hit by a bone arrow just now. The paralysis disappeared, but the effect of this paralysis was really weak, not even 2 seconds. Shui Nai did not expect the paralysis effect of this magic to be so short-lived. You have a high resistance, but his paralysis effect is unique. Other undead swordsmen don't have it. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Long Tian seriously, and Shui Nai took the opportunity to disappear behind Dao Yiyu Dao and rushed to retrieve the teleportation bone staff. You are very strong. To be honest, if the attributes of my equipment were not much higher than yours, and I had the advantage of my profession, I am afraid I would not be able to beat you together. Long Tian knew that his mission had failed. The speed of the mage over there was faster than that of the undead swordsman. He could not catch up, and the thief would not let him chase. Thank you, we are honored to hear the first person in the undead empire say such words. Dao Yiyu Dao said, while picking out several bottles of potions and drinking them all at once. These potions all added temporary attributes. At the beginning, he had no time to drink them before he had to fight with Long Tian. And now, seeing that Long Tian said this, he was afraid that he would not let Fan Chen behind him go, so he had to buy him some time. However, if I want to keep one of you, I believe I can still do it. Long Tian looked at the Dao Yiyu Dao in front of him and said seriously. At the same time, the bone sword in his hand emitted light again, but this time it was grey. Really? I don't agree with your point of view. If we want to leave, you can't keep us. Dao Yiyu Dao said with a smile. His profession is an escape expert. When it comes to keeping himself, it is not the swordsman in front of him who has the ability. As for Shui Nai, it is impossible to catch him if he can't fly. Then try it. Long Tian rushed over directly after saying that. He didn't believe that he couldn't even deal with a mage. The grey bone sword in front of him stabbed straight at the door. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately raised the ice shield to block it. His weapon was not long enough and could not fight against his long weapon like the bone sword. Long Tian made a mistake in his steps, and the bone sword in his hand slashed out a grey sword light that hit the ice shield, but this grey sword light had no killing power, and the durability of the ice shield did not drop at all. This time the sword light was just an illusion. Afterwards, Long Tian took advantage of the moment when Dao Yiyu Dao did not react and went around from a distance. How is this possible? Where are the people? But there was no figure in front of him, and the mage had gone to who knows where. Then we'll see each other again. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that Long Tian was focusing on him, and immediately jumped a few steps away and disappeared. At this time, he suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping the air behind him, and immediately turned his head to see that the mage appeared again, but he had already flown away. This! Long Tian was stunned. The wings on the mage were clearly bat wings, but he couldn't figure out why this appeared on a player in the Holy Light Camp. Lao Fan, where are we going? Dao Yiyu Dao asked Shuina in the sky. Now the number of wild beasts around them is increasing. People flying in the sky may not be afraid, but he who is walking in it is very worried. At this time, the team chat between the two sounded. Fan Chen, you guys come back quickly. Now another blue guard in the Yunwu mountain area has been broken. The eldest elder hopes that we will go back to defend Yunwu town. Xiaoyu's tone was full of tension, and it seemed that the situation over there was not optimistic. Okay, we'll go back now. Chapter 306 Contribution Points in Yunwu mountain area. When Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao rushed back to the base, there were fewer beasts there, but there were still some beasts that were not afraid of death and might smell the smell in Yunwu mountain area and run in desperately. However, they were killed by the people guarding the base with all their strength, but for the scene of materials everywhere, no one cared about the collection of these materials. Hey, there's nothing going on here, it doesn't look like a loss at all. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't understand the situation here, and immediately told the surface situation he saw. There are 4 entrances in Yunwu mountain area. If 2 entrances are broken, I'm afraid that with the power of Yunwu town, it will be impossible to defend. So now the elder plans to abandon the outer mountain area and defend Yunwu town with all his strength to reduce the deployment of personnel. Mina held the teleportation bone staff in his hand and connected the things he had learned. As the bone staff in his hand was a product of the Dark Camp's mission, he could not put it in his backpack. Good analysis. As you said, now we can only focus on defending the interior. It's a pity that our great fields will become a battlefield. This is the land we depend on for survival. To be honest, I really don't want to start a war in it. The second grandfather said helplessly while leading the way in the cave entrance, but the more he talked, the more angry he became. Yunwu town is located in the mountains, surrounded by towering cliffs. In the entire mountain area, except for the sky, only these 4 cave entrances have the ability to enter and exit. In this cave, basically you will see blood stains after walking a few steps. These blood stains have dried into purple and black, which means that the blood on the mountain wall has been there for several days, but the place is still filled with a strong smell of blood, which constantly surrounds everyone's nose, making people feel very irritated. And this smell of blood and blood frightened Miyuki so much that her face turned pale, and she grabbed her second grandfather's wizard robe tightly. You just met the people from the Dark Camp, are you okay? Xiaoyu saw that no one was talking at this time, so she asked in the team chat, and by the way, she relaxed her depressed mood a little. Of course it's okay. Those useless people in the Dark Camp have no chance to run away when they see me. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately said, and hurriedly winked at Shui Nai. However, Xiaoyu obviously didn't believe Dao Yiyu Dao, this dishonest thief, and her beautiful eyes were looking at Shui Nai. We killed 3, and then 1 ran away, but we got a good harvest, and seized this teleportation bone staff. By the way, how do you plan to deal with this bone staff? This is a mission prop. We can't decompose it, let alone use it. It's also tiring to hold it. Dao Yiyu Dao changed the subject immediately after seeing that he was betrayed by Shui Nai, a guy who values love over friendship. Leave it to the elder and see how he handles it. If he can't do anything, just burn it to avoid more trouble. Shui Nai also couldn't figure out the specific function of this bone staff. Anyway, it wouldn't be too late to ask the most authoritative elder first. After a group of more than a dozen people dealt with a few wild beasts hiding in the cave in front of them began to light up. It seemed that the end of the cave had arrived. When everyone walked out of the cave, waves of water vapor came directly to their faces, which immediately brought people back to their senses from the heavy smell of blood and refreshed them a lot. System, you have entered the Yunwu mountain area. Because the water element is very active here, all fire skills are weakened here, and water skills are strengthened here. The specific effect is related to the environment. Welcome everyone to Yunwu town, but it's a pity that now is not the time to entertain you. It really makes me ashamed. As soon as the second grandfather walked out of the cave, he immediately smiled bitterly at Shui Nai and others, and in front of him was a group of wild beasts that seemed to have no end. You are too polite. Seeing this kind of thing, we naturally can't just stand by and watch. Minna said this without any confidence in her heart. Because there are too many beasts outside. Can we finish them? Deo Yudeo asked in the team chat. Even a brave man like him felt his scalp tingling. Haha, in fact, it was all thanks to you that you discovered the source of the beast tide, which allowed the number of beasts here to be controlled. Otherwise, it would be dangerous here. And now our hunters are back. Although they can't go to the battlefield temporarily, it is still possible to use their abilities to influence the surrounding beasts, so our chances of winning are still very high. Second grandpa was a shrewd man, and he immediately saw that the new thief was a little shaken. By the way, the elder is there now. This bone staff is the teleportation point of the dark camp. We have to give it to the elder as soon as possible, so as not to have more troubles at night. Shui Na immediately changed the subject with a guilty conscience, and now was not the time to discuss this. The beasts outside, led by a wolf boss, had begun to come in groups, and they were all carnivorous beasts. The elder was ambushed by a dark servant just now and was slightly injured. Let's go over now. He couldn't understand this bone staff. His experience was limited, so he handed it over to the elder. After the second grandfather finished speaking, the water elements around him immediately emitted a water blue halo, which turned into a blue water cloud under everyone's feet. Then everyone around was lifted up from the ground by the water cloud. The water cloud brushed past the beasts rushing over from below, and then it flew away. The speed of the water cloud was not fast. It took more than 10 minutes to walk this section of the road, but it also gave Shuina and his group a chance to check the situation below. The Yunwu mountain area is very large and covers a wide area. Here, there are hills, plains, and mountains. In the plain area in the center of the Yunwu mountain area, there is a small town with a retaining wall made of stone. The area of this town is not large, probably less than 5% of the Yunwu mountain area. Along the way, Shui Nai also saw a lot of wooden houses scattered in the Yunwu mountain area. These were wooden houses used by farmers and hunters in the town to live temporarily when they went out. However, they have been almost destroyed by wild beasts. Many of them were covered with purple-black bloodstains. It seems that these wooden houses were once strongholds to resist the tide of wild beasts. Hey, fortunately, I have enough physical strength, otherwise it would be troublesome. The second grandfather wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted. Now the wall between Shuiyun and Yunwu town is only 10 meters high. It seems that manipulating Shuiyun this time is a very tiring job. And now on the top of the city, there are also crowds of people, and magic, arrows and even stones are being thrown down from there. Although this protective wall is only 3 meters high, it is much lower than the protective wall of the elemental city, which is at least 5 meters high, but if this 3-meter high wall is used to defend against wild beasts, it is more than enough. Hey, there are players over there. Deo Yiyu Deo, who likes to look around, immediately found that there were 10 players on the top of the city wall beating the beasts below, and some of them were watching the 3 players. Then, Fan Chen, Deo Yiyu Deo, you come with me to see the elder, and the rest of the people, it's up to you here. After the second grandfather finished speaking, he stopped Shui Yun on the top of the city wall, put the rest of the people down, and took the 2 of them directly to the tallest building here, the Mage Tower in the center of the town. The Mage Tower is surrounded by a large circular square. Now, this square has been occupied by circular water patterns, and the residents of Yunwu town wearing water blue mage robes are wandering in these water patterns. Is this the water mirror technique? Shui Nai looked at one of the water patterns and saw a dynamic picture inside, and it was the entrance of the cave they just passed by, and the group of beasts led by the wild wolf were still staying there. The other water mirrors also showed images of various places, including mountains, plains, and the situation on the Yunwu town wall. Basically, the entire Yunwu mountain area was monitored by the water mirror here. This is the water mirror system, which was invented by our ancestors. However, due to the problem of traders, this water mirror has lost its function of searching for enemies. Quick, the west wall is short of manpower, and some of the manpower on the east wall is transferred over. The elder saw Shui Nai and the others coming over, and gave orders while looking at the water mirror. "Hello, elder," Shui Nai said respectfully. "Well, you really didn't disappoint me. Not only did you destroy the source of the beast tide, but you also snatched this bone staff. You really gave me a lot of surprises." After the elder nodded as a return gift, he kept looking at the teleportation bone staff in Shui Nai's hand, and the brilliance in his eyes became more and more intense. "Do you use this bone staff?" Shui Nai handed over the bone staff. "Although this thing is not heavy, it is very tiring to hold it all the time. With this, we can track down the guy called Mo Ying. This is the prop he used to escape. Give it to Master Hammer and ask him to crack the location of the spatial coordinates as soon as possible." The elder handed the bone staff directly to the second grandfather, and then wiped it on the face to erase some of the disguise on it. "The other coordinates of this bone staff are in the Undead Empire, track it down." Shui Na immediately reminded the elder, "This is a link that cannot be wrong. No, this bone staff is made of the bones of the Void Dragon. It has a strong ability to travel through space. It only needs one space crystal to connect two distant places. But it has more than one space crystal, which means it has additional teleportation ability. And I got this thing when I fought with the Dark Servant just now, which proves the true use of this bone staff." The elder opened his palm, and a crystal the size of a little finger jumped out. "This is a space crystal, but it is engraved with spells." "Oh, then I understand." Shui Na immediately thought of the teleportation rings in the hands of the three of them. The principle of that ring is the same, but theirs is better. At this time, the elder took out a blue brush and wrote on a water mirror. Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly received a prompt from the system. "System, you have completed the task of breaking the source of the beast tide in the Yunwu Mountain Offensive and Defense Campaign, and you will be rewarded with 4,000 Yunwu Mountain contribution points. System, you have successfully destroyed the escape plan of the Dark Camp enemy Mo Ying, and you are rewarded with 5,000 contribution points in the Cloud Mountain area. We will not treat those who have made contributions to our Cloud Mountain area unfairly." The elder gestured to the two to look up at the sky, and saw a huge water mirror suspended in the air, on which were written the names of the players and the number of contribution points, and two players named Wu Ming appeared at the top of the contribution list at this moment. Chapter 307 Magic Archer. Afterwards, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao learned from the system that this contribution point is the universal currency in the Cloud Mountain area during wartime, and of course the original currency of the human empire can still be used. It's just that there are some things here that can't be bought with gold coins, such as the magic book in front of Shui Nai. In this magic tower, all magic skill books are reusable, and players can learn the magic they want to learn just by taking a look and paying the corresponding price. However, the premise is that the magic player must have enough strength to open the tower door on each floor. Now Shui Nai is on the third floor of the Mage Tower, which is an area that only high-level mages can enter. The Mage Tower in the center of Yunwu Town has a total of 8 floors. Except for the top floor, each of the remaining floors represents the corresponding mage level. Here, in addition to magic skill books, there are also many related experiences. These so-called experiences are props such as experience books and experience stones for players, which can upgrade qualified skills. It trademarks just that this is a world of water element magic, so the experience here is naturally dominated by water element magic. For these experiences and magic, Shui Nai naturally hesitated for a long time. The magic here is mainly water magic. Although there are some other magics, they are all Shui Nai has learned or are not suitable for him. What he wants to find most now is the large-scale ice magic similar to the firestorm. Using this water element magic here will naturally have the greatest effect. However, there is not a single ice magic book in the Mage Tower, which also shows that the grudge between ice and water mages has not been resolved yet. After that, he had to settle for the next best thing and find some more practical auxiliary water magic. On the second floor, he spent 2,000 contribution points to learn an intermediate magic water mist. Later, on the third floor, he spent 5,000 points to learn an advanced magic water hidden. The effect of this magic is the same as stealth, which can make the recipient enter the invisible state, but its effect is much more stable than stealth. Even if it is attacked, as long as the damage value does not exceed the magic's tolerance range, it will not fail. It also has the effect of isolating the leakage of life breath, which is the best skill to use against undead creatures. However, once this magic is used, it cannot be moved, otherwise this magic will be directly invalid. Afterwards, looking at the few remaining contribution points, Mina also held the awareness of going to the end, and used all the remaining contribution points to strengthen the water mist. This water mist is a skill used to save lives, so it is natural to strengthen it. Imagine that if you want to escape in the future, you release such a water mist spell towards the enemy, and then add a lightning magic such as chain lightning, it will definitely be an unpredictable tactic. In the water mist, even if you are wearing full body armor with anti-electric leather armor, as long as you are still a person who needs to breathe, the water mist can run in, and you will be electrocuted. Although the effect will be greatly weakened, it is very practical. When he came out to the square, Shui Nai immediately saw the figure of the Great Elder commanding the town defense, but the figure of the swordsman next to the Great Elder made him feel a little familiar. However, Dao Yiyu Dao did not let Shui Nai have extra time to recall this swordsman, because Xiao Yu seemed to have an accident. What's the situation? Shui Nai asked the cool Dao Yiyu Dao with his hands crossed as soon as he arrived at the protective wall on the east side of Yunmu town. Someone was trying to cause trouble for your girlfriend, but we chased him away now. Dao Yiyu Dao was very bored, so he had to have some fun with this. Looking at the boy's extremely unscrupulous smile, Shui Nai directly gave him a lightning bullet with flashing lightning. Isn't she your female friend? Isn't she your girlfriend in short? You think too much. Dao Yiyu Dao said as he ran, because Shui Nai was chasing him. Hey, he ran away, what happened just now? Shui Nai asked panting immediately after returning to Xiao Yu. She was really too stupid to ask Dao Yiyu Dao, who was never serious. This was completely asking for trouble. Just now, a few players came over and wanted me to join their team, and then there was a little quarrel. Xiao Yu wiped a few strands of long hair on her forehead and pushed them behind her ears, saying in a tone that nothing had happened, but the blush on her face did not dissipate so quickly. Oh! Shui Nai also knew that she had no say in this matter, so she had to look at the situation around her. Now the entire eastern wall is defended by players, and only when the situation is not good will the residents of Yunmu town be sent over. Under the players' strong and fearless spirit, the beasts below had long been cleared out, turning into experience points or pieces of materials on the players, and it was no wonder that Dao Yiyu Dao was so idle that he was panicking. Now the beasts' attacks have just reached a low point, and there is no longer the situation of beasts besieging the city at the beginning, so the players who stayed here are extremely idle. After a day of hard work, they naturally don't want to run to one of the walls to suffer. Let's go to another wall to have a look. Looking at Xiaoyu who had been pulling the bow for a long time before shooting an arrow, Shui Na immediately made such a suggestion to break the silence. Okay. Xiaoyu put away the bow and arrow, and followed Shui Na to the other side of the wall, looking very docile. However, neither she nor Shui Na saw that there was a pair of eyes staring at Xiaoyu's beautiful body. When Shui Na came to the southern wall, he immediately saw the hard-working figures of the two players. The two players, one male and one female, are a combination of a mage and a thief, but the mage is holding something strange. He is holding a golden bow and arrow. If he had not emitted elemental fluctuations when he used the bow and skills, and if he had not been wearing a mage robe, Shui Nai would not have thought he was a mage. As far as his books are concerned, only players of the elf race have the ability to use bows and arrows. Well, the newly released hunter profession can also use bows and arrows, but Shui Nai, who rarely pays attention to the forum, still doesn't know that there are new professions, let alone that these new professions are made by himself. I saw the mage holding the golden bow, his slender fingers pulled the bowstring, and an arrow with a trace of lightning extended directly from the bowstring, and continued to stretch into an arrow shape. Finally, when this arrow made of lightning elements was placed on the golden bow, with a whoosh, the lightning arrow immediately turned into a meteor and rushed straight to the beast outside the wall, and in return there was a cry of grief. Magic Archer, Dawn, a player who can transform magic energy into arrows. Legend has it that he was once a mage. Later, it was heard that he became like this after spending some time in the Elf Empire. His skills have super long-range capabilities, and the power is 1 point stronger than ordinary magic. The longest range can reach hundreds of meters. It is a brand new profession. Dao Yudeo's voice, which was like reciting information, appeared behind Shui Nai's Xiaoyu at this time. Seeing that both of them were frightened by the skill of Dawn, he immediately appeared and spoke. This is the best opportunity to reduce hatred. Dao Yudeo, who has been practicing stealth, immediately seized the opportunity, but he was always ready to escape again. No more playing, less nonsense, more work, the following are contribution points, can't be wasted. Shui Nai looked at Dao Yudeo's posture of being ready to escape at any time, and immediately said seriously. However, he glanced at Xiaoyu with a complicated look in his eyes. It was impossible for Shui Nai to say that he had no feelings for this girl, but he knew that it was really impossible for him and her to be together. Just in terms of family background, he was not worthy of her, let alone the rest. Let's be serious. Shui Nai immediately dispelled the thoughts in his mind, and then began to focus on the group of beasts below. Now Shui Nai's water mist has reached level 5 and 10%, which is the result of using experience, but those experiences can only be used once for players, but there are still many experiences on the Mage Tower, which requires more contribution points. In the water mist, Shui Nai's thunder magic immediately attracted the hatred of the beasts below, and at this time, Xiaoyu and Dao Yudeo also immediately shot at the beasts under the wall. Why don't we take on some small quests? It's a waste of time to fight these. Dao Yudeo, who had been walking around, had already felt the situation here and had a good understanding of it. After testing the strength of the beasts below, he immediately suggested it. The contribution points in this Yunwu mountain area are similar to the honor system, but the contribution point system here is much more practical than the honor system. After all, the cost-effectiveness of the contribution points here is better than that of the honor value. Much more. The things in the honor system are too targeted and not suitable for daily games at all, but the contribution products here are different. Except for the water skills, which are a bit useless, the rest, such as potions and props, are basically necessary for daily games. Okay, but don't choose something too difficult, we can't stand being besieged. Doing tasks is always much more valuable than simply killing monsters, which has always been encouraged by the game system. Okay, but wait, I have to buy some more potions, otherwise I'm afraid it won't be enough. Dao Yudeo checked the task book in the hand of the task NPC, and immediately ran to a grocery store not far away. Potions? I have a lot in my backpack. Shui Nai immediately reminded him that the potions in his backpack were basically not used, so why waste them? No, I don't want red and blue potions. The poisons here are very good and powerful. Dao Yudao's figure had disappeared at the door of the grocery store, but his voice sounded in the team chat. Are you going to do the quest? Can you join us? We also want to do a few small quests. At this time, a slightly feminine male voice sounded weakly on the side. Chapter 308 Wind Elf Thief. Shui Nai only then found that Po Xiao and the thief behind him had come over, but he didn't understand why the thief was hiding behind Po Xiao. Hot Book Pavilion. The boy named Po Xiao was seriously lacking in confidence, and when he spoke, he didn't dare to look at the other person directly, and his movements were a little unnatural. It seems that he is a very introverted and shy boy. If it weren't for the thief holding him back, I'm afraid he would have run away at the first time. Didn't you form a team? Shui Nai was a little surprised. There were only 13 players here. Logically, the 10 should have formed a team before. After all, everyone is of the same kind, and they will take care of each other when talking and doing things. Yuying, she doesn't like those people, so we will quit after completing today's mission. After Poxio finished speaking, he pulled out the thief behind him and looked at the thief weakly. Now taking a closer look, Shui Nai realized that the thief was a woman, and a very rare elven thief. You are really useless. It's just a team. What's so nervous about it? The female elf thief named Yuying muttered in a low voice. The full name of this female elf thief is Yuying Qing Chen. She is wearing a set of turquoise leather armor for thieves. If you look closely, these equipment are still a complete set. And in this set of equipment, Shui Nai found a sense of familiarity. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? The one next to you is not bad either. Be careful that she will dig out your eyes. Yuying proudly raised her chest and looked at the tall Xiaoyu next to Shui Nai, but her figure that has not grown up yet cannot be compared with Xiaoyu. Ahem, sorry, I just have a sense of de copyright JAVU about your equipment, Don't get me wrong. Shui Nai then began to look at the two people. She was attracted by her equipment just now, so she didn't pay attention to them. The boy named Po Xiao is very tall, a little taller than Shui Nai, and he is very handsome and gentle. In addition, his strong and tall figure makes people feel a kind of warmth from him. Of course, this warmth is for women. But his face is a little pale. Shui Nai guessed that if he didn't use the system effect in the game, then this means that he is a boy who rarely comes into contact with sunlight in real life. As for the female elf thief, she looks very young, probably just a 15 or 16-year-old girl, but she has a beauty that is no less than Yan, but a little childish. However, her expression is a little arrogant, and her words are a little sharp, but she has the capital, which is the natural capital of girls. So, I am not good looking. Yu Ying Chen immediately raised his voice and turned his eyes away from the indifferent Xiao Yu. You two are both very good looking. Shui Na looked at Yu Ying Chen who was looking at him very seriously, so he had to go along with what he said. However, he did not notice the imperceptible arc on Yu Ying's mouth. Hey, that's more like it. After hearing what she wanted to say, Yu Ying walked to Po Xiao and took his hand to talk privately. And from her eyes, this girl was still discussing Shui Na and Xiao Yu? By the way, are you a couple? Just when Shui Na tried to combine the explosive bomb with the continuous fireball, Yu Ying suddenly said this to Shui Na and Xiao Yu to get close to each other. As a result, this combination magic failed directly because Shui Na was too excited, and a complete explosive bomb exploded directly in front of Shui Na. Some words can't be said casually, otherwise someone will be angry and chase several streets to kill people. Wind Elf Thief Girl. Dao Yiyu Dao appeared at this time, standing aside and looking at Xiao Yu's increasingly red face with great interest. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was glared at by Xiao Yu, suddenly remembered that he had always been within Xiao Yu's range, and immediately felt that it was very unwise to say such a thing at this time and place. Well, I'll go take the mission, we'll talk later. Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared directly, and then his green figure appeared in front of a task NPC. Shui Nai glanced at Yu Ying Chen, who was a little embarrassed because of his wrong guess, and then looked at Po Xiao, who was standing beside Yu Ying at a loss, and then looked at Xiao Yu, who was trying to calm down. Now he felt that it was more enjoyable to play alone, at least he would not be entangled by such problems. At this time, everyone could not find a suitable topic to guide the situation, so the scene was very embarrassing. Okay, the task is next, which is some tasks around here. Now we have to wait for a few NPCs to come, and then we can leave. Dao Yiyu Dao came over at this time. Just now, he knew that someone had joined from the change in the number of people in the team, so the difficulty of his task this time was relatively high. Well, this. Shui Nai looked at Dao Yiyu Dao for a few times, and then looked at Yu Ying Chen for a few times, and then found that the equipment on the two people was surprisingly similar. In such a situation where there are so many enemies, Dao Yiyu Dao replaced his Shadow Killer set with the Wind Rogue set that is fast, light, flexible and good at guerrilla warfare. No need to look at it. The design of my equipment comes from the Wind Elf Rogue. Although the one I have is a copycat version, it is much stronger than the original one. Dao Yiyu Dao also glanced at the green equipment on Yu Ying, and then said it casually. What did you say? Yu Ying was immediately angry. This set of equipment was exchanged for several lives by Dawn, and this pirated thief was so shameless. Wait, let me show you the facts. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and immediately entered the wind element state, shocking Yu Ying Chen. How is this possible? This is clearly a skill of the great thief level of our wind elf thief. You, a human thief, can't possibly have this skill. Yu Ying Chen stabbed twice with the dagger in her hand in disbelief. When she saw Dao Yiyu Dao cursing in anger, she knew that Dao Yiyu Dao had not lied to her. Sister, don't you know that even the wind elemental avatar will feel pain when being hit? Dao Yiyu Dao wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two slashes made by this guy just now hit his chest and forehead respectively. If it was in a normal state, this would be a serious injury. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the endurance value with some heartache, which dropped by more than half. Being hit by someone in the wind elemental state, although it does not lose blood, it will lose endurance. Humph, it's a good thing that it's not completely pirated, otherwise I will definitely protest to this game system. Yu Ying glanced at Dao Yiyu Dao's heartbroken look, and immediately knew that the cost of using this wind elemental ability is much more serious than that of the genuine wind elf thief himself. What kind of profession is a wind elf thief? I have never heard of it. Shui Nai asked immediately. She knew very little about other races, so she decided to popularize it now that she had time. Do you want to explain it yourself or should I? Well, forget it, I'll do it. Dao Yiyu Dao saw Yu Ying was about to speak with great interest, but he immediately interrupted her prepared speech. Under the introduction of Dao Yiyu Dao, the learned thief, Shui Nai heard about the thief talents and advantages of various races from the origin of thieves. There are only 3 races in this world that can be called true thieves, namely humans, elves, and guys from the dark camp. In view of the fact that although there are many races in the dark camp, there is only one dark race talent, so we all classify them as one category without making too many classifications. Dao Yiyu Dao sat on the parapet and spoke slowly. Even Yu Ying Qing Chen might not know this kind of thing. As a king in the dark, a thief is a noble profession that combines elegance and cruelty. Dao Yiyu Dao's words immediately resonated with Yu Ying, and she nodded her little head quickly. Among all the thieves of the elf clan are naturally the most elegant and beautiful. They are the kings of the jungle, and no one dares to fight with the elf clan in the jungle. The combat effectiveness of the elf clan is not high, and they value speed and flexibility. Therefore, the elf clan is often the most difficult to deal with. Their high flexibility and high mobility are definitely the nightmare of other players. And this guy's wind elf clan is a hidden profession of the elf clan. It has the ability to transform into the wind, and has a higher speed and agility bonus than ordinary elf clan. However, their lack of defense is a fatal flaw, and the elves are too noble and have a low adaptability to the environment, right? Dao Yiyu Dao said, and then looked at the wind elf clan thief Yu Ying Qing Chen with a smile. Humph. When it comes to the most cruel thieves, they are naturally from the dark camp. In the dark camp, there are 3 types of thieves, namely dark human thieves, night elf thieves, and mysterious undead thieves. As for hidden professions, I haven't found them. These different types of thieves only have one dark talent. In addition to the professional bonus, there is no bonus for their own race. However, they have the highest attack power among all thieves, and they are better at stealth with the dark talent. They are truly the Dark King. But he is also a short-lived king. Not only does he have a very low HP, but most importantly, his defense is not as good as that of an elf thief. Brother, how can you have information about the Dark Camp? I have never found it. As a game geek, Poxio's collection of information is not comparable to that of a novice player like Shui Nai, but so far, he also thought that there were only dark human thieves in the Dark Camp. This is a secret and cannot be told, just like you cannot tell the job transfer task of the magic archer, hehe. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Poxio and laughed unscrupulously. This is the order of the master, and it is also the task of the system. I cannot violate it. Poxio scratched his hair and said with some embarrassment. He knew that the thief in front of him wanted to use the task process of his job transfer to exchange for the information of the Dark Camp. I know, but I am very surprised that you have been chased for so long and you are unwilling to tell the task process. Then I guess this quest should be the only inherited profession, that is, the kind of professional quest that can only be passed on to one player, and then the players will fight each other. You. Dawn immediately took a few steps back, and Yu Ying took out the dagger and stood in front of Dawn. Don't worry, I am also in this profession. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the 2 people in front of him who were not even level 30, and immediately turned his badge over with a smile. Chapter 309 The Only Inherited Occupation. How many occupations are there in the game? Even some veterans of the game cannot count this question. And with the development of the game, a large number of hidden occupations have begun to emerge. Some are branches of the original major occupations, such as Dao Yiyu Dao's Thief King and Yu Ying Qing Chen's Wind Elf Thief, which are all generated on the basis of the original occupations. What makes them different from ordinary occupations is that they have a small number of hidden occupation abilities on the basis of the original ones, and these abilities are strong and weak. Another type of hidden occupation, like the brand new occupation of Dawnbreaker, uses abilities that have never been seen before. And those hunters, elemental summoners, and wild swordsmen, these also belong to this type of hidden occupations. It's just that the tasks of these types of occupation conversion are relatively simple, but the cost is very high. The higher the level of the player who jumps into the dimensional rift, the easier it is to get a high-level rated occupation. Actually, you don't need to be too nervous. Even if others know where your master is, they still have to improve their relationship with the master, and you have to do something that brings shame to the master before your master will issue a task to clean up the house. Only by killing you at this time can you get the only qualification for inheritance. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that the magic archer seemed to be unaware of the rules of this only inherited profession, and immediately reminded him of what he knew. If he continued to develop like this, I'm afraid his only inherited profession would be ruined by him. So, you don't need to worry too much about this. Just do what you should do. If someone comes to pick a fight, just beat them up. It's not too late to leave if you can't beat them. It's useless for you to run for more than half a month and your level is not even 30. Dao Yiyu Dao remembered that when he got the information of this player named Po Xiao, he was already level 30, but after about half a month, his level actually went backwards. I know this, but I'm afraid of being killed. Being hunted down all day long is not something a human can endure. Po Xiao said with difficulty. His equipment and skills were a golden signboard. If he went there, he would be discovered by the people there and asked about the job transfer process immediately. He was not like Dao Yiyu Dao's current job. From the outside, it was basically impossible to tell that he was the only inherited job. And what about him? As long as he drew his bow and shot the magic arrow, he had basically exposed his information. After all, when he used his skills, he was much more stylish than the mage and the elf archer. Even Dao Yiyu Dao was a little envious. And it was because the skills and appearance of the magic archer were too cool that many players wanted to pick up girls and show off. Then naturally there would be a conflict with Po Xiao. Po Xiao had been hiding his task process, which also made some players feel indignant, so the hatred naturally grew more and more. I remember that the guy you provoked was just a small guild. With your strength, it shouldn't be so difficult. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately recalled the information in his mind. There were indeed some loopholes. The skills of these two players were not weak, and they were hidden profession holders. It was impossible for a small guild with only 100 people to make them like this. We offended a big guild, but they used a small guild to deal with us on the surface, but actually sent the main force to fight us. We couldn't beat them at all. Po Xiao's words made Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao look at each other. The president of this guild was much smarter than that guy Shen Long. Then which guild did you offend? Tell me about it. Dao Yiyu Dao liked these two people. If the guild was not too strong, he would not mind finding a time to assassinate their president a few times to help them vent their anger. Si Hai Tang, my former guild. Po Xiao scratched his head and said, as a grassroots player in the guild, he had gone through a lot of hardships to complete the job transfer task, and thought he could make a name for himself, but when he returned, he was kicked out because he did not explain the task process. After that, he was hunted down continuously, and his former brothers gave up on him, which made him extremely disappointed in the friendship and players of the guild. If it weren't for Yu Ying who kept encouraging him, he wouldn't have persisted until now. Si Hai Tang, an old guild, why do you guys always like to join big guilds so much? There is basically no future, and no way out. Dao Yiyu Dao still has some understanding of Po Xiao's skills. He is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Players like him have strong plasticity, but they also need someone to help him shape it. Let's not talk about that kind of thing. But why are you telling us this? Shouldn't this kind of thing be kept secret? Yu Ying Qingchen saw that the thief really had no ill intentions, so she put away her dagger, but she didn't want Dao Yiyu Dao to touch upon the sad memories of Po Xiao. I like excitement, and I'll talk about it after someone can kill me. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately boasted. By the way, you haven't mentioned the human thief yet. Yu Ying Qingchen ignored his words at first, and then found the topic just now. It's hard to say about humans. It depends on the player's training. For example, I now have all the characteristics of thieves, so I am the real king of thieves, haha. The quest NPC is here, and we have to go. Shui Na also ignored Dao Yiyu Dao's boasting. In fact, from the beginning, Dao Yiyu Dao probably brought up the topic of the origin of thieves in order to get the secret of the only inheritance of the magic archer. He wanted to use this to get close to him, and then use a friendly and gentle tone to dispel their concerns and doubts. Although Shui Na didn't know what Dao Yiyu Dao wanted to do, he didn't mind. After all, the game is more lively with more people, just don't mention those topics anymore. Hi, friends, can you add a few people? The three of us brothers also want to come over to get some experience. At this time, when several residents of Yunmu town came to hand over the task, 3 players came over. These 3 people are all warriors, and it is not easy to live in such a beast siege. Without long-range ability, they can only lift stones to hit the beasts below. After thinking for a moment, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately asked Yu Ying Qing Chen, who had worked with these players and could provide some information. After all, although these warriors have no effect in defending the city, they are the best meat shields in the beasts below. 3 hooligans. Yu Ying looked at the 3 middle-aged players with disgust. In fact, at the beginning, Dao Yiyu Dao felt that the appearance of these 3 middle-aged players was too sorry for the audience. Not to mention that they were wretched, and in order to show their fierce breath, they deliberately left a beard on their faces, which was not to Dao Yiyu Dao's appetite. And out of the principle of not judging people by appearance, he still asked a few people involved. When such answers appeared, in order not to affect the beauty index of his team, he still thought it was better not to do it. Brothers, you are late. We just accepted several team tasks. If we add more people now, I am afraid there will be distribution problems. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at his task panel and saw a team task. The rewards for this task are calculated according to the number of people in the team when the task is accepted. We cannot give rewards for this. After all, we just want to have some fun. I think you also need us warriors. The 3 middle-aged warriors began to show their muscles. Now Dao Yiyu Dao hates the simulation of this game. This is too real. It makes people feel sick. No, we don't plan to fight in close combat. You should find other people. Dao Yiyu Dao saw this and directly refused. The long-range firepower on his side is so strong that they don't need these close-range shots. Anyway, they are not fools. Why should they go to the monster pile to die? Then let's make friends and contact each other if we have something to do in the future. You are still young, and it would be great if you have a few older brothers like us to protect you. Seeing this, a middle-aged warrior had to thicken his skin and add everyone as friends, and the first person they applied for was Xiaoyu, a somewhat cold elf beauty. I don't add strangers, sorry. Xiaoyu refused without thinking, and then moved her body behind Shui Nai to avoid the naked gaze of these people. We are leaving, that NPC is waiting impatiently. Dao Yiyu Dao pointed to the task-related NPC waiting on the side and led the team away directly. After leaving the 3 people who came to chat, Dao Yiyu Dao had the opportunity to explain the process of the first task in detail. This is a protection task. The task range is about 10 meters around the West City Gate, and the main content of the task is to protect the craftsmen who go to repair the gate. By the way, your name is Fanfiction. Poxio suddenly asked the people around him when everyone went to the West Wall Shui Nai. He remembered that Dao Yiyu Dao had introduced the names of the 2 masked men. Yes, is there something? Shui Nai looked at the magic archer, and then he suddenly found that Po Xiao had a short sword on his waist that was not much longer than a dagger. It's like this. I want to ask you, what task did you do before to get so many contribution points? Yu Ying wants a necklace, but I still need a lot of contribution points. Po Xiao did not hide anything, and directly stated his purpose, and was afraid that Shui Nai would not believe him. I triggered 2 tasks outside before, but those 2 hidden tasks can only be done once, and now I guess there are no more. Ah, so that's it. Po Xiao felt a little depressed when he heard this. And Shui Nai raised his head and took a look at Po Xiao's current contribution points, which had long been at the top of the list. And Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao had already become the bottom players because of their large use of contribution points. Are you going to buy that water hidden necklace? It's very suitable for thieves. Dao Yiyu Dao's super hearing allowed him to hear the whole scene, so he had already flashed over when he heard this interesting topic. Yes, yes. Po Xiao was suddenly frightened by such a living person approaching him, and then he thought about it and realized that the player in front of him was also a thief, so wouldn't he be a competitor? Chapter 310, Battlefield Small Mission. Is it necessary to be so nervous? That thing is useless to me. Real thieves don't use these things to become masters. Like the one next to you, he is a natural human radar. If you can hide from him, then you can be considered qualified. Dao Yiyu Dao admired Shui Nai's ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Don't listen to him, he is talking nonsense. If I were so powerful, I wouldn't be at this level. Shui Nai immediately interrupted Dao Yiyu Dao's boasting. His sense of crisis could only appear occasionally when he was in danger, and it was basically not like what he said. That's not the way to say it. You are indeed very sensitive. Although I can't say that you can feel my eager eyes every time, you have indeed discovered me in stealth mode several times, which shows that you are a human radar. Otherwise, you can't say that you and my brainwaves have a telepathic connection. Hearing that Dao Yiyu Dao even said telepathic connection, I immediately shut up and stopped talking. If I continue to talk, I don't know what kind of trouble I will cause. Puchi. When the little girl Yu Yingqing Chen heard Dao Yiyu Dao's words, she couldn't help laughing, and Xiaoyu was also amused to smile, but she was more reserved and elegant, not as carefree as Yu Yingqing Chen, and laughed so boldly. By the way, Poxio, if you don't use magic arrows, you can't use magic. Shui Nai once again set his eyes on the dagger on Poxio's waist. Yes, my profession cannot use physical arrows, and in order to give me more survivability, the system gave me the ability to use a short sword for self-defense, but my strength is only enough to pull this bow, and my physical attack is as bad as it can be. Don seems to be quite dissatisfied with his profession, but his profession has strong growth potential. Just imagine, a forbidden spell is shot out in the form of a magic arrow, which player can dodge it? But for Don, who was a mage at the beginning, strength has never been cultivated. After all, the equipment of the mage is not like other equipment, which has strength requirements. Anyway, it is just a wooden stick plus a crystal, which is not heavy at all. But for professions like warriors and archers, strength is very important, because it is related to whether you can pick up the weapon and whether you can pull the bow and arrow. Stop complaining so much. Don't you think your profession is cool? Yu Yingqing Chen started to follow him on adventures because she was fascinated by his handsomeness when shooting arrows. Later, she couldn't leave him because of his gentle personality that could tolerate her. However, she was not satisfied with his cowardly personality. What's the use of being handsome? You can't drink it as a potion. It's better to be more substantial. To be honest, your profession is not suitable for solo training, and your survivability is not high. But once you grow up, you will make the world tremble. The only inherited profession is like this. It is difficult to grow in the early stage. In the later stage, haha, that is our world. Dao Yiyu Dao's words at the beginning still had a hint of sour grapes, but once he said it, he immediately took the good aspects for himself. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Dao Yiyu Dao had to put away his silly smile and said seriously, if you want to practice alone, then you need more survival equipment. For example, this guy is now fully capable of practicing alone. It would be nice to learn from him when you have time. Dao Yiyu Dao pointed at Shui Nai and pointed out a good path for Po Xiao. Okay. We will definitely find you when we are free. Yu Yingqing Chen did not allow Po Xiao to think about it anymore and answered for him directly. No problem. Shui Nai said, and began to attack the beast below, while Dao Yiyu Dao had already jumped down and fought close to the beast. Fight. If you use ranged abilities to fight monsters with the mages and archers around you, your brain must have been hit. The first task chosen by Dao Yiyu Dao this time is a team task. Of course, if you take it and complete it alone, you will get the most rewards, and if you come as a team, the rewards will be shared by everyone. For example, this maintenance task has 4 difficulties. The easiest one is the one on the east side of the wall, because the beasts there have been cleared by the players, and the number of beasts is pitiful. The most difficult one is the south wall, where the beasts have already attacked the wall. The density of beasts there is amazingly high, and now all the high-end combat forces of Yunwu town have gone there to defend. As for this side, the difficulty ranks 3rd. After all, this place has been cleared by high-end combat forces, and the density of beasts is not high, just a few dozen. If you give Shui Nai and the others some time, it won't trademark to be difficult to clean it up, but now it is a little more difficult because of the addition of the task NPC. After Shui Nai and his men cleared away the beasts near the gate below, the 3 craftsmen carried hammers and materials and slid down from the ropes on both sides impatiently. Seeing how anxious they were, Shui Nai had no choice but to say a few words to Po Xiao and Xiao Yu, and then took Yu Yingqing Chen down to be bodyguards. As for Dao Yiyu Dao, his figure was now moving quickly among the beasts below, attracting the attention of a large number of beasts. With the bonus of this set of equipment, Dao Yiyu Dao has greatly enhanced his attack speed, running speed, and agility. Although his defense may only be at the level of blank equipment, it can be used on Dao Yiyu Dao, an old thief, to the greatest extent. Are you, a mage, coming down to seek death? Yu Yingqing Chen was a sharp-tongued person, but she also knew the most basic teammate assistance, so she immediately blocked in front of Shui Nai. Well, actually, you don't have to pay attention to me. You stay here, I'll go help Dao Yiyu Dao. Shui Nai said as she helped Yu Ying Qing Chen add defensive magic one by one, which immediately doubled her defense value and increased her speed by 10%. Be careful. Shui Nai said, and disappeared behind Yu Ying Qing Chen, but he didn't see the smile on her lips. A mage who can sneak, Fan Chen? It's really you. Po Xiao only then recalled Fan Chen's true identity. You only know it now, people have already introduced themselves. Yu Ying Qing Chen immediately hit him in private chat when she heard Po Xiao yelling. She knew that this guy had once learned from Fan Chen, the strongest mage in the human world, but later he was exhausted because of the only inheritance mission. I thought it was a homonym. Po Xiao immediately refuted weakly. He had no way to detect Shui Nai's information. Forget it, let's follow him in the future. If he can reach this level, you can do it too. Yu Ying Qing Chen had long wanted Po Xiao to follow Shuina. After all, Fan Chen was famous in the elemental city. He once caused the Dark Dragon Guild to be in a mess, and was hunted by several guilds with a total of nearly 1,000 people. Until now, he is still alive and kicking, and his level is getting higher and higher. This is not something that ordinary players can do. Moreover, she never dared to underestimate this player named Fan Chen and Dao Yiyu Dao. Maybe these two people will have a glorious future in the future. In order for the man she likes to achieve something, she naturally hopes that Po Xiao can build a good relationship with them, and therefore, she has to put down her status and run down with them to fight monsters. Fighting monsters has always been done by people around her, and she just picked up a small bow and arrow and shot it randomly. Ignoring Yu Ying Qing Chen who was thinking wildly below, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao moved quickly. Shui Nai's lightning magic combined with Dao Yiyu Dao's ghostly figure, one beast would fall down at a time. Here, Shui Nai's strongest fire magic was half useless, and the most effective ice magic, due to historical reasons, dare not be used easily, but fortunately the effect of lightning magic here has not changed. Fuck, there is a refresh point here, there is also one over there, wow, there is another one behind. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had already entered the group of beasts, immediately found that the number of beasts around him was increasing as he killed more and more, and he couldn't help but concentrate on observing, but the result made him feel powerless. He didn't mind spawning monsters in one refresh point, but spawning monsters in 3 refresh points was not something that Dao Yiyu Dao, a thief, could do now. Retreat 10 meters, the archers above will cover you. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately issued the task in the team chat. In order not to attract these newly spawned beasts, he could only kill the beasts behind him one by one. The physical arrows and magic arrows whizzing over the head also became dense at this time. Among them, the magic arrows of dawn were the most terrifying. When an arrow was shot down, a huge damage number suddenly appeared at the moment of lightning flashing, and a beast corpse that was scorched by electricity was left on the ground. His magic arrows cannon is a combination of high damage from magic and high explosive attack from bows and arrows, plus a very long range, it is simply a long-range sniper. Even Shui Nai does not have such high lethality and long-range ability as him, but his shooting speed is not fast, and his accuracy needs to be improved. Xiao Yu, who is beside Po Xiao, has to spend time teaching Po Xiao how to improve his accuracy with bows and arrows, so she has not made much contribution. In the few times that Xiao Yu shot, the arrows she shot were not as gorgeous as Po Xiao, but they were equally deadly. Every arrow of Xiao Yu shot at the vital points of the beasts below, and the arrows never missed. As for the corpses under Xiao Yu's arrows, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were naturally the happiest. These corpses were not too damaged, and the quantity and quality of the materials collected were the best. It's just that Xiao Yu's shots were relatively rare, and there were only a dozen such corpses. The corpses swept by magic arrows or magic can only be described as horrible. Even if the collection skill is at a high level, not much material can be collected, let alone higher level materials. When Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Nai shook off the beasts behind their tails, they also received the system's mission completed prompt. After the 3 craftsmen finished repairing and reinforcing the gate, they immediately carried their tools and ran up to the wall. They didn't even look back once and ran to repair other places. However, no one complained. After all, this is their hometown. They all wished that one person could split into 2 and do 2 people's work. When Dao Yiyu Dao saw that the task was completed, he immediately turned around and ran back to the place where he just came out to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 311 Abnormal Magic Archer. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao's cleaning actions are often the most thorough. When these two people pass through like a whirlwind, it is impossible to see other debris on the ground. When the two of them stuffed all the things dropped by the beasts into their backpacks, the beasts around them were almost dead. The beasts that came to the town now were all beasts below level 30. Although there were many of them, and several elite beasts would be refreshed, they were not strong enough. Facing Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, two high-level professional players who were already level 45, they were basically not strong enough to kill. But at the same time, due to the existence of the two of them, the experience gained by the entire team was also much lower. Now, with the increase in level, the experience required for each level is astonishingly large, and the large amount of experience gained from upgrading has forced many players to move towards the uninhabited undeveloped areas with high mountains and steep mountains due to the small number of high-level wild monsters. In this area, because there is no harassment from greedy players, there are many places with a large number of high-level monsters, and there are also a large number of creatures of the level of elite bosses. It is just that in such a remote place, it is basically impossible to find trouble with these creatures without a little survival ability. On the other hand, although there are no high-level monsters to fight in this misty mountain area, the rewards for completing tasks here are very generous because of the important plot in the game world that is happening here. Compared with simply fighting monsters to level up, it is not only more effective, but also will not cause resistance due to simply repeating the same thing for a long time. Give me the wolf skin and bear skin. Several residents want to collect these things. Under the west gate, Shui Nai and his group were distributing the things they had just obtained. In fact, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao did not gain much from the things inside. After all, their current level is already very high, and the things that exploded are not suitable for them to use. Damn, the beasts here are really stingy. They only take such small things out. Dao Yiyu Dao said with some dissatisfaction. The people on his side killed at least hundreds of beasts, but only less than 50 items were exploded, and they were mainly white clothes. Even the lowest level Yu Ying Qing Chen looked down on them. Maybe our level is too high, which has lowered the explosion rate of wild beasts. Shui Na put away the dissecting knife in her hand. This knife is used to improve the success rate of the collection technique and the quality of the collected materials. It is a special life skill equipment that Shui Na got when she left the elemental city. However, these things are not bad. Dawn, have you learned the water recovery technique and water shield? Shui Na put 2 skill books in Dawn's hand, and at the same time there were several complete physical gems and agility gems. These primary gems were all exploded from wild wolves or black bears. No, but I don't know if it will be useful after learning it. Dawn took a look at the recovery technique and said with some concern that his magic arrows seemed to be able to use only attack magic so far, and defensive magic such as ice shield basically could not be used. What's more annoying is that the system has no prompts at all. Only when he learned it and was ready to use it, the system would pop up a warning saying that the skill could not match the profession. Whatever, these 2 books are only obtained by beating elite monsters. There are elite monsters everywhere here. You can get as many as you want. Learn first and then see. Dao Yiyu Dao said nonchalantly. Shui Nai has already learned the recovery spell, and only Po Xiao, a half-mage and half-archer player, can learn it. If he is not given it, will he keep it for collection? Okay, but I won't use this water shield. This kind of pure defensive magic, I can't use it even if I learn it. Maybe Po Xiao's profession is too powerful, so the system basically doesn't let him learn this kind of defensive magic. Shui Nai thought about it and felt that if a magic arrow shot out is a water shield, then is it an attack magic or a defensive magic? This is obviously not in line with the logic of the system. Po Xiao, the magic archer, shares the same skill system with the mage, but it is used in the way of magic arrows. In essence, Po Xiao is just a mage with a mutated method of use. When Po Xiao learned the recovery spell, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately walked away. He wanted to be the first person to try the effect of this recovery arrow. Aren't you a mutant wizard? Shui Nai watched Po Xiao's movements, and saw a water blue liquid arrow slowly condensing on the fingers holding the string, but the speed was really slow, and even the enthusiastic Dao Yiyu Dao couldn't wait any longer. Magic arrows are different from magic. You must practice them again to get familiar with them, but their proficiency is much less than that of magic, which means it's a little harder to practice in the early stages. Po Xiao said as he aimed. When the recovery arrow was shot out, Dao Yiyu Dao cried out in pain and fell to the ground, then stood up from the ground with a groan. The people who saw this scene immediately looked at Po Xiao, but he didn't know what was going on. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he immediately explained. Don't be nervous, he's fine. Seeing that his reaction was a little too intense, Shui Nai immediately comforted him. This boy might be a very inferior and introverted person. It hurts so much. Dao Yiyu Dao covered his chest with the arrow and walked back step by step. How does it feel? Shui Nai saw Dao Yiyu Dao like this, and immediately went to deepen his impression. It hurts. It hurts so much that I can't stand it. Dao Yiyu Dao checked the system records. This time, the recovery arrow is a one-time recovery, and the recovery amount is 120% of the total recovery amount. And it is not like the recovery spell that recovers slowly, but it hurts when it is shot. It's just as I imagined. Shui Nai then played a canon after the fact to laugh at Dao Yiyu Dao. No more playing, come here, when I fell just now, I saw the light of a treasure chest at the refresh point. Oh, by the way, beauty, I still need 3 wild wolf skins and 1 black bear skin, I'll trouble you later. Dao Yiyu Dao said, while leading everyone to the place where he fell just now. I saw a treasure chest in a group of level 30 beasts not far away, but these beasts kept wandering there, blocking the view, and everyone only saw the light emitted by the treasure chest, which was a dark golden light. Lao Fan, clear the field. Dao Yiyu Dao held a black key in his hand and excitedly ordered Shui Nai. It was a dark gold level treasure chest. Even Dao Yiyu Dao had only opened 2 of them. As the highest level of all wild treasure chests, dark gold level treasure chests are often fought over by players, but these wild treasure chests have a characteristic, that is, they are on par with the surrounding environment, and the things inside will not exceed the level of the surrounding environment. In this game, there is another kind of treasure chest, which is specially created by the system to reward players. As long as the player solves a boss or guardian beast during the adventure, it will automatically unlock and then wait for the player to open it. For this kind of treasure chest, players generally call it a system treasure chest. The things in this system treasure chest are fixed and generally do not change, so for players, there is not much surprise, and players still prefer this kind of wild treasure chest. Ah, yours is a firestorm? Too strong. Poxio immediately looked at the firestorm in front of him, and his eyes were full of envy for the strong. At the same time, as a former mage, he could feel the powerful amplification effect of the 10 fire pillars around Shui Nai. The effect of doing everything possible to strengthen the strength of the surrounding fire elements did not disappoint Shui Nai. With the improvement of the professional level and skill level, the effect of the combined skills has also improved a lot. Now the amplification effect of this flame pillar has reached 2% per pillar, and with the improvement of the level of the flame wall, the burning time of the flame pillar has also increased a lot. When Shui Nai's 30-second firestorm ended, only a charred corpse was left, but it was replaced by the dissatisfied voice of Dao Yiyu Dao. The fur of several beasts here is useful. And Dao Yiyu Dao himself also needs a lot of beast skins to make scrolls to strengthen his life skills. Cleaning up dozens of beasts in 30 seconds is probably something that only the mage profession can do, and Shui Nai has already predicted the position of the beasts when entering the flame wind, so when casting the firestorm, he deliberately set the range of magic between the beasts and himself, allowing only part of the firestorm to contact the beast group. And when the wounded beast finds the enemy when they see people, they will definitely attack the enemy in a straight line, but the range of this straight line is in the firestorm of Mina, which basically makes all beasts suffer fire damage for a few seconds. For the behavior of this kind of monster, basically all players know it, but only mages with large-scale skills can do it, and this prediction is not easy to do. First of all, you have to fully understand the situation of your own skills, and then you have to calculate the speed of the beast and the distance from yourself. This is very difficult. If you are not careful, you can't achieve this effect at all. After clearing all the beasts at the refresh point, they immediately surrounded the thieves, and once a beast came out, they would directly solve it to prevent them from harassing the unlocking action of Dao Yiyu Dao. Is it done? Yu Yingqing Chen couldn't wait any longer after waiting for 5 minutes. She was not very patient to begin with, and she immediately became impatient after hearing a series of clicks when the unlocking failed. Anjing, do you think it's so easy to open a dark gold treasure chest? Dao Yiyu Dao said seriously, his hands kept inserting the key and turning it left and right, and in front of him, a prompt of unlocking appeared. At this time, the treasure chest made a click sound, and the lock on it disappeared. Yeah, it's open. Shit, it turned out to be a garbage treasure chest. Dao Yiyu Dao's hand went in, and when he came out, his tone changed 180 degrees. He was holding a skill book, a ring, and a leather armor in his hand. This skill book is the intermediate magic of the Holy Light Department, intermediate healing. And the ring is an unidentified ring, but the style of this ring is not special. According to Shui Nai's visual estimation, the ring itself is not outstanding. The remaining leather armor is just a level 30 blue leather armor, which further proves that the ring is not a high-end thing. After Shui Nai used the identification technique to identify it, Dao Yiyu Dao burst out with a swear word again. This is just a blue ring. Apart from its outstanding properties and 10% magic recovery speed, there is nothing special about it. Do you want this skill book? At this time, Poxio suddenly took the intermediate healing book and asked weakly. Can you learn it? Shui Nai asked immediately in surprise. Just now, when I picked it up with my hands, the system asked me if I wanted to learn it, so I wanted to try it. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao looked at each other immediately, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. This is a perverted discovery. Chapter 312. Someone from Si Haitang is coming. If Poxio can really learn holy light magic, then this means that the profession of magic archer should be able to learn all systems of magic, elemental system, dark system, holy light system, and even other special magic evolved from these, such as spiritual system, blood magic, and elf magic. The reason why this discovery surprised Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao so much is because they are surprised at Poxio's ability in the future. In the magic myth, the most powerful skill is naturally the wizard's forbidden spell. The skill that can easily destroy a mountain village is nothing short of a disaster and nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield. Now there are already more than a dozen forbidden spells with relatively low thresholds announced. There is no specialization requirement to learn these low-level forbidden spells. As long as the magic power is enough, they can be released. The power is weaker than the forbidden spells that require a certain system of specialization to learn, but this strength is only relative to the forbidden spells. For players, any forbidden spell is not something that players can bear. However, although these forbidden spells have no restrictions on specialization, they have system restrictions. Priests can only use holy light magic, and elemental mages can only use elemental magic. This has always been a hard condition of the game, and it has not changed. But the magic archer of Dawn is not like this, at least not now. That is to say, in the future, Dawn can possess all kinds of forbidden spells, and his magic arrows have powerful long-range and bonus abilities. If he releases a forbidden spell arrow, anything that comes into contact with it will be doomed. After watching the intermediate healing skill book in Dawn's hand turn into a white light and merge into his body, the two nervously looked at the information of the new skills announced by Dawn. Skill, intermediate healing arrow, requires a bow. Magic archer special skill. Required mana, 50 points. Skill level, level 0, upgradable, proficiency, 020. Skill description, transform the intermediate magic of the Holy Light System healing arrow into a magic arrow, and then use the bow to shoot it, which has the ability to kill dark creatures and restore health to other creatures. Skill damage, 60 points of Holy Light damage. Oregon life recovery after hitting the target. Energy gathering time 5 seconds, cooling time 10 seconds. Effective range, basic range and skill level, meters. A very powerful skill, both in effect and range. It is stronger than that of ordinary priests, and the proficiency of this magic is only equivalent to elementary magic, which also shows that it has rapid growth. However, it hurts when something is shot at one's own people. Poxio, next time you shoot these recovery skills, try to aim at our hands and feet, so it won't hurt so much. Shui Nai rubbed the place where he was shot on his chest. Although there was no scar, he still instinctively covered his chest. Oh, I understand. Poxio lowered the golden bow in his hand and responded immediately. Brother, it hurts a lot, haha. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that Shui Nai had also suffered, and immediately turned his attention to Xiaoyu and Yuying Qingchen. Want to try the physical arrow? This must be much more painful than the magic arrow. Xiaoyu saw that Dao Yiyu Dao had a bad look in his eyes, and immediately reminded him that he was not easy to mess with. No, I'm busy. I'll go to the wooden house over there to get some quest items. You guys just kill monsters here according to the quest. Goodbye. Dao Yiyu Dao finished his words like the wind, and then disappeared like the wind. It seems that he is very afraid of the giant bow in Xiaoyu's hand. By the way, how do you calculate your range? Shui Nai was a little confused when she saw the range of the intermediate healing arrow just now, so she asked in the team chat while casting magic. My magic archer is the same as the elf archer. Each level increases the range by 2 meters, and there will be an additional bonus for each upgrade. However, the upgrade of my profession requires the professional level of both the archer and the mage to be upgraded at the same time, otherwise it is impossible to complete the upgrade of the magic archer. Po Xiao said very painfully. Others only have to complete the upgrade task once, but for his profession to upgrade a level, he has to complete the upgrade task twice in 2 countries. This is too painful. Stupid, this shows that your profession is very powerful. The harder it is in the early stage, the easier it will be in the later stage. Yu Yingqingchen gave Po Xiao a slap, looking like he was disappointed with his work. I agree, the little beauty said it well. You must work hard in this profession. The harder you work in the early stage, the more achievements you will have in the later stage. Dao Yiudeo's words rang directly in the team chat. Afterwards, when Dao Yiudeo came back with a hoe, an axe, and a giant bow, Shui Nai's people had already completed other tasks. With Shui Nai taking over a refresh point, the number of wild wolves and black bears in their task was completed in 1 minute. Here, due to the development of the world's plot, the beasts here refresh very quickly. Of course, the fast refresh speed also means that the level will not be too high, but it is difficult for Shui Nai to kill these beasts, but it is difficult to get anything good. Go back. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone immediately took advantage of the few minutes before going offline to hand in all the tasks. Although the tasks that Dao Yiudeo took were not the best, they were the most suitable for them. Compared with the difficult tasks such as destroying refresh points and looking for medicinal materials in the distance, although the rewards were much smaller, they were safer. See you tomorrow. Lao Fan, don't be late tomorrow. I plan to take the task of hunting 10,000 beasts. We all depend on you. Dao Yiudeo said, and went offline without waiting for Shui Nai's reply. After that, with Shui Nai's bitter smile, everyone was also driven offline by the system. In the next few days, every time everyone went online within less than half an hour, the siege of the beasts began. Although I don't know what the behavior of these beasts below means, for the players, the following is experience and gold coins, so no one will turn a blind eye to the beasts below. Moreover, in the offensive and defensive battle between beasts and humans, all players received a special task from the system at this time, the task of defending the wall. This is a plot task in the world, which must be once a day, and in this task, the player will get a lot more experience and rewards. Magic, arrows and stones hit like rain. Moreover, there are more players on the wall today than at the beginning. These players came here under the guidance of their friends inside after the beast tide outside dissipated. In addition, some players committed suicide and resurrected in the land of Yunwu mountain area in order to join the offensive and defensive battle here as soon as possible. Therefore, Shui Nai on the wall would occasionally see a few players flashing out of the resurrection point below. Now, the 4 people on Shui Nai's side have occupied one side of the wall. After all, Shui Nai's firestorm can eat all the beasts attacking the iron gate below. And Xiaoyu and Poxio's ultra-long range can hit the elite monsters behind. As for Dao Yiudeo, he had already collected the rags below. Yuying, I will be able to buy that Shuiyan necklace soon. Poxio glanced at Yu Yingqingchen who was riding a horse in the town, and said secretly in his heart, and then pulled the golden bow in his hand, and a lightning arrow shot out quickly. This is his low-level skill, transformed from lightning bombs. The power may not be high, but the advantage is that the energy gathering time is short. It is most suitable for attracting surrounding beasts into the firestorm circle. Hi, 2 snipers, there is a boss here, please help. Dao Yiudeo used a fireball scroll in the beast group. The fireball instantly hit a giant in the distance. Type black bear, and the little fire immediately let Xiaoyu and Poxio see the target. The 2 pulled their bows at the same time, but when Poxio shot his most powerful magic arrow transformed from thunder arrow, Xiaoyu had already shot 4 arrows, and all of them were skill arrows. Awesome, 4 arrows exploded 3 10-fold critical hits. Dao Yiudeo saw that the black bear boss was sniped from a distance, and kept roaring in anger, and kept looking around for the guy who fired the black gun, so he sneaked and hid aside at the first time. At this time, Poxio's magic arrow also arrived. This magic arrow, which far exceeded the range of ordinary magic, directly hit the chest of the black bear, causing nearly 1,000 damage. Although the power of this is similar to Xiaoyu's, Xiaoyu is now level 40, and Poxio is just level 30. A level 30 player has obtained the power of a level 40 player. This magic archer is really very powerful. Keep going, it still has 80% of its health. Damn, it wants to run. I'll lead it over. You guys have to work hard. Shui Nai didn't pay attention to the situation over there. Now he was trying to burn the beasts below to death. Since they were now a team, the more contributions Shui Nai made, the more contribution points the team members would get, and the more experience they would naturally get. Everyone, this side is done. I'll go to the other side. Shui Nai said to everyone, and then immediately ran to the other side of the wall guarded by NPCs. In the past few days, since the system will only refresh so many beasts to besiege every day, if you want to get more rewards, you naturally have to work harder. Oh no, the people from Sahaitang are coming. At this time, Yuying Qingchen, who was wandering around the resurrection point, suddenly saw a few familiar enemies and immediately reminded Poxio in the team chat. Chapter 313 The Last Knife. In the past few days, the plot missions of Yunwu Town have been widely known, but because the human empire has entered the era of plots at this time, a large number of plots have appeared in various parts of the empire. For example, in a small town about 1,000 kilometers away from the elemental city, the residents turned into corpses overnight, and then the corpses were desecrated by darkness and turned into undead creatures. Now, a large number of players are flocking to the corpse town with a large number of high-level undead creatures to make a fortune. Moreover, the players who are now adventuring in remote mountainous areas have also brought back a lot of income, which has once again aroused the enthusiasm of players to go out for adventures, and there are constantly players heading towards the wilderness from the big city lord. It is precisely because of the above that Yunwu Town, which is surrounded by low-level beasts, has become very famous, but has not attracted players from afar. And now these players from Sahaitang are obviously not here for the mission plots, but come to find trouble. As soon as they were resurrected, they immediately ran towards all the walls of dawn. In a weak state, they might not be able to beat even a newcomer, but they obviously did not come here to die. As soon as they came up, they began to verbally harass Poxio, saying how ungrateful he was, how he ignored brotherhood, and constantly threw dirty water on Poxio. They also stripped off their equipment and waited for Poxio's attack, looking like a little bitch. Seeing these people coming to make trouble, Shui Nai just told Poxio not to pay attention, and then they went to do their own things. For this kind of verbal dispute, Shui Nai felt that it was extremely boring. Poxio, who was very nervous at first, saw Xiaoyu beside him continuing to shoot the boss as if nothing had happened. He gritted his teeth, as if he was infected by something, and immediately calmed down and continued to deal with the matter in front of him. He also took the time to comfort Yuying Qingchen, who was so angry that he was trying to talk back and almost overwhelmed several players over there. After that, the players who came to make trouble saw this and set their sights on the black bear boss that Dao Yiyu Dao had led over. They shouted loudly in the regional channel that there was a boss to fight here, causing other players on the wall to come over to check. The black bear boss was huge, 3 meters tall, and Dao Yiyu Dao looked very small in front of it. If the black bear came over, I'm afraid even the players standing on the wall would be attacked by it. However, when the players who came over looked at the huge black bear and then glanced at Xiaoyu Po Xiao and his group who were trying hard to fight the boss, they immediately wilted. Faced with 2 players who were already over level 40, they didn't dare to think about snatching the boss. After all, the amazing strength of Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Na in the past few days had already left a mark in their hearts, and they couldn't forget it. In the game, strength is everything. The stronger you are, the more respect you will get from the players. Of course, the premise is that you can't do anything that harms the world and ruins your character. In the past few days, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao have been working hard up and down the wall, although they have been seeking their own interests. But under the care of Shui Nai's large-scale magic, the beasts below died quickly. In this case, the NPCs in Yunwu Town naturally don't need to take action. If the NPCs don't take action, then the system's plot tasks will naturally be at the highest difficulty degree. At this level, the interests of players are the greatest. Moreover, Shui Nai doesn't mind others snatching monsters from him, and allows the low-level players here to turn the beasts with empty blood below into their own profits. Of course, these players dare not go too far. As for Dao Yiyu Dao, once he finds that a player is in danger while doing a task below, as long as he sees it, he will save people without saying a word, and he has also won the respect of many players. Although they are often pestered by people to form a team and cooperate, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao will certainly not agree for their own considerations. Shui Nai, who set fire to the walls on all four sides, left some beasts with empty blood that were not burned to death to the remaining players, and came to help. At this time, basically all the players focused their attention on the beasts below, and no one noticed that a green stream of light appeared in the sky. The speed of this stream of light was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the Mage Tower in Yunwu Town. This stream of light seemed like a phantom, without the sound of breaking wind or generating airflow, as if it was just a projection. Even the great elder who had become a sage did not notice that there were a few more people above him. Afterwards, 3 people came down from the Mage Tower, 2 of whom were tightly covered by grey adventurer cloaks. One of the 2 mysterious men had a hunched body, and a sparse white beard was revealed under his hood. From these, it can be seen that this person is an old man. As for the other person next to him, there is no trace to know his situation. Great Elder, I'm back. The third person did not make any disguise. From the plain long sword on his back, it can be seen that he is a swordsman. If Mina was here, he would definitely find that this person was the swordsman who came out of the Mage Tower a few days ago and felt familiar. And if he saw the front of this swordsman, he would definitely remember that this person was the swordsman who had met him once in Lanluo village with his outstanding memory. Well, let's take a look at this guy first. He was taught by you, right? He can actually use this method to strengthen the activity of the fire element. The elder is now watching Shui Nai and others fighting the boss through the water mirror system. Shui Nai has already summoned several fire pillars to surround himself, and one explosive bomb after another is whistling towards the black bear boss, making it difficult for it to even walk. And Dao Yiyu Dao, who is turning around the black bear boss, will jump up and make up a few knives when Shui Nai is brewing explosive bombs. And if Shui Nai's explosive bombs can't stun this guy, he still has to stun it to prevent it from running too close and destroying the protective wall. However, the physique of this black bear boss is extremely high, and its resistance is even more amazing. The stun effect produced by Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao's skills is only a short 1 or 2 seconds, and more often, it can't produce any effect, so the 2 brothers have to take turns to control this black bear boss. This black bear boss not only has high resistance, but also has an amazingly high blood recovery speed. Under the full strength attack of Shui Nai, Po Xiao and Xiao Yu, the health value of this black bear has not dropped by 50%. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was beside the black bear, had long discovered that as its blood volume decreased, its blood recovery speed became faster and faster, but now he had no way to explain this problem. He could only hope that the 2 snipers could have more critical hits to speed up the progress of beating the boss. No more magic potions, brother Fan. Po Xiao glanced at the potions in his backpack. In his 2 small backpacks with less than 100 spaces, except for a few pieces of equipment that he usually replaced, they were already empty. Shui Nai also checked his backpack at this time. The magic potion he got from the unscrupulous profiteer was almost used up. His magic itself consumed magic very quickly. Because of the large space in his backpack, he had always been a mobile medicine box for these people. After fighting for a few days, he had already eaten up a lot of medicines at the beginning. Yuying, please go to the pharmacy. Shui Na looked at Yuying Qingchen who was guarding behind Poxio, and immediately gave her a job. After taking the money Shui Na gave her, Yuying immediately rode Zufeng to buy potions. After that, Shui Na glanced at the low-level members of Sahaitang who were still planning to make trouble, warned them with his eyes, and then distributed all the potions in his backpack to Poxio and Xiaoyu. These 2 people are their most powerful firepower, and they must ensure that their firepower can operate normally. Brother above, act faster. The black bear below had long been angered by Dao Yiyu Dao, the persistent guy, and his big hands slapped down repeatedly, and the wind pressure generated made Dao Yiyu Dao a little unstable. When Yuying Qingchen came back at the fastest speed and maintained the firepower, Shui Nai and his group were only less than 20 meters away from the black bear boss, and this was the distance that Dao Yiyu Dao had to fight for his life to get out. At this distance, even Dong could accurately shoot the magic arrow in his hand at the head of the black bear boss, not to mention Xiaoyu who was an expert archer. In this case, the black bear's blood loss rate was the speed naturally increased a lot. After getting a breather, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately stepped aside and took a potion. Just now, although he dodged the sharp claws of the black bear boss, he could not dodge the gravel that was shot up by the black bear boss when it hit the ground. Although the damage of each stone was not much, hovering between 1 and 20 points, Dao Yiyu Dao could not withstand the number of stones. This level 40 black bear had a fast attack speed and strong power. With one palm, the gravel and soil on the ground immediately scattered around like a bomb explosion. If it were not for its large size, which made it a bit disadvantageous when attacking the lower body, Dao Yiyudao would not be able to control it at such a close distance. When all the attacks were concentrated on the head of the black bear boss, more than 1,000 points of damage continued to emerge like fireworks and then spread out. Finally, when Dawn shot the final decisive arrow, the 40level black bear also fell down, exploding into pieces all over the ground. Since it was Dawn, who was only at level 30, who completed the last blow, the explosion rate of the black bear was set to the highest level according to his level. Players have long summarized the problem of changing the last blow to increase the explosion rate, but it is very difficult to complete. First of all, the player who completes the last blow must have a quality difference with the boss, that is, the level must be much lower than the boss, and the lower the better. After that, the low-level player has the strength to kill the boss, and this is the difficulty. After all, players with too low a level generally cannot break the defense of the boss, let alone explode the boss. But Dawn, a low-level player, is different. His skills are absolutely powerful and he is fully qualified to complete the last blow. Therefore, when the black bear boss fell to the ground, he got half of the experience of the black bear boss, 100,000 experience. His level was directly raised by one level, to level 31. Seeing this, the players of Sahaitang had no choice. After all, if they took action here, they would have no chance at all. They had to keep calling the brothers outside to come in as soon as possible. Dao Yiyudao ignored the people of Sahaitang who were still thinking about something, and directly distributed the things he picked up. Chapter 314 The Bosses of the Beasts. Hey, don't be stunned, don't tell me that you have never fought a boss. Dao Yiyudao looked at Poxio and smiled foolishly at the corpse of the black bear boss below, and immediately pushed him. Hot Book Pavilion. I haven't killed it. This is the first time I've killed a boss. In Sahaitang, we have to notify the elites in the guild as soon as we find a boss. Even if they take action, we can only get a few gold coins. Poxio did participate in the battle against the boss, but at that time, his strength was probably still hovering between breaking the defense and not breaking the defense. Then didn't you fight it when you changed your job to this profession? Dao Yiyudao looked at the badge on Poxio's chest with a staff as an arrow on the giant bow ready to shoot, and asked in surprise. When he got the badge of the Thief King, he was recognized only after fighting and winning with more than a dozen bosses. No, I just got this bow and arrow and passed the test. Poxio waved the golden bow in his hand and said with some pride. Dizzy. Dao Yiyudao stopped comparing with him and took out the things in the backpack one by one. The surrounding players also dispersed at this time, but a few players stayed and planned to use gold coins to trade for the equipment they didn't want. When the black bear boss exploded just now, all the equipment that exploded was colored, and the number reached an astonishing 7 pieces, and the remaining gold coins and gems were even more. Dao Yiyudao first took out a few intermediate complete physical gems. These physical gems are much stronger than the primary ones, but the quality of the gems that exploded this time is not high, just ordinary goods, but they can still replace the primary physical gems on Yuying Qingchen and Poxio. Unfortunately, they don't have any better equipment now, otherwise they can also inlay these gems on the equipment to reduce the pressure on the accessories column. Don't you want it? Physical gems should be wanted by everyone. Yuying Qingchen took the physical gem and asked with some doubts. We don't need this. You are the weakest now, so we must give priority to protecting you. Otherwise, if you die, we will lose face. Dao Yiyudao said as he took out a piece of leather armor. This is a purple leather armor that increases defense, blood and blood recovery speed, but this bare leather armor is relatively thick, which will affect flexibility and consume a lot of endurance. Dao Yiyudao glanced at Xiao Yu, but the latter shook his head. This level 30 bare leather armor is not suitable for the elves at all. I'll give it to you, but you have to use it carefully. Your endurance value is not high, so you must pay attention to this when using it. Dao Yiyudao handed the bare leather armor to Yu Ying. Since Xiao Yu didn't like this leather armor, it was given to Yuying Qingchen, and the level was just enough for her. A level 40 player only dropped a level 30 item. Is this black bear mistaken? A player who was watching from the side immediately asked in surprise, but the look he gave to Dao Yiyudao was a little ambiguous. It seemed that he thought Dao Yiyudao was embezzling the equipment. To be honest, the black bear just now was only level 40, and was only strengthened to level 40 by someone using a dark ritual. Shui Nai took the black crystal in Dao Yiyu Dao's hand at this time. This crystal is called Strengthening Stone, which can enhance the strength of non-special equipment. And if used on pets, it can also enhance their strength, but using this will be very dangerous to pets, and it is more likely to cause pets to rebel and lose control. This was found on the back of the black bear boss's head, but when I dug it out, I dug it into pieces. Dao Yiyu Dao took out several other black strengthening stones from his back, just one for each person. The player who suspected that Dao Yiyu Dao had embezzled the equipment ran to the other side of the wall to fight the beast. Afterwards, Dao Yiyu Dao gave Yu Ying Qing Chen a pair of bearskin gloves, a pair of bearskin boots and a pair of bearskin leggings. These were all purple or blue equipment, but they were all equipment that increased blood and defense. It was just that due to their high weight, they consumed a lot of stamina. Beauty, this is for you. It increases mana recovery. Dawn already had one before, so this one is for you. Dao Yiyu Dao gave Xiao Yu a silver bracelet. Xiao Yu's equipment was a bit outdated, but she didn't seem to like competing with others for things, and could always find other reasons to refuse. Wouldn't it be better to give it to Fan Chen? Xiao Yu wanted to refuse immediately. I don't need it. Even if the magic recovery speed is doubled, my magic recovery still can't keep up with the consumption. The speed of Mina's magic consumption is basically not compensated by this bracelet that only adds 5%. After all, her spirit value is not high, which means that her magic recovery speed will not be too fast. It is better to give it to Xiao Yu. When the elf archer uses skills, it also consumes magic, which is different from the human swordsman thief consuming fighting spirit and the magician consuming magic. The elves don't have fighting spirit. All elf players consume their own magic to complete the skill casting. So some people say that the elves are a race of mages, but the mages of this race only have powerful bonus capabilities in wood and earth magic, because the elf mages only have magic in these two systems. However, for these two systems of magic, the elf mages are born to specialize, and the power of using them is simply not comparable to that of human mages. Finally, Dao Yiyu Dao sold a black bear brand broadsword and a steel helmet to a warrior next to him, and returned the gold coins to Shui Nai as the cost of the potion. As of now, the contribution points of Yunwu Town are very valuable currency. Only when players have no extra money will they use contribution points to buy potions that can be bought with gold coins. I don't know what the use of this bear gall bladder is just now. Po Xiao, I'll give it to you first. If it can trigger any big tasks, then you will have enough contribution points. Dao Yiyu Dao handed a black bear gall bladder with a fishy smell to Po Xiao. However, Po Xiao did not take it. This won't work. Yu Ying and I have already got so many good things. We can't take it anymore. You should stay. Even Yu Ying Qing Chen, a girl who likes to take advantage of others, did not encourage Po Xiao to take it. After all, she really got a lot of things this time. I told you to take it, so take it. But after you take it, those junk equipment will belong to us. Dao Yiyu Dao naturally would not give all the benefits to Po Xiao and the others, but he liked to maximize the processing of these things. For example, the large amount of junk equipment in Shui Nai's backpack, although selling it is a complete waste of time and energy, there is a place here to exchange equipment for contribution points, and these equipment can be exchanged for contribution points. As for the bear gall in Po Xiao's hand, if Dao Yiyu Dao guessed correctly, it should be related to the injuries of those hunters. Naturally, there is not only this bear gall, but when Po Xiao becomes the first player to trigger the task, he will get a lot of contribution points. Although Po Xiao also knows that these junk equipment can be exchanged for contribution points, he doesn't think that those equipment that are not worth many contribution points can be compared with this bear gall. However, after seeing Dao Yiyu Dao's vicious eyes, Po Xiao retreated and accepted the bear gall. Soon after, the second grandfather came to Shui Nai, hoping to get the bear gall. After the two of them pushed the dawn out and handed it to the second grandfather, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao continued to set fire to the beasts on the parapet. Damn, it feels like the beasts here are getting stronger and stronger. Dao Yiyu Dao looked down at the beasts struggling to escape from the firestorm. In the past, when Shui Nai's firestorm ended, only corpses would be left on the ground, but now, more than half of the beasts have survived and roared at Shui Nai on the parapet. Don't feel it, their strength and level are really getting higher and higher, and the number of bosses is also increasing. Mina looked at one side of the woods, where a wonderful boss battle was taking place. A huge grey-black wolf king was surrounded by a line of hundreds of players. It was constantly jumping and clashing, trying to escape the encirclement, but its actions were in vain under the desperate entanglement of a group of warriors. The surrounding mages kept throwing magic at the Wolf King, blasting out groups of brilliant fireworks and damage values. The characteristics of high attack, high speed, low defense, and low blood of wolf beasts were fully revealed at this time. When it attacked a player with all its strength, the player could only last 2 rounds and had to return to the city for repairs. However, it was not much better. With a group of warriors exchanging blood for blood, the Wolf King's health value was constantly decreasing, and it kept roaring, calling for companions around. However, the wild wolves around could not run to support their leader, because the remaining thieves and warriors had been assigned to stop the harassment of the wild wolves. In front of a large number of high-level players, these numerous wild wolves had no chance to approach their leader. "Hey, it's the elite group of Sahatang." Dao Yudao saw the professional badges and guild badges on the chests of those people through the telescope, and immediately recognized the meaning of these badges. At this time, a call suddenly came from the regional channel of Yunmu Town. A wild boar boss appeared in the east. "Please come with a few masters, and the item distribution method should be optimized, and no beginners should come." Chapter 316 The Wall is Lost. The wolf, who was hit by Mina's magic, Xiaoyu's skill arrows and Poxio's magic arrows and was running around, wanted to jump onto the wall to attack the humans who dared to hurt him. However, due to the fire suppression of the 3 humans above, it could not do so, which made it very angry. Among all the beast monsters, wolf monsters are the smartest and the most cunning. At the beginning, the wolf had been hiding in the woods, while other types of beast bosses had already fought with humans on the wall. However, as a beast with high intelligence, it was not in a hurry. Instead, it ran all the walls in this town and finally found a wall with the greatest pressure and the most chaos as its breakthrough point. Just as it was about to jump onto the 3-meter-high protective wall, a sharp arrow with golden light that made it feel cold in its heart shot straight at its front. Although it swiftly avoided the vital parts, it was hit on the left shoulder by the sharp arrow, suffering a moderate injury. "Awoo!" The injured wolf roared immediately and ran towards Mina and the others. As soon as they saw that the wolf was actually planning to run up and jump, the 3 of them immediately used their skills to suppress it. The explosive bombs were like machine guns, shaking the wolf dizzy, and the arrows that came towards the vital parts of the front made the wolf dodge repeatedly, and the most terrifying thing was the magic arrows of dawn. The magic arrows of dawn hit monsters like wolves with low defense and thin skin, and the damage values far exceeded Xiaoyu's, which made the wolf stunned for several times. No matter where it hits, dawn's magic arrows can hit a big critical hit, and this is mainly because the size of this big bad wolf is really small. The big bad wolf boss, which is only 2 meters long, can often cover a quarter of its body under the coverage of magic arrows. The energy of the magic arrow is very violent. As long as it hits the target, the magic energy in the magic arrow will be released violently, so if Dawn has to face a behemoth like the Black Bear boss, he has no chance, but if he faces the somewhat thin big bad wolf below, then he is much more effective than Xiaoyu's physical arrows that concentrate firepower on one point. Because the area hit is large, it is easy to trigger a critical hit, or even 10 times the damage of a fatal hit. However, the running speed and life recovery speed of the big bad wolf below gave the 3 people a headache. Not to mention the speed of getting rid of it, the life recovery speed of the big bad wolf below is very fast, which is mainly determined by the environment and dark rituals here. This is a world where water elements are very active, and water, as the source of life, can naturally nourish all creatures in this place. The players here have already tried out the impact of this environment, and some players have had the chance to increase their physical fitness limit by drinking some spring water here. If it weren't for the siege of wild beasts now, I'm afraid someone would have gone out to find this kind of spring water that increases physical fitness. However, even if the player's life recovery speed is faster, the boss's strong life value base is not something that the player can match. Compared with life recovery speed or life value, the player basically has no capital to compare. And those people in the dark camp who hid and manipulated these beasts strengthened them to a certain extent in order to maximize the power of the beasts below, but this strengthening should be flawed. Although these beasts have received a great bonus in defense and attack power, they show a muddle-headed mental outlook. When these bosses are hit, most of them will not dodge, and after a painful roar, they will stare with bloodshot eyes and walk towards Yunmu Town step by step. However, if these bosses encounter any people or objects blocking them in their progress, they will immediately lose their temper. They will smash anything that dares to block them, and this is why players are unwilling to go down and die. On the other hand, this big bad wolf does not seem to be affected by the negative impact of the dark ritual to a high degree. At least it still retains the wisdom of running away when it is defeated. Although it keeps running along the guardrail, it is indeed avoiding the attacks of Mina and others. It feels like it is running faster and faster. Mina looked at the speed of the big bad wolf with only 20% of its health, and sighed in despair. The speed of this big bad wolf is getting faster and faster. Even if Mina has now used shadow clones to outflank it from front and back, it can only make it pause. It's really getting faster and faster. Just now it took it about 10 minutes to run a circle, but now it only takes 6 minutes to run a circle. Yu Yingqingchen, who was following behind, had nothing to do, so he had to follow behind to calculate the time required for them to run a circle along the wall. Now that Shui Nai suddenly asked this question, he immediately said the time he calculated proudly. I used my clone to stop it, and then concentrated my firepower on its hind legs, and couldn't let it run around anymore. The big bad wolf, who had been seriously injured, would have worked so hard for half an hour in vain if it was robbed by someone at this time. Damn, why can't this city defense crossbow hit the corner of the wall? Dao Yudao, who heard them discussing tactics, pulled the trigger in his hand fiercely and shot the loaded crossbow arrow directly at the brown bear outside, which was only 3 meters away from the wall. Because the brown bear was blocked by a rock in front of it, it kept hitting the rock below, and the original Tumaturai rock had been knocked off by a quarter. If the rock hadn't blocked it, I'm afraid this brown bear, which was equivalent to the guardrail, would have climbed up the guardrail. Looking at this ferocious brown bear, which was already full of crossbows and would inflict hundreds of points of damage every time it hit the rocks, all the players were a little chilled. According to the reasoning logic of the timid are afraid of the brave are afraid of the fierce are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate brown bear below can indeed scare the group of players known for their courage. Players can actually be a group of desperate people, but there must be a prerequisite, that is, they die for a good cause. No player is willing to be a boss's venting object and die gloriously, and no one is willing to die without any reward. Because everyone hopes that they can die more important than Mount Tai. However, Mina's clone almost died. If a swordsman hadn't suddenly appeared and swung his sword to knock the wolf away, Mina's clone would have exploded under the wolf's kiss. Just now, Mina controlled the clone to ambush the wolf in front of its escape. When she used a fireball made up of a fireball and a firebomb to hit the wolf's open mouth, Mina realized that the fireball had no effect of stunning. And the wolf that had swallowed a fireball actually shook its shattered fangs in its mouth and rushed towards Mina. The clone whose attributes were weakened by half was basically no match for the wolf. In the next moment, it caught up with the clone that had entered the phantom stealth state. Just when the wolf pounced on the clone and was about to tear the clone's head with its remaining fangs, a swordsman suddenly appeared. The swordsman was covered with a cloak, so tightly that people couldn't see his appearance and figure. Moreover, the swordsman disappeared in an instant, taking nothing with him and leaving nothing behind. At this time, Shui Nai immediately controlled the clone to jump onto the protective wall and launched a devastating attack on the big bad wolf below whose front legs were disabled. As for the swordsman just now, Shui Nai didn't tell them, because he knew the identity of the swordsman from the moment of contact just now. Although he didn't know why he appeared in such a mysterious way, Shui Nai knew that he should cooperate with his plan. As for Xiaoyu and Poxio, because the big bad wolf below was beaten very miserably and had countless wounds on its body, they didn't notice the hidden sword wound on the big bad wolf's forelimb. Instead, they thought that the big bad wolf was stunned by Shui Nai's magic, and immediately increased the frequency of shooting arrows. The big bad wolf, which was unable to dodge effectively, went directly into a violent state with the cooperation of 3 heavy firepower personnel. Although at this time, its life recovery speed increased again, and its wounds healed at an astonishing speed, it could not withstand the blows from Xiaoyu, the archer, on its joints, causing it to lose its most powerful ability. Seeing that the big bad wolf below was controlled, Mina began to use the most lethal combination skill, the explosion pillar. The burning effect of the explosion pillar is very significant. It not only has the stun effect of the explosion bomb, but also lasts for a long time and has high damage. However, the time required for the combination is too long, making it unable to keep up with the rhythm of the fast battle. After finishing off the big bad wolf, Yu Ying was responsible for collecting the equipment that the big bad wolf had dropped, and the rest of the people quickly rushed to help Dao Yudao deal with the brown bear boss. Fighting a boss is often a job that requires more people and more time, and now Yunwu Town is very lacking in both aspects. As the system's warning notifications continue to sound, the players in Yunwu Town are also worried. Because one of Yunwu Town's protective walls was finally broken by the hard fangs of a wild boar boss, and it was even destroying the town everywhere. Chapter 317 President Yahuang. After solving the big bad wolf boss, Shui Nai and his group immediately split into two teams to act after discovering that the situation of the Yunwu Town's protective wall being lost was worse. Hot Book Pavilion. Shui Nai and Xiao Yu were responsible for dealing with the wild boar boss in the city. After all, the two of them were more accurate in using skills, and it was easy to cause effective damage to the wild boar boss. Poxio and Yuying Qingchen went to help Dao Yudao to deal with the brown bear boss. This big wild boar that ran into Yunwu Town, I don't trademark to know what medicine it took. As soon as it came in, it listed everything around as the object of destruction. For a while, some wooden houses around were torn into pieces by its long fangs as if they were made of waste paper, and were thrown into the air fiercely. If the residents of this area had not evacuated in advance when the retaining wall collapsed, I am afraid that the casualties would be very large now. There are only about 1,000 people in Yunwu Town. Maybe this 1,000 people sounds like a lot, but the combatants who can form combat power are less than 30% of them, and more than half of them are water mages, which have little lethality. However, the number of people in all professional levels follows the model of the positive pyramid, that is, the number of grassroots is large, but the number of senior levels is small, and this is also the dilemma that Yunwu Town is facing now, without the combat power to turn the tide of the war. Now, it often takes more than a dozen high-level water mages to attack at the same time to generate enough power to resist the attack of a beast boss. However, the recovery ability of these NPCs is far inferior to that of players. Being able to fight for an hour or two without reservation is already a manifestation of high-end combat power. Therefore, the NPCs in Yunwu Town have always been regarded by players as disposable consumables and the last line of defense here. However, today, this last line of defense has been forced to be used. When the wild boar boss that was making trouble in Yunwu Town was pushed out by a huge water dragon of the elder, Shuina, and his group of players immediately came to the wall on the other side and began to launch the most violent attack on the wild boar boss below. And those warrior players who had just gone crazy in the town also followed 4 or 5 great swordsman level residents of Yunwu Town and ran out to block the brown bear boss. After all, now there are powerful NPCs to attract the boss's firepower for them. If they don't pick up some benefits on the side, are they still players? Shui Nai glanced at the great elder standing in the air. Now Yunwu Town has been pressed very hard, but the mastermind behind the scenes is still hiding in a corner of Yunwu mountain area. If the mastermind is not caught, it is only a matter of time before Yunwu Town is destroyed. At this time, the elite group of more than 100 people from Sahaitang had already dealt with the previous wolf boss. After leaving a few priests and thieves to clean up the mess, their large army set out directly and rushed towards the nearest boss. After driving away the players who were harassing the boss, they immediately formed a formation and occupied the boss and the wall in front of it. The formation of more than 100 people was very strict, and they also had a very clear division of labor. The warriors with high defense and thick blood, wearing heavy iron armor, held several bottles of advanced life recovery potions and surrounded the captured boss. After pushing it to the wall and completely preventing it from moving, the mage not far behind immediately held a staff in one hand and a magic potion in the other to attack the boss with the greatest force. The priest behind him kept drinking magic potions and cast various levels of buff magic on the heads of the injured warriors to protect the most important first line of defense. The remaining thieves also climbed up the ropes and occupied several city defense crossbows on the wall. As long as the boss's head came up, they would shoot an arrow immediately. And those who didn't occupy the city defense crossbows also took out their poisoned crossbows and shot them at the giant boss who was surrounded and beaten. As the saying goes, ants can kill elephants. Now these hundreds of players like ants are trying hard to bite this big boss to death. Unfortunately, the bosses here are not very high level, so they can't drop anything good, but their experience is richer than that of higher level bosses outside, and they can also get contribution points, which greatly stimulates the enthusiasm of greedy players. However, it is not so easy to get rich rewards. After several rounds of contact between the Sahaitang elite group players and the boss, 4 or 5 fighters have already professional players were revived in seconds. In this crowded situation, it is not suitable for the warriors who died near the boss to be revived on the spot. Because the week period after resurrection is enough for these players to die again, and once they are revived, it will also affect the stability of the original formation. So resurrecting at this time is a foolish act of wasting skill cooling time, and as a member of a large team, their discipline does not allow them to do so. And I saw that their dead warriors, as soon as they came out of the resurrection point, immediately climbed up the protective wall. Even if they were still in the weak period, they still held crossbows and shot at the boss below from time to time. They did not seek to kill this boss, but only to accumulate a little to drain its health. On the other hand, although the players and NPCs here are not in the same team, they fight in the mode of warriors in front and mages in the back. Among the warriors, a figure that was only as tall as the player's waist was particularly eye-catching, because this figure was holding a 2-meter-long iron hammer, 3 times his height, and kept hitting the wild boar in front of him. This iron hammer, which was as thick as an adult's waist, was in his hand, and he kept hitting the brown bear boss like a feather. Puff! The sound of a series of hammers hitting the body, coupled with the roar of the brown bear, made even Shui Nai, who was far away from the parapet, shudder. I didn't expect that there were dwarves in the human empire. I thought that only our elves had dwarves who believed in light now. Xiaoyu also saw this dwarf who kept jumping up to hit the brown bear's head. Although she was obviously interested in this dwarf who appeared here, the arrow in her hand never stopped, and she carefully looked for a gap in the crowd to attack the black bear. Dwarves, do you have their tribes over there? Shui Nai asked in surprise. In the background of the official website, the dwarves are creatures of the dark camp, and it is said that not many players are willing to become such short and thick, so this race has never prospered. Well, there are several dwarf blacksmiths in the small village where I was born. The equipment on me is the elven archer's suit made by them. But the dwarves are more irritable, and it is a bit ridiculous to get along with them. Xiaoyu rarely put away her frosty face and showed a faint and peaceful smile. It seems that she remembered some interesting things in the novice village. After a chi sound, Shui Nai calculated the time and harvested the brown bear's % experience with the last close-range wind blade. After taking a look at the experience bar that rose by 20%, Shui Nai did not stop, and rushed to Dao Yudao and his side with Xiaoyu as fast as possible. Anyway, the things that this bear boss dropped were not very good, and as long-range players, neither Shui Nai nor Xiaoyu had any chance to rush to the front to grab the dropped things, so they didn't waste time here. When the surrounding players saw that the battlefield here had been swept, they immediately ran to the nearby boss. As soon as they saw the figure of an NPC around the boss to attract the boss's attention, they immediately rushed up and had to chop a few times to share the experience points. This boss attack and defense battle lasted a whole day, and when there were only 15 minutes left before the offline, all the bosses were cleared. Although more than 100 players died in these 9 hours, the harvest was also extremely rich. While most of the players in Yunwu town were immersed in the joy of victory in this attack and defense battle, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao had to accompany Po Xiao to face several big guys from Si Hai Tang. Poxio, long time no see, it seems you are getting stronger and stronger. As your former guild leader, I am very pleased to see that. The guild leader of Si Hai Tang is an elemental mage, who has reached level 49. His purple or golden equipment makes him look particularly noble and dazzling. However, if he knew that Dao Yudao was evaluating the value of his equipment, he would not have displayed his powerful equipment in front of a high-level thief. Guild President Yu Huang, just say it. Poxio, who was pulled by Yu Yingqingshan's sleeve, hesitated for a moment, and immediately thought that he was no longer a member of Si Hai Tang, and he didn't want to return to that guild. I already know the task flow of your magic archer, so I don't want to embarrass you. How about this? As long as you are willing to give me the professional badge, I can give you the treatment of a guild elder. After that, you are still my brother, Yu Huang, and your business is my business. Yu Huang hadn't finished speaking when he saw Po Xiao shaking his head. President Yu Huang, if you can convince Yu Ying, I don't care. Since I left the guild, I have no intention of playing this game anymore. If it weren't for Yu Ying's constant support and encouragement, I would have left this game long ago. So now, I am no longer alone. Po Xiao thought seriously for a moment. Although he said this, there is a suspicion of shirking the difficulties to Yu Ying, but from his firm eyes and tone, he is serious, and there is no element of shirking. Well, Miss Yu Ying, I wonder what your opinion is. No need to say, I will not let Poxio agree to you anyway. Yu Yingqingshan refused very thoroughly, not giving any face to this respected president. Chapter 318 The Style of a Big Guild. Isn't it enough to use such a professional badge in exchange for the friendship of a big guild? Yu Huang continued to speak in this ups and downs and rich emotional tone. If this is not his usual way of speaking, then it means that he is acting, and he is very involved. And if Shui Na and Dao Yudao had not heard of Poxio, a man who can't lie, and said that he had been ordered to be hunted down by this president, they would not believe that the president Yahuang in front of them would be the kind of person who robs if he can't get it. Your friendship is worthless. Yu Yingqing Chen whispered, but her voice was still a little too loud, and Yahuang's face kept changing between red and white. It's just that you don't really understand us, we. Yahuang continued to say something in his disgusting tone, but Dao Yudao didn't want to waste any more time. President, you don't need to spend this kind of ghost thought. We are all smart people. As the only inherited profession, the magic archer of dawn has a very bright future. You should put away this deceptive trick. At the same time, I would like to advise you to stop acting for the sake of the mentality of the brothers behind you, otherwise people will look down on you. After all, no subordinate wants their president to be a weird uncle who likes to deceive children. Dao Yudao saw that President Yu Huang actually discussed this matter with Dawn in such a humble manner, and immediately knew that he had no way to get the task of cleaning up the house from Dawn's master, so he wanted Dawn to give up this profession. As long as Dawn does not give up this profession, even if Yu Huang really kills Dawn back to level 0, he will not get the magic archer professional badge on Dawn. Well, I'll give you one last piece of advice, Poxio. For the sake of your friends, you should give up. After saying that, Emperor Yu led his men to leave the protective wall and meet up with his members. Ha ha ha. Dao Yudao burst into laughter when he heard what Jia said. After hearing this, Poxio turned pale and his body trembled a little. Poxio! Yu Yingqing Chen shouted worriedly. What are you afraid of? Aren't the Church and the Dark Dragon Guild also unable to deal with us? At most, I can play the role of a guild killer with him to pull out their guild cornerstone and leave them homeless. Dao Yudao pointed at Shui Nai proudly. He had a shadow killer and artifacts like the ring of teleportation, so it was really easy to pull out the cornerstone. Can we really beat a guild? Seeing Dao Yudao's calm look, Po Xiao glanced at Shui Nai's expressionless face, and felt a little more confident for no reason. If you can't beat them, don't get scared. How are you going to live with your girlfriend in the future? Get to the point. Shui Nai and Xiao Yu got angry at the same time, with an ice crystal magic sword and an emerald green dagger on both sides of Dao Yudao's neck. Although Dao Yudao's words made Po Xiao pale again, the ambiguous words afterwards made Po Xiao and Yu Yingqing Chen blush, but it was a little too red. Ahem, don't be so nervous. Ahem, Dawn, don't you know about us? Our usual style is not to outnumber the enemy, let alone engage in direct conflict with the enemy. We always adhere to the tactics of retreating when the enemy advances, advancing when the enemy retreats, running when the enemy chases, and harassing when the enemy rests. Of course, if they don't come to trouble us, we are too lazy to trouble them. This is just running away, who can't do it? Yu Yingqing Chen said with a red face and some disdain. That's not the case. Now we have a lot of people following us. If we do this, we can divide the strength of a guild. If the strength of the enemy guild is weakened, then we will be victorious. After all, a guild does not only have us as enemies. Hehe, if those guild leaders are smart, they will definitely not waste their main forces on us. But he doesn't know who you are at all. Otherwise, with the alliance between Sahaitang and Dark Dragon, you would have been blocked long ago. Yu Yingqing Chen looked at Dao Yudao who was still smug. Now the number of players is calculated in units of 100 million. Even for large guilds, it is impossible to collect the information of all famous players, so it is not surprising that Sahaitang does not know the identity of Dao Yudao. Although Dao Yudao and Fanfiction are relatively famous in the Element City, they are not yet known to everyone. After all, there are too many players. And many young players enter the game with a proud mentality in order to fight for the world. So many players look down on the rumors of masters that they hear from others, and they also threaten to see the true strength of these masters. No way, they are also related to the Dark Dragon Guild, what have I not heard of? Dao Yudao did not remember that there was such an item in his information. Although he said it loudly just now, he did not want to be hunted down for the rest of his life. Yahuang and Shenlong know each other in the current world, so their alliance relationship is not public. I only knew about it when I heard several guild senior staff mentioned it before. Poxio also raised this question at this time. From the beginning, Yu Yingqing Chen did not let him talk about this matter. Forget it, this is not the elemental city anyway, just kill one if you come. Anyway, his equipment has not been found. I think the equipment on Yahuang, the president mage, is good and suitable for you. Dao Yudao took a look at the blank equipment on Shui Nai. Except for a few rings that are more top-notch, this guy only has a fire magic suit that is more impressive. Boy, what are you two researching? At this time, Dao Yudao found that Shui Nai and Xiao Yu had been researching the city defense equipment beside them, so he asked. However, his words made him a guinea pig in the experiment. Lightning bullets emerged from the silver stone pillar under Xiao Yu's hand, accurately hitting Dao Yudao who was not far away, exploding into a group of silver sparks. Po Xiao, add blood. Shui Nai looked at Dao Yudao who was unable to move due to the enhanced paralysis effect of the lightning bullet, and immediately reminded Po Xiao to give him a few injections. You dare! Dao Yudao shouted loudly in the team chat, but Po Xiao had already pulled the golden bow in his hand and aimed it at Dao Yudao's chest. If you don't add some blood, you will die. Poxio has been with Dao Yudao and his friends for the past few days. They have cultivated his courage. Moreover, he is happy to participate in such jokes. At the same time, he also wants to take revenge. Why not? Ah! You two adulterers, I despise you. Ah! Dao Yudao's arrogant scream was exchanged for more intense lightning, which lasted until he went offline. In the next few days, all the players temporarily changed their jobs to miners in the half-hour before the beasts surrounded the town, and went outside to collect a large amount of stone to repair the damaged retaining wall. However, this kind of temporarily repaired retaining wall is often knocked down by 1 or 2 bosses in less than a day. Now, all the bosses were gathered together and launched the most violent attack on the most damaged retaining wall. However, the bosses gathered, and the players also gathered, and the power of hundreds of gathered players was obviously more lethal than those few gathered bosses. Moreover, the players who had experienced several boss battles also gained enough benefits and experience from these bosses. The low-level ones were upgraded several levels, and the high-level ones got some good equipment. In this environment where the explosion rate of good equipment is not high and there are too many people and too little food, it is difficult for some players with no capital to get those colorful equipment. After the beast attack and defense battle on this day, all the players went out to forage for food. When all the players have mastered the characteristics of the beasts, these beasts are just experience points in the eyes of the players. If you don't trademark T find more experience now, it will be too late when this plot is over. In Yunwu Town, the square under the Mage Tower is a place that players cannot enter. Here, a light blue water film separates it from the outside world. I say, kid, you have already found their hiding place, why are you still dragging your feet? Do you really want to be destroyed before you take action? The mysterious old man in a cloak asked the elder. I have to catch these guys in one fell swoop, otherwise, they will come back sooner or later. The elder said firmly. It's not the thieves who are afraid of stealing, but the thieves who are thinking about it. So for the sake of long-term peace in the future, the elder had to take a risk. When did you become so cruel, kid? Forget it. With me here, I forgive them for not causing any trouble. However, what are those guys doing? The enemy didn't even see a shadow, and they are fighting among themselves. The mysterious old man looked at one of the water mirrors, in which hundreds of players appeared. This is the style of your big guilds. Dao Yudao looked at the hundreds of people around him and said indifferently. In the past few days, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao found that they were being followed, but they didn't care because they were skilled and brave, and the plot was developing here, and murder was a very serious crime. Humph, let's show you our style. Don, I still say that if you don't want your friends to get hurt. Yu Huang didn't finish his words, but this made him look more threatening. Hey, my skills are invalid. At this time, Dao Yudao, who was about to enter stealth mode to take over, immediately found that all his skill panels were eclipsed. Cheng for the decorations, his face changed drastically. Staff of Silence. Dao Yudao and his group immediately looked at the wooden stick in front of Emperor Yu that was inserted into the ground and was emitting grey light, and they immediately felt uneasy. Chapter 319 Revenge. The Staff of Silence is not a staff used by a mage, but it looks like a wooden staff in the hands of a mage. In fact, players of all professions can use it. However, the Staff of Silence does not have any attribute bonus. It has only one function, which is to make the skills and scrolls of all players within a radius of 10 meters lose their function. For most players, losing skills and scrolls is equivalent to returning to the primitive age. All players can only pick up the weapons in their hands and perform the most basic knocking and killing. Among them, the mages who have lost their magic ability are naturally the most miserable group of people, while close-range professions such as thieves and warriors can still rely on the advantages of their weapons and fight hard. The Staff of Silence is an item that can only be used by players, so in the early stages of the game, no player would waste time on exploding such items. Moreover, it is said that the dungeons that can drop this item are not accessible to ordinary players. However, this is only for ordinary players. For large guilds like Sikaitang, these Staffs of Silence are strategic reserves, specifically used for Team PK, and once used, the effect is very significant. From the moment the Staff of Silence took effect, Mina felt that her connection with the surrounding elements was blocked by external forces. After checking the skill bar, her face changed drastically, and she glanced at Xiaoyu on the side. For Mina and the others, a distance of 10 meters is only 1 or 2 seconds. But if there are dozens of warriors or players with weapons and crossbows standing densely within this 10-meter range, then this 10-meter distance becomes an insurmountable chasm. At least for Xiaoyu and Poxiale, this is impossible to pass. I'll give you another chance now. You don't want us to kill you every time we see you in the future, so you'd better persuade Poxio, otherwise. While Yahuang was chattering about these words of persuasion, Shui Nai and the others were also discussing fiercely in the team chat. Xiaoyu, Poxio, and Yuying, Dao Yiyudao and I will cover you later, you have to leave as soon as possible. Although this plan is basically not feasible, both Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao insisted on this plan. Perhaps Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao both felt that they were surrounded by others this time, which had a lot to do with their laxity. As the two players with the highest strength and level in the team, they found the problem only after they were surrounded by others, which was to blame for them. However, it must be said that such a large guild acted really quickly, and all the high-level professional players were completely at the mercy of their arms and fingers. There was no hindrance when they surrounded them, and even Dao Yiyudao and Shui Nai, who reacted quickly, could not find any flaws in it. Of course, this is also related to their unwillingness to start a war here. We can't run away, so let us cover you. After all, you can't die in the hands of players now. Xiaoyu said, and actually drew the bow and arrow, aiming at Yahuang who was hiding in the crowd. Just as several shields around Yahuang came forward to protect him, Xiaoyu's physical arrow had already been shot out, but because of the dense crowd and the many dead soldiers around Yahuang, Xiaoyu's arrow only hit a mage player in front of Yahuang. Kill, don't want to let anyone go. Yahuang looked at the female mage who fell in his arms. The arrow went straight into her eyebrows. The painful expression and the terrifying look made Yahuang's hand tremble, and he pushed the dead body out of his arms. And the players of Sahaitang had never expected that the elf beauty in front of them was so vicious that she would kill people with one shot. They were stunned for a moment and looked at the beauty pulling the second arrow. With a hissing sound of breaking wind, another mage player in front of Emperor Yu was shot dead again and fell at Emperor Yu's feet. Go! Don't let this girl go! Emperor Yu immediately yelled to wake up his men around him. To be honest, seeing such a beautiful girl, he didn't want to be ruthless, but the current situation was beyond his control. Xiaoyu's attack was very ruthless. After 3 consecutive arrows, the 3 people turned into white light and left. Dao Yiyudao didn't react at first, but when he saw Po Xiao desperately draw the dagger from his waist and run towards Emperor Yu, he immediately knew what he was going to do. Throwing down a white sphere fiercely, a thick white smoke immediately emerged from Dao Yiudao's feet, and then quickly spread to the surroundings, blocking the surrounding vision. Go ahead, shoot these ungrateful guys to death. Before Emperor Yu finished his words, he raised his hand and waved the fiery red staff in his hand. The ruby on the staff glowed red, and a flaming bomb shot out directly from the red ruby, blowing away the Don who dared to rush forward. And Zhou, seeing this, the surrounding players had no choice but to listen to the boss's instructions and shoot the crossbows in their hands into the smoke. However, due to the smoke and the fact that they were now outflanking, some of the crossbows penetrated the smoke and hit their own people. However, because those who surrounded Shuina and his men were all warriors with high health and high defense, there was no problem with this kind of arrows as long as they didn't hit any vital parts. It was just a little painful. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left on the ground except a few fallen equipment. Humph, this is the price of getting into trouble with our Sahaitang. Let's go and do the mission. Yu Huang didn't even look at the equipment on the ground, and immediately led his men away. In the smoke just now, they didn't believe that any player could run out of such an environment where arrows rained down. This is their confidence. Because as far as they were concerned, they were all high-level professionals, and dozens of them surrounded the 5 players, and some of them were still high-level professionals. It was easy to deal with them, but it was a pity to kill the 2 little beauties. Your injury is not serious. Dao Yudao, who was dressed in black, glanced at Shui Nai beside him. Shui Nai was now pulling out several crossbow arrows from his hands and feet. It's okay. Shui Nai ignored the damage value of the crossbow arrow when it left the body, and just drank the life recovery potion while throwing the pulled arrows aside neatly. Just now, Dao Yudao used the shadow traversal ability of the shadow killer suit on his body to leave the encirclement in an instant, but he learned from the team's system prompt that they were all dead, and just after Xiaoyu died, Shui Nai was teleported to his side with injuries. After that, Shui Nai leaned against the tree trunk alone to treat his wounds. The arrow wounds on Shui Nai's body were very strange. Except for his hands and feet, there were basically no arrow wounds on other places. Even his back, which was the most difficult to defend, had no wounds at all. It was as if he was protected by someone before he was teleported here. What should we do now? Dao Yudao asked immediately after watching Shui Nai deal with the arrow wounds on his body, with a gloomy tone that was a little scary. Shui Nai did not answer immediately, but moved his injured hands and feet. After checking to make sure there was no problem, he immediately stood up and stared at the direction where Si Haitang left and spoke word by word, as if his teeth were no longer under control when he said this, which was a sign of anger. Not even one, let go. Then let's see who kills the most people. Dao Yudao licked his lips, and with his now slightly red eyes, he looked like a beast ready to go out for food. After that, his figure disappeared directly in the shadow of the tree. Shui Nai checked all the skills in the skill bar and took out a set of fire magic suit from his backpack to change into. After checking the situation of the personnel in the team panel, Dao Yudao has now withdrawn from the team. If players in the same team kill someone, there will be collective consequences, and the entire team will be directly turned into a red name. Although this kind of red name will not allow players to explode more equipment and experience, it also means that those who kill the red-named players are not responsible for the murder. Just now, Xiao Yu attacked Yu Huang and his team without leaving the team due to time constraints, which has already made the whole group of people red names, so in order not to affect Xiao Yu and his team, Shui Na also withdrew from the team. After taking a few deep breaths, Shui Na also disappeared in the woods. When Xiao Yu and the other 2 returned to the resurrection point, they suddenly felt lonely when they saw that there were only 3 of them left in the team. And she was also a little surprised by her behavior just now. But now is not the time to think about this, because there are some problems with the state of Dawn. Although Poxio ran up bravely to kill people when he was dying, when he saw Yu Ying and Xiaoyu appear at the resurrection point together, he immediately lowered his head and fell to the ground, constantly saying the 3 words "I'm sorry" to the air, like a child who had done something wrong. He looked as if he had been greatly stimulated. What's wrong with him? Xiaoyu immediately asked Yu Ying Qingchen. He looked very abnormal. He was abused by his family in the real world, so he is easily hurt. Let him be quiet for a while and he will be fine. Sister Xiaoyu, don't tell others, I'm afraid he will be more inferior. Yu Ying Qingchen whispered in Xiaoyu's private chat, but Xiaoyu didn't even hear the last part clearly. I understand. Xiaoyu and Yu Ying Qingchen immediately helped Poxio to the side. Now Poxio's appearance is more conspicuous here. If he runs into people from Sahaitang, Poxio's condition will be even more troublesome at that time. Sister Xiaoyu, you should go help Fanfiction and the others. I'm enough here. Yu Ying Qingchen reminded Xiaoyu immediately after seeing that they had left the resurrection point. No need. It's useless for me to go. Instead, I will be a burden to them. Xiaoyu knew her own abilities. If she was in a Oneonan situation, she would have no problem at all, but if she faced this, if there were only a few hundred people, she would be powerless. But Yu Ying Qingchen thought Xiaoyu was worried about her, so she immediately wanted to persuade her again. Trust them. If they want revenge, don't bother them. Xiaoyu said calmly. Her tone also made Yu Ying Qingchen put away her worries about them and turn to care about the slumping dawn. Chapter 320 Killing Feast Part 1. In a wild monster area outside Yunwu town full of various bears, Sahaitang is now hunting bear gall, a high contribution point task item, in this place called Bear Area by players. Hot Book Pavilion. Now the mountains and forests around Yunwu town have been occupied by wild beast refresh points. Although the beasts at these wild beast refresh points do not participate in the wild beast attack and defense battle, there are many tasks to be completed here. As players explore these areas, they have divided the surrounding areas according to the simplest principles, such as the bear area in front of Shui Nai, the wolf area not far away, and the wild boar area at the farthest point. I heard that there is an area where tigers and lions live on the other side of Yunwu town, but Shui Nai has never been there, and has only seen these kinds of beasts in the beast attack and defense battle. Now in this vast bear area, only the players of Sahaitang are hunting the bear monsters here alone. Since the task of collecting bear gall was triggered at dawn, basically all players who are capable of dealing with these various bear monsters will come to carry out this high-yield hunting operation. Among all the beasts, the difficulty of bear monsters is much easier than that of wild wolves, tigers, lions, etc. As long as the players have enough medicine in their backpacks, they can completely bear it. And the most important thing is that bear gall comes from bears. An ordinary bear gall is worth 500 contribution points while a boss level bear gall is worth 1000 contribution points. However, the drop rate of this kind of task prop is very low. At present, even if you fight these ordinary bears, you may not get a bear gall even if you fight 10 of them. Sometimes, you may have to fight for a whole day to get one. If contribution points are compared with gold coins, they may not have the same trading value as gold coins, but contribution points can be exchanged for items that are not traded with gold coins, which makes its value soar. For many players, although gold coins are very important, they are just a trading currency, and their value is fixed. But in a small town like Yunwu town that doesn't even have a transmission system, the local specialties here are not seen outside, so there is naturally a lot of room for appreciation. For example, the special equipment of Yunwu town sold in the grocery store, although the attributes of these equipment can only be considered average, they have a good life recovery effect, and the life recovery effect is a very important attribute for warriors. And if you find a top quality equipment with life recovery here, then they will be rich. Another example is the water hidden necklace that Yu Ying Chen wanted the most. This is the treasure of the thief profession, and this is a special item that can be used until the end of the game without losing its value. However, this water hidden necklace is too expensive, and it actually costs 1 million contribution points. Even if Poxio and his team are doing tasks outside all day long to earn contribution points, they still haven't earned enough contribution points. Boss, I just heard from the members in the town that only 3 people appeared at the resurrection point just now. Look. 3 people, what's the possibility? It's those 3 people. Yu Huang looked at the subordinate who reported to him in disbelief. In the situation just now, someone could actually run out of the encirclement without being noticed. This is not a possible thing. One is the elf archer, and there are Moon Shadow and Dawn, just these 3 people. So the mage is missing. Yu Huang immediately thought of this. The human thief has the ability to sneak, and he entered stealth at the moment of resurrection. With the strength of the members who stayed at the resurrection point, it was normal that he did not find him. But the mage could not do that. Could it be that the guy really escaped? Then President, should we find him? The member also understood Yu Wang's meaning and immediately proposed the idea of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. No need, like the kind of players who can't even protect their own women and can only run away, we don't need to take them seriously, let's continue to do the task. Yu Huang shook his hand indifferently. Who has so much time to waste to find a player in such a forest? The president is right. That kind of man really insults the dignity of us men, and I guess he must be hiding away now and feeling inferior. That's right. Killing a man like him who doesn't even have the courage, I also feel that my hands are a bit dirty. This player from Sikaitang was talking about what happened just now unscrupulously, without realizing that he had become a prey. However, even if Mina and Dao Yudeo said openly that they wanted to deal with them, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it. After all, it's a foolish dream for 2 people to deal with more than 100 people. Kaka, a crisp sound came from a place where there was nothing. This crisp sound was very slight. In this environment where the breeze rustled the leaves, it did not attract the attention of the surrounding players. However, this crisp sound made the hot-headed Mina get a bit of clarity. If someone could see through Mina in stealth mode now, they would definitely find his blood-red eyes now, which was the result of congestion in his eyes. Since Mina heard these words, he felt that all the blood in his body rushed to his brain, and his hands and feet became colder and colder. Just when he was ready to go out and kill these people at all costs, the sound of the branches breaking under his feet suddenly woke him up. Now is not the time to be impulsive. This was Mina's first thought after waking up, and now he was going to not let any of these people go, so he naturally couldn't be impulsive. Boss, there is a level 40 black bear boss over there, a red violent boss. At this time, a cheerful shout came from the distance of the woods, and immediately attracted the group of people who were killing monsters in the bear area. Brothers of Sahatang, this black bear boss was discovered by a few of us brothers first, can we? It turned out that the first to discover this red violent bear boss was not the players of Sahatang, but a small team with considerable strength in Yunmu town. This team was formed in Yunmu town. After more than 10 days of running in, their skills and cooperation can already be comparable to some elite teams, but they are lacking in equipment and skills. Sorry, this bear area now belongs to our Sahatang. Didn't you get our order to clear the area before? A soldier quickly threw a reconnaissance spell at the black bear boss, and when he found that the boss's health was still high, he immediately planned to snatch it. If the black bear boss was only skin and blood, he would have led his team to rob it, but they were all civilized people, and if they could be civilized, they would never use force. Can you have a little bit of the demeanor of a big guild? It was obviously us who discovered it first. An irritable player in the team that was attacking the black bear boss immediately roared. Sorry, this is our Sahatang's temporary territory. Everything here belongs to the members of Sahatang, which of course includes all the creatures here. So do you still think this boss is yours? It was still the warrior who spoke, but his words were extremely arrogant and domineering, as if he still put them in his eyes. For all the players, they came here to play games, not to be played like this, so when the Sahatang warrior finished this sentence, the team that was fighting the boss immediately abandoned the boss, leaving only a thief to contain it, and the others confronted the Sahatang people who surrounded them. Don't go too far. This is not your Birdland city. There are only more than 100 of you here. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? When the elite team of Sahatang came, the most valuable bear area in Yunmu town had been reserved by them. At the beginning, they could persuade the players who dared to enter here to fight monsters to leave. However, this situation only lasted for 1 day. After that, anyone who dared to step into the bear area, if it was one person, would be killed directly. If there were more people, they would just say some truths that only they could understand, which made the old players here almost die. I don't dare to go all out, but it's very easy to teach you a lesson. Okay, I'll give you a little more time, leave now, otherwise, we will kill you as a boss. Although this will waste some time, we don't mind spending some time cleaning up the garbage. The warrior was leaning on a long sword in his hand, speaking in a frivolous manner, and he didn't even look at people. You. Humph, let's go. The leader took a big step forward, but soon he took a deep breath and calmed down his anger. However, from the long sword in his hand that was shaking very badly, you can know how much resentment he felt in his heart. However, he knew that there was no benefit in his conflict with them. These lone rangers themselves had no background and capital. The punishment of death would break their hearts. No lone player would be willing to take the experience that took more than 10 days to get and turn it into data and disappear. Hello, by the way, be careful next time. Our Sahatang's territory is very large. Don't go the wrong way again. The warrior kept making strange laughs behind them to stimulate them. In fact, he really wanted these guys to pick up their weapons and fight. For these murderers, if there is no PK in the game, there is nothing to watch. Moreover, if they are thugs with guild backgrounds, in this kind of PK to win glory for the guild, if they are beaten to death, they will have high medical expenses. If they lose equipment and experience, the guild will be responsible to the end. Some people also hoping to die more times to get more rewards. Brothers, kill this big black bear. After seeing that those idlers had left, Emperor Yu immediately raised his arms and led his men to surround the black bear boss who had resumed his wandering state. The flash of swords and magic crossbows all went towards the black bear boss, making it roar again and again. But when the health of the black bear boss slowly dropped to 50%, the boss suddenly let out a loud roar, and the attack speed and attack strength soared wildly under this roar, which made the surrounding warriors stunned immediately. Chapter 321 Killing Feast Middle. Damn, this boss is violent, the priest behind quickly add blood. A warrior who was slapped twice by the black bear's fleshy big hand immediately discovered this big problem through the fluctuation of health value. Generally speaking, There are rules for the boss's violent transformation, but here, these bosses that have been strengthened by the Dark Camp make these players who are used to fighting regular bosses extremely uncomfortable. And it is often this slight discomfort that will lead to serious consequences. The Black Bear boss suddenly identified a player, and ignored the shield warriors around who kept taunting him, and kept beating the shield warrior he caught to death. In less than 5 seconds, the red Black Bear boss slapped the shield warrior's head 3 times in a row. The 3 critical hits were very huge, which stunned the priest behind him. The critical hits made by the boss are basically not something that the priest's healing spell can keep up with. He didn't kill the warrior in 1 second, which means that he was lucky and did not trigger the instant death effect. At this time, when the warrior in front shouted disperse, the people who had a very good understanding immediately understood the meaning of the person commanding on the front line. I saw that among the warriors who were blocking the Black Bear boss in front, the swordsmen and holy light warriors with low health quickly squeezed from the warriors to the back, either releasing sword energy or releasing healing magic. Everyone worked very hard to contribute their own strength. At this moment, the Black Bear boss was suddenly hit by a red beam of light, and waves of scorching breath continued to radiate from the Black Bear's body to the surroundings. When this scorching breath turned into a sea of fire with a diameter of more than 10 meters, all the players were stunned. This Black Bear is just an ordinary beast boss, a beast that is not even half magic beast, but it can release such a large-scale group magic, and it is also a fire system. This is too inconsistent with the system standards. Roar. However, after the Black Bear boss kept roaring in pain in the sea of fire, everyone immediately knew that this magic was not released by it, otherwise, it would not be so stupid to burn itself. It was that brother in the guild who cast it. Don't cast this kind of group magic randomly when fighting the boss. Yu Huang was a little angry. His subordinates dared to conceal this kind of large-scale fire magic and not hand it over. Nowadays, high-level magic is extremely rare, and it is not available in the system store. Only some people who have a good relationship with the NPCs of the Magic Guild can get 1 or 2 books from there, and the rest have to rely on luck to get them by killing monsters. However, up to now, all magic monsters are synonymous with death in high level, and there are not many magic monsters that can drop skill books, plus the explosion rate is not high. Up to now, no player is willing to challenge this thankless monster. Hey, no, there is an enemy. Yu Huang immediately found out that something was wrong. As long as the player is willing to cancel this kind of continuous magic, it can be cancelled immediately, but now, several warriors with empty blood have been burned to death. The effect of Mina's firestorm is not very lethal to normal players. After all, the power of this magic is relatively scattered, and it is not as strong as the concentrated explosive bombs. But if someone is willing to stand in the firestorm for a while, even the weakest will definitely burn a layer of skin. Firestorm is a magic that calculates damage by seconds. At level 1, it can cause 30 points of damage per second, covering an area of 8 meters. In other words, as long as you are in the attack range of the firestorm, no matter how many people are standing on it, they will be damaged for 30 seconds, which is 900 points of damage in 30 seconds. Although this effect sounds very slight, this is just basic data. If you add the player's own magic damage and the effect of equipment status, then this magic cannot be underestimated. Mina's own magic damage is not high. The total spiritual value of the whole body can only make up to 200 points, which is only about 600 points in magic damage. If these 600 points are divided equally into these 30 seconds, this magic can only produce 50 seconds of fire damage. However, Mina has a very special state, the Fire Dragon Possession. The Fire Dragon Possession adds 5 to Mina when it is not activated. 0% flame enhancement effect. Although this state is offset by the environment here, but with a set of fire magic suits and the flame gem necklace that can enhance fire magic, the total power of Shui Nai's firestorm can reach 5080 damage per second. Facing those warriors who have low magic defense and insufficient health, the effect of Shui Nai's firestorm is surprisingly high. In the few seconds when the firestorm appeared, a total of 5 warriors whose health was not restored were directly burned to death, and because of the damage of this firestorm, the healing effect of the priest's healing spells behind was offset, and the shield armors facing this violent boss lost their greatest support. Ah! A series of white lights lit up on the Black Bear boss, leaving a dead body. Seeing that all the people from Sahaitang had withdrawn from the attack range of the firestorm, Shui Nai immediately put away the firestorm. The firestorm consumed too much mana. Every second it lasted consumed 10 points of mana. In addition to the 200 points of mana at the beginning, once the firestorm burned to the bottom, 500 points of mana would be consumed. Looking at the crowd below, Shui Nai immediately began to prepare for the second round of attack. Now the players of Sahaitang were in a mess because of the rampage of the Black Bear boss. In addition, because the people were too dense when besieging the boss, the firestorm just now burned dozens of warriors at once. Now the priests were busy, throwing healing spells on the warriors in front one by one. At this time, just as they slowly stabilized the Black Bear boss and were ready to find the hateful mage, a green figure suddenly appeared in a group of priests, and the two daggers in his hands were swung like windmills, madly slashing at the weak priests with low defense. Every time a knife flashed, there would be a scream, and then a stream of blood would turn into blood arrows or blood mist and shoot into the air, falling on the people around, indicating that a life had been lost. The location of the knife of Dao Yiyu Dao was very vicious, either stabbing the heart or slitting the throat, and each knife was placed in the vital part. The priests who could only wear cloth clothes were killed by this sudden appearance of the killing god without any reaction, until the seventh priest turned into a white light, all the remaining priests turned into birds and beasts, and the formation that was finally stabilized was disrupted again. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was stained with the blood of the enemy and holding a dagger, took out a scroll in the chaotic crowd, and squeezed his hand slightly. A blue water light immediately rushed up from his hand, quickly washing off the blood on his body that would affect his stealth. He suddenly showed a cold smile to the crowd and disappeared. In the next moment after Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared, several warriors and thieves from the front of Sahaitang also came over, but they did not see the enemy, and they did not dare to shoot around with their crossbows, fearing that they would kill the fragile priests around. In this classic way of fighting bosses, priests and warriors are important personnel in the entire boss battle. Without warriors as meat shields, mages basically have no time and mood to cast magic. As for priests, his importance is basically needless to say. Which larger team would not have a doctor? However, in this way of fighting, the utilization rate of personnel is very high, and this high utilization rate also uses the efficiency of fighting bosses to increase linearly, but this high utilization rate of personnel means that there are no extra personnel for them to mobilize in critical moments. Dao Yiyu Dao is completely fighting a guerrilla war and is unwilling to engage in direct contact with them at all. After all, their stable formation is most afraid of fast enemies like Dao Yiyu Dao. After all, it is not so easy to fully operate such a large group of people. Moreover, the people here have very detailed division of labor, so most of them have to rely on their teammates to face the enemy. It is their survival mode that allows Dao Yiyu Dao, a player with good skills, to have a stage for killing. When Dao Yiyu Dao appeared again and attracted the thieves of Sahaitang, Shui Nai, who was hiding in the tree, also attacked at this time. 2 consecutive chain lightnings appeared directly on the head of a warrior. When these 2 chain lightnings hit the warrior's metal helmet, they immediately turned into 2 jumping electric chains, which struck out several stealth thieves around. The high tracking ability of chain lightning has always been a weapon for mages to search for stealth thieves in the enemy group. Its attack power may not be very high, but the powerful electric current paralysis, coupled with the effect of ignoring the stealth self-locking enemy, has an unparalleled effect on the battlefield. The powerful paralysis effect may not be very effective on warriors. After all, warriors have a relatively high physique. Although the magic defense is not outstanding, the strong resistance can give him the ability to recover faster. But from the beginning, Shui Nai had no intention of dealing with this warrior. His target had always been the thieves. There were not many thieves in Sahaitang. After all, the output of thieves was not high. A few of them were used to attract monsters. That's enough, but it must be said that although the thieves may not be very good at attacking, they are the best in terms of survivability. After using chain lightning to numb the thieves, Mina's explosive bombs immediately hit them like a machine gun. With the power of Mina's fire magic, the thieves below, who have low magic defense and low health points, will definitely be killed one by one. Even players of the swordsman profession will be blown away if they encounter them. After blowing up the thieves below and the warrior together, Mina finally put down the big stone in his heart. While adding a few defensive magics to himself, he looked at the panicked people of Sahaitang below, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In this very realistic game, the blood and screams of the enemies can often make the hostile players excited, and some people will be fascinated from then on and fall in love with the activity of PK. This is a feeling that has never been experienced in the real world. If everyone has a dark side in their heart, then in this game, it is a place for the dark side of human beings to be released. After all, killing people here only costs a small price. Even Mina, who is usually very calm, began to go crazy after killing more than a dozen people. However, this madness did not reduce the anger in his heart at all. Instead, the idea of killing everyone became stronger and stronger. And because of this idea, the bloody wind of killing blew up again in this place. Chapter 322 Feast of Killing Part 2. After putting on a few defensive magics, Mina continued to cast chain lightning to harass the enemies below under the magic and crossbows of the mages and warriors below. Facing the fierce attack, Mina, even if she was a little crazy, did not dare to use explosive bombs to fight back. What if she was detonated by a magic or crossbow when she summoned the explosive bomb? At that time, she would be skinned alive. However, Shui Nai didn't dare to use the explosive bombs, but the people from Sahaitang below didn't have this concern. Shui Nai, who was helping Dao Yiyu Dao out of trouble, suddenly felt that the fire elements below began to gather violently, and immediately pulled his attention away from Dao Yiyu Dao, looking down to see several basin-sized fireballs rushing towards him. The chain lightning, which was much faster than the explosive bombs, had already struck the branches on one side, burning them. If Shui Nai hadn't moved a few steps to the side after using a round of magic just now, he would have been hit by the chain lightning just now. However, he was also hit by the jumping chain lightning several times, but under the effect of the wind coat, the effect of the chain lightning was weakened, and it was not to the point of killing Shui Nai. However, the same cannot be said for the 4 or 5 explosive bombs below. As long as Shui Nai was hit by these explosive bombs, he would have to explain here. Therefore, Shui Nai didn't have time to think, and jumped down from the other side of the tree. When he landed on the ground, there were constant explosions in the air, and branches were constantly blown to pieces and fell from the air. Shui Nai, who came down, was immediately discovered and attacked by the surrounding players. After rolling on the ground for a few times and dodging several rounds of crossbows and magic, he casually shot out a stream of water mist around him. Damn, this is water mist! Several mages shouted in the water mist, obviously knowing the information about water mist. In another battle group in the distance, a burst of water mist also appeared, bringing all the surrounding players into a hazy environment. Everyone retreat, leave the range of the water mist, and the mage will set off mines. At this time, Yu Huang immediately understood the enemy's idea. In the water mist with unclear vision, the large number of people on his side was even more disadvantageous. If they met a player, they had to confirm it before they could start fighting, and the enemy, as long as they caught one, they would be won. While enduring the numbness of the lightning magic transmitted in the mist, Mina drank several bottles of life recovery potion to stabilize her health. She ignored the consequences of using ice magic here, put on ice crystal armor, and then directly fired a series of ice cones at the surroundings. The effect of using ice magic here is very significant. Both ice cones and ice crystal armor have been strengthened. For example, the size of ice cones has increased by more than 50%, and ice crystal armor has changed from half-body armor to full-body armor. Although she didn't see the enemy die in front of her, from the red numbers jumping on her character attribute panel, Mina knew that she was killing people, and she was killing people like crazy. Now Mina fired 10 ice cones in a group in one direction, and then continued to shoot in another direction without paying attention to the specific results. The people of Sahaitang who were guarding outside the mist were in a very miserable situation, because at the beginning, the priests were killed to pieces by the thief who suddenly appeared. Now, less than 50% of them survived, and these priests had to be assigned to the warriors. The most troublesome thing for Sahaitang now is that the remaining 70 people have to be divided into 3 parts to fight. The fighting power is much weaker when they are divided equally, and the tactics of these 2 players are also very shameless and cheap, and they actually use this turtle tactic. This tactic is a classic textbook of fighting with fewer troops against more. Boss, we can't get in. The mages who were responsible for continuously casting lightning magic to shock the water mist immediately raised the question. Not only was the power of their own lightning magic weakened in the water mist, but the resistance of the 2 people inside was also surprisingly high. They were not affected by the electric current paralysis, and they did not miss any counterattacks that should have appeared. Go all out to deal with the thief's water mist. I don't believe he has so many scrolls in his hand. Yu Huang looked at the water mist group that kept shooting crossbows to counterattack. Now he was most afraid of this thief. After all, the mage could not withstand the thief's fatal knife. Moreover, there were so many mages on their side, even if each of them had an intermediate magic, they could knock him down. As for the mage, as long as the thief was dealt with, it was up to them to kill or cut him. Lao Fan, I have to go out. I have used up all the scrolls. Dao Yudao looked at the last water mist scroll in his hand and immediately started the next tactic with Shwina. Okay, you take care of the mage, and I will harass the warrior. Shwina said as he cast an acceleration spell on himself, and then covered himself with defensive magic. Among them, the lightning bullets formed by the 4 lightning shields were the most eye-catching. Shwina thought about it and drank a bottle of red potion. Soon after the potion entered his mouth, a scorching breath suddenly burst out from his body. Under the effect of this breath, Shwina immediately had a fire element amplification state, and the effect of fire magic was amplified by 20% again, but the water element magic was weakened. This bottle of potion was given to him by Dao Yudao in the Lich Land to activate Shwina's flame dragon transformation. However, at that time, after learning about the plan of the church, he kept these bottles of potion in his backpack and let them mold. Damn it, everyone be careful. Several mages guarding Shui Nai's side immediately found a figure covered in lightning and fire rushing towards the warriors who were beating the Black Bear boss on one side. Now the Black Bear boss has entered a weak period, and it is for this reason that the people of Sahaitang did not give up on it. In the direction of Shui Nai's advance, a warrior who had just withdrawn from the front line and was preparing to recover blood and add status shouted immediately after seeing this magic figure whose figure could no longer be seen, and prepared to dodge and retreat. However, his speed was slower than the thunder arrow. After that, a flaming bomb appeared 5 meters in front of him. When the flaming bomb swallowed him, a white light immediately flashed. A flaming bomb directly killed an anemic warrior. Along the way, Shui Nai had been using a combination of lightning arrows and explosive bombs to paralyze the enemy first, and then cast an explosive bomb at close range. The power of these two magics was very amazing. As long as the HP was more than 2,500, they would be killed instantly. Just as the warriors who were beating the Black Bear boss were attacked from the front and back by Shui Nai and the Black Bear, Dao Yudao also rushed out at this time. Since Yu Huang had transferred a large number of mages to use lightning magic to attack Dao Yudao at the beginning, when Dao Yudao came out, it immediately produced the effect of a hungry wolf entering a flock of sheep. With a pounce, Dao Yudao dodged the series of magic, and then he pushed his left hand hard on the ground, and the whole person did a backward somersault and flipped behind a mage. Without even looking at it, he spit out the dagger he was biting, and swiped his hands back to find the next target. The mage who was slashed immediately felt a numbness and burning sensation on his back, and his health dropped like water. The poison was so strong that the mage's heart was beating wildly. Later, he found that his body was paralyzed, and now he couldn't even do such a simple action as picking up the potion. Ah! Seeing his health approaching zero infinitely, he could only make a last cry of unwillingness and fell to the ground and died. Hiss! Those mages who saw Dao Yudao's attack immediately took a breath of cold air. The poison dagger in the hand of this thief was completely tailor-made for the low-physique profession of the mage. So, among the mages, Dao Yudao took small steps calmly to dodge the magic that came one by one, and stabbed the mages who were close to him with the dagger in his hand. Under the speed bonus of the Wind Thief set, the mages here basically couldn't complete the aiming, and they relied entirely on their own experience to cast magic. So most of the magic was cast in the air, and even if the remaining magic was cast on Dao Yudao, the effect was offset or weakened by the anti-magic equipment on him. The changes in health points caused by these magics basically did not attract Dao Yudao's attention. Retreat to the town. Yu Huang looked at the warriors who had been suppressed by the Black Bear boss and Shui Nai, and they had long been defeated. Now, no warrior can withstand the attack of a crazy high-level wizard and face a red boss, especially one with a fast movement speed and casting speed. Amazing high-level mage. Damn it! Yu Huang asked about the situation of the thieves in the team. Now they are all resting in the town and basically dare not come out. Retreat immediately, all warriors cover the mages, we will slowly retreat back to the town. Yu Huang said loudly in the team chat. Now more than half of the personnel have been lost. If they continue to fight like this, even if they kill 2 of them, it will be useless. The warriors of Sahaitang immediately left a shield and kept drinking potions to restrain the boss. After that, all the warriors went to block Dao Yudao. As long as this thief is not eliminated, the mages without the scroll of returning to the city will not be able to escape. And Shui Nai, who was stopped by several mages with magic, had to stay to deal with these mages. Although his magic is not powerful enough for mages with high magic defense, please don't forget that mages also have physical attacks. However, if Shui Nai wanted to physically attack the mages in front of him, he would have to get close to them. However, it was very difficult to get close to them when magic was flying everywhere. After using the ice shield to block more than a dozen ice arrows and then using the thunder arrow to explode several explosive bombs, Shui Nai dodged behind a big tree. However, in an instant, the powerful magic offensive immediately broke the century-old tree and almost crushed Shui Nai to death. After Shui Nai threw a few water mists behind him, he immediately left his original position, and then drank a few bottles of magic recovery potions to ensure his firepower, and then drew out the ice crystal sword. However, in the state of fire element amplification, Shui Nai's water element magic was weakened, so the water mist technique did not meet the requirements of close combat, so he had to continuously cast water mists on his way. Retreat. Yu Huang immediately questioned the mage's plan, so he immediately shot the magic in his hand into the more prominent water mist group, and shouted for everyone to leave. In this situation, with more people on his side, he was completely at a disadvantage. It would be more practical to return to the town to regroup and then seek revenge. Chapter 323, The Great Rout. Lao Fan, I'll leave these guys to you. I'll go hunt down those mages. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that Yu Huang had already evacuated towards Yunmu town, and immediately abandoned the warriors who were planning to beat him up. He's there. A paladin immediately used the search spell to search for the whereabouts of Dao Yiyu Dao in stealth, and immediately called on his companions to attack that side. At the same time, he waved his long sword, and a holy light flew towards Dao Yiyu Dao. They forgot the speed of the thief, which was not something that a non-thief could catch up with, especially Dao Yiyu Dao who possessed the wind thief. Dao Yiyu Dao disappeared from the paladin's sight like a gust of wind. Although the effect of his stealth spell was seriously affected at high speed, he was not fighting against them now, so it didn't matter if he was discovered. Although the thief is restrained by the warrior in terms of profession, this must be based on a premise, that is, the thief must confront the warrior hidden, and if the thief wants to escape, it is difficult for a few warriors to stop him. Boss, run, the thief is going to your side. Several fast swordsmen immediately chased after him, and the crossbows in their hands kept aiming at Dao Yiyu Dao. But in front of Dao Yiyu Dao, these crossbows with no bonus are basically meaningless. Passing Shui Nai who came out of the mist, Dao Yiyu Dao was not worried about him at all. After all, with Shui Nai's strength as a mage, as long as he was not surrounded and beaten by the warriors, he would be blasted into slag by Shui Nai's magic. Shui Nai, who did not chase those mages, immediately put away the ice crystal magic sword and checked his own status. After such a long battle, the effect of his fire element amplification had subsided, and due to the existence of side effects, his fire magic had to undergo a 2-minute weakening state. Shui Nai had no problem with this. Even if Shui Nai ignored these warriors, they would not be able to catch up with Dao Yiyu Dao. But what worried him now was that the charging rate of his flame dragon transformation had reached 56%. If he used the potion again, he might transform directly. In fact, according to the current situation, the mages of Si Hai Tang should not be separated too much from the warriors. It was just that at the beginning, due to their laxity, the only thieves who could deter Shui Nai and others died, and their division of labor was too thorough, which also caused them to have problems in surviving alone. For example, the mages of Si Hai Tang, their attribute points are all added to the spirit, which makes the magic, which is already amazing, more powerful and also allows them to get the maximum effect when fighting monsters. As for the warriors, the blood shield is the main growth mode. Each of them has high health and defense, which is very popular for resisting fierce monsters. But if in this situation, once they encounter players or monsters like Mizuna and Dao Yiyu Dao who use speed to defeat slowness, then they can only stick to their formation, ensure the stability of output and defense, and use time to wear down the opponent little by little. However, at the beginning, they had never expected that Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao would dare to attack them with just the two of them, and they had never expected that Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao would specifically attack the professions that were counteracted by them. More than half of them were knocked down by them at once, and they had to stabilize the boss and deal with the two players, so the 100 or so people were not enough. After all, the players are much smarter than the monster, and without the power to make a final decision, it is basically impossible to deal with the players in the same way as the monsters. So at the beginning, if they could make a decisive decision and give up the Black Bear boss, then Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao might not have succeeded so easily. But the players of the big guilds often like to imagine themselves as invincible, and because of the selfish human character, they will not give up what they have, so this is also destined to the current big defeat. None of the mages caught up by Dao Yiyu Dao had a good ending. They were either stabbed or shot to death by crossbows. The road under Dao Yiyu Dao's feet was paved with corpses and blood. You, stay behind to cover the rear. You run to the other side, I'll run this way, and the rest run forward. Seeing that the situation on his side was not optimistic, Yu Huang immediately thought of a way to minimize casualties. These mages are the main force trained by the guild. As long as their strength is not damaged, even if other professions die back to level 0, it will only take 1.5 months to train again. President, be careful. The 3 mages who were designated to cover the rear did not complain at all and rushed directly to the thief who was too lazy to use stealth. Just now, Dao Yiyu Dao saw that the fastest mages were far away from Yunwu town, so he decided to deal with those mages who ran slowly and had no escape tools first. However, these slow-running mages were really smart. Knowing that they couldn't escape, some of them actually went offline directly. Those who couldn't go offline because of the previous battle scattered and ran, making Dao Yiyu Dao spend a little effort to deal with them. Afterwards, Dao Yiyu Dao found the 3 road breakers who were sent to die, but of course he would not let Yu Wang's wish come true. Dao Yiyu Dao sneaked and quickly went behind them. The crossbow in his hand fired 6 arrows Tuesday, causing these trailing mages to fall to the ground without even saying a polite word. For thieves, as long as the speed of the mage's conventional magic is fast, these magics will not hit themselves, and this is also the reason why mages hate thieves very much, because before reaching the level of wizard, mages have no capital to compete with thieves. After leaving behind these 3 dead bodies, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately saw the situation in front. Yu Huang is now running towards the left wall alone, and it seems that he intends to use himself as bait, while the middle and right sides will divide the remaining mages equally into 2 halves. However, the mages running on the middle road are obviously the fastest to run back to the town. If Dao Yiyu Dao chases the middle side, then the people on the left and right sides may run up the wall first, and if he chases the right side, the result will be similar. But what if Dao Yiyu Dao can be used by 2 people? At the beginning, in order to ensure that he can have the strength to knock down a warrior with 1 shot, Shui Nai did not intend to use the Ring of Undead Shadow, so he gave it to the thief. Anyway, as long as the thief stabs the dagger into the vital points of those mages, even if the attributes become half of the original, it is enough to kill those mages. And those mages who looked back and found that the thief was chasing them desperately, immediately wished that they could grow 2 more legs, and at the same time they were cursing that the road that was usually very beautiful in their eyes would be so long. Ah! A series of screams not far from the wall stunned the players who stayed on the wall of Yunwu town. Brothers of Yunwu town, this is the feud between us 2 brothers and Sahaitang. Please don't get involved casually. Thank you for your cooperation. Dao Yiyu Dao's voice immediately appeared in the regional channel and spread throughout the entire Yunwu town. I am the president of Sahaitang. The man who is chasing us now may be a spy of the dark camp. He is now weakening our strength, so don't believe what he says. President, run faster. I'll go to find you now. Dao Yiyu Dao's body, who solved the mid-lane mage, immediately interrupted Yu Wang's bewitching words. In fact, even if Dao Yiyu Dao didn't interrupt him, the players on the wall would not help Sahaitang. For this big guild that likes to walk sideways, those idle players are angry and hateful. Not adding insult to injury is already very civilized. Moreover, he was clearly asking for help, but the words from the head of the assembly sounded condescending, which made all the players feel disgusted. So they ran up the wall in groups, and instead of helping, they activated the camera system prepared by the players to record every move of the head of the assembly. As for those who had been resurrected, the Sahaitang players who were pointed out wanted to go down to help, but they were powerless. Now they didn't even have the strength to pull the city defense crossbow, and could only stare at the wall. Dao Yiyu Dao was very fast, holding a crossbow in one hand and a dagger in the other, chasing the mage. Except for a few people who were lucky enough to escape the battle restrictions and use the offline to escape, the rest of the people in the middle and right were all dead. Now Yu Huang was only 50 meters away from the wall of Yunwu town. Seeing that victory was just ahead, he couldn't help but smile comfortably, a happy smile that crawled out of despair. Although his men seemed to be dead, at least he was lucky enough to survive, which was worth celebrating. But his smile only lasted for a second, and then it froze. You are really slow, I am impatient to wait. Dao Yiyu Dao appeared 10 meters in front of Yu Huang, holding a mechanical crossbow in his hand, and deliberately walked towards Yu Huang step by step. Don't come over, Don't come over. Yu Huang stepped back in a panic, and the magic hit Dao Yiyu Dao on both sides, but he didn't hit Dao Yiyu Dao who was not far away. Hey! Just when Dao Yiyu Dao was about to catch him and humiliate him, his eyes blurred, a green light flashed in front of him, and Yu Huang disappeared. Teleport. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately turned around and found Yu Huang who was already 10 meters away from him. Damn, the president's treatment is really good. Dao Yiyu Dao cursed himself in his heart for almost making a mistake, and at the same time, the crossbow in his hand shot. Ah! When Yu Huang heard the unique shooting sound of the crossbow, he felt a burst of pain in his feet, and his body immediately lost balance and fell to the ground. 100 injuries followed by the injuries of the previous crossbows came out from above his head. What do you want to do? Yu Huang, who was waiting to die, suddenly found that his hands were roughly tied behind his back. He asked in shock. However, when he struggled, his feet felt so painful that he was dying. His feet were pierced by crossbow arrows, and the 2 crossbow arrows were still stuck on them. Chapter 324 Falling into the Hands. After dealing with Yu Huang, Dao Yiyu Dao finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he lifted Yu Huang up to try his hand, he found that the beautiful staff that was originally in Yu Huang's hand had retracted into Yu Huang's backpack. I forgot to take away his staff first. Dao Yiyu Dao thought of this and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. If Yu Huang had committed suicide with a flaming bomb just now, he would probably have died half his life. It's a pity that Yu Huang obviously didn't want to die like this. After all, he was only a dozen meters away from Yunmu town. As long as an NPC passed by, he would be saved. Seeing that the staff automatically returned to the backpack because of his binding spell, Dao Yiyu Dao had to reinforce it again to prevent him from escaping with that teleportation again. What do you want? Yu Huang roared in Dao Yiyu Dao's private chat. I have done it so obviously, and you are still asking this. You are now in my hands. Dao Yiyu Dao shouted loudly and exaggeratedly in the regional channel, making the players on the parapet laugh for a while. If you are a man, let me down and we will fight Oneo none. Yu Huang was so angry that his lungs were about to burst when he saw the mocking and disdainful looks of the players on the parapet who were pointing at him, but the trace of reason in his mind made him try to find a way out. Oneo none duel? Why didn't you say it when you still had 100 people behind you? Now that all your men are dead, you are talking about a Oneo none duel. Do you think you are the final boss? I have to kill all your men before I can fight you. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and dragged Yu Huang away with his back to Yunmu town. Let go of our president. Seeing that Dao Yiyu Dao really intended to capture their president, several soldiers immediately became anxious. If the president was captured just now, it could be said that the mage is naturally restrained by thieves, but if the president was really kidnapped, then the reputation and prestige accumulated by their guild would be gone from then on. Let him go, okay, but pay a ransom of 100,000 gold coins first, or I won't be polite. Dao Yiyu Dao used the crossbow to touch Yu Huang's forehead, and turned his head to look at the players who were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, smiling, remember, 100,000 gold coins, not a single one less. Damn, I'm not done with you. Several impulsive warriors jumped down directly, intending to rescue their guild leader. It's just that warrior players in the weak period, in order to ensure their mobility, will generally take off the heavier equipment during this period to prevent themselves from being crushed by the weight of the equipment. And warriors without heavy equipment are like the mage profession who can only wear cloth clothes. They are very vulnerable to crossbows. Hehe, I don't mind killing you a few more times. Dao Yiyu Dao took a look at the jumping number above his head, and then loaded his weapon with arrows. Now the number above Dao Yiyu Dao's head is showing there was a 51 on the screen, and when the number exceeded 50, a dynamic effect actually appeared, which seemed a bit weird. Hiss! How many arrows did that weapon just shoot? It feels like at least 10. A Sharpie Thief player immediately found that there was something wrong with the weapon in Dao Yiyu Dao's hand. He had never heard of an arrow that could shoot so many crossbow arrows, let alone a weapon of his style. Swallow, it's 10, you can see from the corpse below, 10, not one less, damn, this is a top-notch weapon for thieves. A weapon that can fire 10 arrows continuously may not be effective for a warrior with heavy armor, but for a mage, 10 consecutive shots mean that he can't dodge at all. Faced with such a violent 10-shot burst, I'm afraid even the thief himself would find it difficult to dodge. However, this 10-shot burst is just one of the characteristics of this weapon. If they knew that this weapon can also be fired in bursts, it might become a disaster for players to snatch it. Is there anyone else who can come and save the president? If not, I'll leave. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at the people of Si Haitang who were angry but dared not come down from the wall, and had to drag Yu Huang away. In fact, he had to leave because the weakness period of the thieves who were killed first was almost over. If he didn't leave, there might be chaos again. While using the search spell, Dao Yiyu Dao left cautiously and immediately found Shui Nai who was sneaking. Have you solved it over there? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shui Nai's cloth armor and cloth armor leggings, which were almost strips of cloth, and there were some knife wounds and arrow holes on his body that had not had time to heal. It must be said that the combat system of this game is getting more and more perfect, and even these wounds are becoming more and more realistic. 3 ran away, and the rest were beaten back and resurrected. Shui Nai saw that Dao Yiyu Dao was fine, so he lifted the stealth and cast a few recovery spells on himself to repair his body. It's really you, Mage Fanfiction. And you, are you the thief Dao Yiyu Dao? A tall, shield-armored warrior of Sahaitang holding a huge axe immediately pointed at Shui Nai and shouted, but he was a little suspicious of Dao Yiyu Dao. It turned out that just now, in order to get rid of all the warrior professional players of Sahaitang, Shui Nai had to use phantom stealth, and as a result, their identities that they had been trying to hide were exposed. Before this, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao tried not to use their more famous abilities in front of the players, in order to create an illusion that they had left the human empire, but this illusion was broken today. Well, the axe just now was very powerful, and I was almost killed by you. Shui Nai replied lightly. Anyway, it has been known by others, so just say it openly to avoid being spied on by others. My axe clearly hit your back, why are you still alive? Are you really a mage? The shield armor asked in a depressed tone. He had chosen such a heavy axe to increase his own attack power, but he couldn't even kill a mage. This was too disappointing. That's your business. Shui Nai said and then entered the phantom stealth state, and Dao Yiyu Dao also quickly carried Yu Huang away. Now Shui Nai's health has been replenished. If he doesn't leave now, when will he leave? What do you want? Aren't you afraid that our Si Haitang will seek revenge on you? In a cave, Yu Huang was interrupted before he finished speaking. President, please see the situation clearly, and don't treat us as fools. If you let us go, I'm afraid the sun will rise from the west. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and he and Shui Nai checked the situation at the entrance of the cave. This cave is not far from Yunmu town, and the distance between it and the town is only a 5-minute walk. Although it is relatively close, the environment here is very dangerous. As long as you guard this cave entrance, the people below will not be able to come in. Okay, we don't have much time, we have to cherish time. But under the thief's binding spell, players have to see if the time is up before they can act. Don't shout, save some air. Hey, the blood volume is not full, Lao Fan adds blood. Dao Yiyu Dao first used the reconnaissance spell to check the status of Yu Huang. Now the binding spell still has about 10 minutes. As long as he is untied once after 10 minutes, the binding spell can be extended by 20 minutes. Otherwise, if the binding spell lasts longer than the time specified by the system, the bound player will automatically die. This is to protect the interests of the bound person. But the rules are dead, and people are alive, so someone has long thought of how to exploit this rule loophole. After casting a few healing spells on Empress Yu, Shui Nai, who was in stealth mode again, focused his attention on the white land below. At the same time, he changed into a set of fire magic suits, ready to launch a fire dragon shockwave at any time to destroy the silent staff as soon as possible. Just now, in order to prevent thieves from coming to cause trouble and ruining the plan of Dao Yiyu Dao, Shui Nai put all the stones in his backpack. The ash powder was all used up and scattered all over the ground. Lao Fan, you are rich. It is a dark gold staff. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was silent for a while, suddenly threw a wooden staff emitting a dark gold halo to Shui Nai's side. No, give it back to me. This is mine. I spent 100,000 credit points to buy it. Give it back to me. Yu Huang, who was taken out of the backpack by Dao Yiyu Dao, took a closer look and immediately shouted loudly. He also desperately knocked down Dao Yiyu Dao who was pressing on him, and crawled towards Shui Nai, screaming all the time, without the demeanor of a high-ranking general. Seeing him like this, Dao Yiyu Dao felt a little sad. However, being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself. Dao Yiyu Dao understood this truth very well. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately pulled Yu Huang back. Shui Nai took it casually, not shaken by Yu Wang's words at all. He would not believe that he would spend 100,000 credit points to buy such a piece of wood, as he did not know much about the market. Item: Explosive Flame Wand, Dark Gold Equipment Item. Occupational Restriction: Elemental Mage. Usage Level: 40. Equipment Restriction: Requires 200 Spirit Points. Durability: Weight: 5. Item Description: This is a fire staff processed by the flame beast, the fiery mad lion. It has a strong flame aura because it absorbs a large amount of the fiery mad lion, but its unparalleled flame aura is difficult to control, so the user may be backfired by the flame when using it. Basic item effects: Physical damage plus 30, magic damage plus 350, physical attack with fire damage. Item bonus effects: Spirit value plus 50, explosive bomb level plus 3, fire resistance plus 50, fire magic effect plus 30%. Item special effects: Charged explosive bomb, which can be used once every 20 minutes with a constant damage value of 1500 points. Dancing fireball: when waving the staff, there is a 20% chance of forming a small fireball to hit the target, and the effect is 50% of the user's own fireball effect. Note: this item will occasionally produce a flame burn effect that ignores the user's defense, please use it properly. System: Congratulations to player Fanfiction. Since you have the supreme inheritance of fire beasts in your body, the explosive flame wand has surrendered to you. The equipment limit is reduced to 180 points of spirit value. At the same time, the flame backlash effect disappears, the power of the charged explosive bomb is increased by 500 points, the success rate of the dancing fireball is increased by 30%, and the power is increased by 50%. Please take good care of this weapon. Superb. Shui Na looked at this fiery red, warm and gentle staff with care. Chapter 325: The Thief Stealing. Dao Yiyu Dao took out a dark gold staff from his backpack and immediately thought of the instant movement that Yu Huang had used before. If someone on his side got this equipment, it would be really like adding wings to a tiger. For this magic that can only be used by a wizard, Dao Yiyu Dao does not think that he has reached the level of a wizard. The wizard is the watershed of the wizard, and also the watershed of other professions. The wizard does not have more blood and defense like the warrior, nor does he have a good speed like the thief. It is precisely because of the low health, low defense, and slow running speed that the mage profession has become a short-lived profession. It is difficult to survive without help. However, when the mage's strength reaches the level of a wizard, such a fragile mage will transform into a powerful existence. After reaching the level of a wizard, the mage has several very life-saving and practical skills, such as the elemental mage's teleportation, the priest's flash, and the general magic expel. These three skills are powerful skills for the mage profession against melee professions. When the thief who teleport immediately thought of his teleportation ring, his first target of attack was Yu Huang's hands. Unlike weapons, after the player is hit by the thief's binding technique, other items equipped on the player will not automatically return to the backpack, but this also allows the bound person to continue to use the effects of the equipment, increasing the chance of escaping danger. After all, the bound player cannot use the backpack function. However, if someone like Yu Huang was tied up with 4 or 5 ropes, it would be impossible to escape. However, the thief stealing technique has a characteristic. If the object of the theft is the things in the player's backpack, the success rate of the theft technique is about 10%, but if the equipment is to be stolen by a specific name, the success rate is less than 1%. Don't move. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Yu Huang, who was twisting under his crotch to affect the success rate of his stealing technique, and immediately gave him a stun on the back of his head, knocking him out for a few seconds. Fuck, why is there only one glove? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the thing in his hand that he had tried dozens of times to steal successfully, and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Don't move, try again. Dao Yiyu Dao knocked him out with the handle of the dagger again, and immediately reached for the other hand. The glove that Dao Yiyu Dao threw on the ground was immediately picked up by Mina, and he was very angry. Seeing the attributes, he could not help but be surprised again. Shui Nai looked at the purple equipment called Blue Demon Gloves. This pair of equipment did not contribute much to defense, but it had the ability to speed up the recovery of mana, and the increase was 200%, which means that as long as he got a pair of such a pair, Shui Nai's mana recovery speed would reach 3 times the original speed. Seeing that Dao Yiyu Dao, who was a little annoyed because of the frequent failures of the stealing spell, directly poisoned Yu Huang. Shui Nai felt that this guy looked quite pitiful, but then he thought that Xiao Yu was pierced by hundreds of arrows because of the order of this bastard, and all the pity was gone immediately. Lao Fan, add some blood. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Yu Huang, who had been tortured to the point that his health value was only a few hundred points, and was afraid that he would kill him because of too much force, so he asked Shui Nai to cast a few recovery spells for him. Use the recovery scroll yourself. I'm not free now. Shui Nai casually threw a few newly made scrolls over, and then his eyes kept using the search spell to search and investigate the situation outside the cave entrance. From just now, he felt a sense of being watched. The feeling of being spied on was not unfamiliar to the mage. Hehe, you are still more thorough. You even prepared this. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the bundles of recovery scrolls in his hand. With this, Shui Nai would not have to be distracted. Here are the gloves for you. I'm going to untie him now, but the equipment that can be used for instant teleportation has not been found yet. I'm afraid there will be some problems later. You have to pay attention. Dao Yiyu Dao handed another blue magic glove that he had just taken off Yu Huang to Shui Nai's hand. Use anesthetic first, then untie. Shui Nai put on the pair of gloves while carefully squatting in front of the cave entrance to look at the surrounding situation. Now he is in the light, while others are in the dark, so he has to be extremely careful. Yes, I will. Dao Yiyu Dao first used a dagger to cut the ropes tied to Emperor Yu, and then only the last rope tied to his hands was left, and this rope was the last line of defense to restrict his movement. Dao Yiyu Dao first slashed his arm, and then poured a pinch of yellow powder on his wound. After the preparations were completed, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately cut the rope and completely liberated Emperor Yu's body. At this moment, Emperor Yu, who had no resistance and was very numb, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the cave entrance for a few times. A ring in his hand emitted a green magic halo at this time. When this green magic halo was about to reach its peak, a lightning arrow hit Emperor Yu's body faster than Dao Yiyu Dao's dagger, interrupting Emperor Yu's instant movement. After opening his eyes and seeing that he was not moved outside, Emperor Yu immediately cursed. Just now, due to the effect of Dao Yiyu Dao's anesthetic, he did not feel the lightning arrows hitting him. He just knew that he was attacked by Shui Nai for a while, and the effect of teleportation was interrupted. From the beginning, Shui Nai had been prepared. As long as he felt that the surrounding elements had changed, he would immediately release a lightning arrow, regardless of whether it was made by Yu Huang. Awesome, you hit it without even looking at it. You kid should just give up. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and quickly took out another bundle of ropes from his backpack and tied him up neatly. Your whole family, you just wait to be killed by my people, Yu Huang, who was already very annoyed, saw that his escape plan was broken like this, and he couldn't help but throw away his demeanor and quality. He stared at Shui Nai, who ruined his plan, with a pair of eyes that were about to spit blood. The murderous aura in his eyes surged like a flood, but his rage earned Shui Nai a piece of cloth armor that was almost the same as the fragment. With his mouth blocked, Yu Huang was immediately molested by Dao Yiyu Dao, but because Dao Yiyu Dao's stealing skills were not high, the failure rate was so high that Dao Yiyu Dao himself was upset. Finally, in the minute before the second untying, Dao Yiyu Dao finally took off Yu Huang's ring that could perform instant teleportation. Here, this thing is very suitable for you. Dao Yiyu Dao handed the ring to Shui Nai and worked hard again. This wind-shifting ring is a special item that allows the wearer to teleport once, with a maximum range of 10 meters and a cooling time of 20 minutes. However, the place of movement must be a position that the player can see, otherwise the movement cannot be completed. As time passed, Dao Yiyu Dao's stealing skills had been used for hundreds of times, and Shui Nai also began to find traces of thieves under the cave. However, due to the white lime powder laid by Shui Nai below, and the fact that Shui Nai was guarding the cave entrance, no one dared to step on it. After the thief Yiyu Dao stole the blue demon gloves and wind shift ring, a golden wizard robe and a pair of golden cloth shoes were dug out again. Although these two pieces of equipment are not as perverted as the explosive flame wand, they are at least affordable for the president level. The properties of the equipment will naturally not be bad. For example, the level 40 magic robe can add 50 points of spirit value, 200 points of magic power, and 100 points of magic damage. What surprised Shui Nai the most was that this equipment could actually add a magic called Magic Shield, which allows the mage to put on a magic shield that only mages can use for a period of time, and consume magic power as life value. However, since Yu Huang has used this magic shield once, Shui Nai can only try it again tomorrow for the magic shield that can only be used once a day. The properties of the pair of level 40 cloth shoes are also good. In addition to adding 20 points of physical defense, it also adds 10 points of agility and increases the movement speed by 30 points. It is very suitable for mages to use when escaping. Hey, something happened. Shui Nai, who had just finished admiring the equipment in his hand, suddenly found a few strings of footprints on the lime powder below. After that, Shui Nai didn't think twice and released a chain lightning to the open space, and then summoned a series of explosive bombs to bombard the 3 thieves who were in stealth mode. However, when the 3 thieves who rushed into the cave were dying, they still stuck a wooden stick into the ground, and a grey light covered the range of the cave entrance. Just wait for us to cut you into pieces. Today, I want you and the 3 in the town to pay back 1,000 times for the suffering I have suffered. Haha. Yu Huang, who swallowed the cloth ball at some point, immediately threatened this sentence. Oh my god, let's talk about it after you get out. After paralyzing him, Dao Yiyudao immediately attacked Yu Huang's chest, where there was a very beautiful necklace. Although Yu Huang has turned off the effect of the equipment halo, everything he can wear is a good thing, and most of the things like necklaces and rings have some special effects, which have always been his targets. However, when he saw the remaining rings on Emperor Yu's hands, they were nothing more than magic-enhancing rings of the fire, lightning, and water elements, which were of little significance to Dao Yiyudao and Chuina, so Dao Yiyudao focused his attention on the necklace on his chest. Lao Fan, hold on, I'll be fine after stealing this necklace. Dao Yiyudao saw that Chuina had destroyed the silence staff with the flame dragon shock wave, and was now fighting with the players who were about to rush in. Since Chuina had taken advantage of the terrain, he still had a little advantage, so it was not a problem to hold on for a while. Chapter 326 Cross Necklace. When the kidnapped Emperor Yu heard that the silence staff inserted outside was destroyed by the mage guarding the cave entrance, he immediately mistakenly thought that it was the credit of his own explosive flame staff. After staring at Chuina, Emperor Yu finally made up his mind. Everyone, let go. Don't worry about me now. This will only kill more people. Just fight to the death. Yu Huang said in his team chat with a heroic tone, which made a group of members keep trying to keep him. Boss, wait a minute. We'll come over now. Boss, you have to hold on, we can definitely save you. Don't argue, I said to attack directly, and we won't waste any more time. The guild can't let you make such a loss again. Hurry up, the mage is on the left side of the cave. Yu Huang gave instructions to the people below while looking at Shui Nai's position. Seeing Dao Yiyudao concentrating on launching a fierce attack on his necklace, Yu Huang knew that it was only a matter of time before the necklace was lost. In order to keep the necklace, it would be worth dying twice. In the next moment, more than a dozen shield-armored warriors holding large shields rushed out of the woods, lined up to protect the mages and swordsmen holding crossbows behind them. Is this a defensive formation? Shui Nai looked at the priests at the back shooting into the woods, and quickly cast a healing spell on the shields in the front row, obviously intending to use the shields as a meat shield. Blindfold him. Shui Nai ducked his head to avoid the crossbow arrows shot from below, and immediately shouted at Dao Yiyudao, throwing the magic on the staff down one by one, trying to harass the enemies below. Boom, hiss. Various magics collided violently in the space in front of the cave entrance, and from time to time, small magic storms were generated, and then they turned into free energy and disappeared into the air. But it was a bit difficult for Shui Nai to defend so many mages below alone. From time to time, a small magic would come in from the cave entrance, and the light of these magics made the whole cave look bizarre, and the constantly flashing magic halo made the inside even more shadowy. If the cave entrance was not located on a high mountain wall, if the road in front of the cave entrance was narrow, if the mutant wizard Shui Nai was not guarding the cave entrance, if magic storms appeared from time to time in front of the cave entrance to destroy the magic offensive of the wizards below, I am afraid that this cave would have been occupied by the players below. However, it is only a matter of time before Shui Nai falls. Relying on memory and calculations in his mind, he once again laid down 10 fire walls to after the shields below stopped the advance of these shields, Shui Nai had time to stick his head out to check. In the short moment when he stuck his head out, the ice shield protecting Shui Nai's head was broken into pieces. Swoosh, swoosh. A burst of wind-breaking sounded again, breaking Shui Nai's second ice shield into pieces. Seeing such a fierce attack, Shui Nai couldn't help but be amazed, and then he couldn't help but look back at Dao Yiyudao who was further inside. However, when he saw the ice bear that came out at some unknown time, Shui Nai knew that Dao Yiyu Dao was fine now. Dao Yiyu Dao and Yu Huang were tightly protected by the ice bear, and all the magic and crossbows were taken by the loyal ice bear with its broad bare back. The attack of those people below was too fierce, and now they obviously planned to destroy the people here in the cave together, and even the fire magic explosive bombs began to be thrown into the cave entrance. As soon as he saw the explosive bomb coming up, Shui Nai immediately released a lightning arrow to detonate it, not caring about the crossbow arrows shot up. Afterwards, a series of chain lightnings were released from Shui Nai's explosive staff, hitting the row of shields fiercely. In this situation, Shui Nai did not dare to use the explosive bomb with high lethality, otherwise if the explosive bomb he released was blown up in front of the cave entrance, the consequence would be the same as being hit by the explosive bomb of the enemy below. The narrow environment of the cave can amplify the power of the explosive shock wave of the explosive bomb. Once knocked unconscious at this time, it is no different from death. Seeing that the people below were unwilling to come up and just blindly used high lethal magic to bomb, Shui Nai was relieved in his heart. Otherwise, if they rushed up in a swarm without fear of death, I am afraid that this place will definitely be lost. However, although they did this to reduce casualties on their side, it gave Dao Yiyu Dao more time. Another batch of chain lightning was fired, but unfortunately the effect of chain lightning was much weaker than that of explosive bombs, and there was basically no way to knock down the people below. Instead, when Shui Nai stuck his head out, there would always be a few crossbow arrows shooting over with a whistling sound. After lowering his head and barely letting the dozen crossbow arrows pass, Shui Nai had to change his strategy. Now what they had to do was to wait for Dao Yiyu Dao to succeed, that is, to defend the cave entrance here. And defense does not necessarily mean counterattack. Shui Nai immediately raised the explosive magic wand in his hand and placed it on one side of the cave entrance, and a series of water mist spells immediately shot into the crowd below. The people of Si Hai Tang, who were shrouded in thick fog, were not panicked at all. One by one, magic and crossbow arrows were still shot from below, but some lost their accuracy and hit the mountain wall on one side. After taking the opportunity to throw a few explosive bombs, Shui Nai immediately started to build defensive structures. I saw Shui Nai sticking the ice shields she summoned in her hand to the edge below the cave entrance one by one, and using the freezing spell to freeze them one by one in front of the cave entrance while sticking them, and at the same time, she did not forget to cast a few water mist spells below. Looking at the dozen or so uneven ice shields stuck to the bottom of the cave entrance, Shui Nai immediately used Thunderbolt Ice on the ice shields below. It must be said that the effect of using ice magic here is amazingly high. The freezing effect, which originally had only a 50% chance of success, has never failed here. Watching these ice crystal columns grow up one by one and slowly close the cave entrance, Shui Nai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Shui Nai has tried the defensive effect of Thunderbolt Ice. As long as it is not hit by the high lethality and explosive magic such as the explosive flame bomb, the rest of the magic can basically only break a corner. While casting the water mist spell, he also had to detonate the explosive bombs that popped up from time to time, and solidify the ice crystal fence in front of him. Shui Nai was busy at this time. However, just when Shui Nai was about to use the water mist below to use a firestorm, he found that several thieves appeared in front of him. This is a thief who was dumbfounded when he saw the ice crystal pillars appearing in front of him. Bang! Ah! This is a thief who rushed too fast and couldn't stop in time and hit the ice crystal pillar head-on and screamed in pain. Those thieves who rushed too fast hit the ice crystal fence in front of them hard, hitting themselves with blood on their heads, and Shui Nai, who reacted, counted the number of these thieves and found that except for the 3 who died, the others were all here, and naturally they would not let them live to go back. These thieves obviously wanted to use the fog to make the vision unclear and act as assault soldiers, and the immobile mages and warriors below were just a cover to distract the attention of those above. As a member of a large guild, all members, especially the loyal ones, would not want to see their president killed by players. After all, this is related to the face of the guild, and this time, their president was kidnapped in front of their elite group. If their president really died, where would their face be in the future? I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to mess around in front of other members in the future. And it is precisely because of these considerations that, so when the people below saw that there was a chance to rescue their president, they immediately ignored their president's orders and planned to use thieves to enter the cave for rescue. However, they did not expect that the mage above would be so ingenious and get an ice crystal fence to trap himself in the cave. A series of chain lightning poured out from Shui Nai's staff like raindrops, and then passed through the narrow space between the ice crystal columns and hit the thieves outside. The jumping electric chain almost electrocuted Shui Nai inside, and the thieves outside were electrocuted to the point of hair, and the damage was like bubbles in the water, bubbling up non-stop. And because these thieves have now blocked the entire cave entrance, if the players below want to attack the cave entrance, they must knock these thieves down first, otherwise, they will wait for these thieves to be knocked down by Shui Nai. The thieves who were electrocuted by the chain lightning knew that they were about to die, so they had to let the people below kill them as well. At least in this way, their sin points would be converted into honor points for their brothers, instead of being taken advantage of by the mage. However, the people below, who had been shrouded in mist for half a day, had long lost the specific location of the cave entrance. Except for the shields of some thieves who were lucky enough to hit the cave entrance, the rest hit the mountain wall on one side, which was completely useless. Haha, we stole it, it's time for us to leave. Dao Yudao suddenly flashed behind Shui Nai, holding a silver-white exquisite and beautiful cross necklace in his hand. His excited expression that made his eyes red also showed the value of the necklace in his hand. Chapter 327 Resurrection Necklace. When the extremely excited Dao Yudao found that there was an ice crystal fence in front of Shui Nai, he suddenly changed his mind and asked Shui Nai to stay for a while and leave when he had stolen almost everything. Hot Book Pavilion. Seeing Dao Yudao sitting on Yu Huang again, Shui Nai could only helplessly continue to electrocute the thieves outside the ice crystal fence. Shui Nai, where are you? Xiao Yu. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly received a text message from Xiao Yu, and at this time, Shui Nai remembered that in order to ensure that they would not be harassed by the enemy during the battle, they had turned off the semantic chat function at the beginning. We are in the cave we found when we fought the black bear last time. Is there anything? Shui Nai opened the semantic chat and asked with some doubts. Logically, they should not ask such questions now. Po Xiao and the others said they wanted to come out to help you, so. But, at this time, it's too dangerous for them to come out. No, I think it's necessary to let them experience it. The two interrupted each other, but in the end, Xiao Yu ended their brief exchange with a faint but very certain tone. What happened? Mina used lightning arrows to detonate all the explosive bombs, and then laid a water mist spell, thinking for a moment and asked. Xiao Yu then briefly told Mina about the dawn. It turned out that in order to make the dawn stronger, Xiao Yu deliberately said that Mina and the others might need his help to inspire his fighting spirit, and then Xiao Yu asked Mina about his location. Then we come over now, can you defend it? Xiao Yu asked worriedly. It's impossible to defend, but it's okay for us to leave. Why don't you come over first and see if you can lead some of them away, so that it will be easier for us to go out. However, remember, you have to leave as soon as you appear in their sight, otherwise there will be problems. Seeing that they were so determined, Mina couldn't say anything to stop them, so she had to let them go. Anyway, all the thieves went back to the town to rest. Now as long as they were not surrounded, there would be no danger. With Xiao Yu and Poxio's long-range ability, they could shoot a few cold arrows from a distance and then leave immediately. This was very safe, but the problem was that if they killed someone, they would not be able to enter Yunwu town. At this time, Poxio suddenly sent a team application, asking Shui Nai to join Poxio's team. At the same time, Dao Yudao also received this message. After the two looked at each other, they felt that a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in their minds, making them feel bright. This kid is smart. After saying the last sentence to Shui Nai in the team chat, Dao Yudao disbanded the team he had formed with Shui Nai before, and turned around to join Poxio's team. The two new members immediately found Yuying Qingchen's location through the teammates' coordinates on the map. She actually sneaked to a place not far below the cave for reconnaissance, while Poxio and Xiao Yu hid in the woods, ready to shoot at any time. After determining their respective tasks, Mina immediately stretched out her hand from the gap in the ice crystal fence, exposing it to the attacks from outside, and then immediately put on an ice shield. After a while, several crossbow arrows that were obviously stray bullets shot up from the mist and hit the ice shield on Mina's arm, making a crisp ding-ding sound. At this time, the people in the Dawn squad, and the team that used the crossbow to shoot Shui Nai, immediately received the system's malicious attack prompt. At the beginning, the team composed of Shui Nai and Dao Yudao was defined as the evil team by the system because both of them were in a serious red name state, so no matter how the players of Si Haitang attacked them, the malicious attack problem would not be triggered. Now, because the evil team of Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao has been incorporated into the good team of Dawn, it is now attacked by the players of Si Hai Tang who are also in the good team, which will naturally trigger the system's malicious attack problem. System, warning, you are now maliciously attacking the Dawn team, please pay attention. Hey, my name is Red, what's going on? After the swordsmen holding crossbows below suddenly received such a message from the system, they immediately checked their character attribute panel, where their names had turned red. For those players who received the warning, if they set their names not to be exposed, there will be no red names above their heads, but a red air mass will appear. If they kill someone at this time, then the red air mass will become like Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao, with numbers representing the number of kills. And these red named players with red air masses are killed, but they are not responsible. Dawn? Oops, be careful behind, there are enemies. Several smart players immediately retracted their heads into the surrounding players without red names. At this time, 2 arrows appeared from behind them, 1 physical arrow and 1 magic arrow, and the targets of these 2 arrows were exactly the 2 players with red air masses above their heads. Be careful of enemy attacks, red named players immediately lie down and seek cover from surrounding players. Ah! Priest, add blood. In panic, arrows shot ruthlessly at the players of Sihaitang, some players fell to the ground, and some players were protected by the surrounding players. When they sent out some swordsmen to chase them, they found that the archers in the distance were ready to leave. Kill them. Several warriors without red names immediately summoned their mounts and chased Xiaoyu and the others. But in the 30 seconds when they summoned their mounts, Xiaoyu and Poxio had already ridden Unicorn and Zufeng on the road, leaving behind dust all the way. After being interfered by Xiaoyu and Poxio, Shui Nai had already retreated to the ice crystal fence. He was seen constantly using freezing and thunder ice to reinforce the ice crystal fence in front with all his strength. Outside, several warriors who rushed up kept hitting with weapons, hoping to destroy this obstacle. Okay, we can go. Dao Yiyu Dao said in the team chat, and then withdrew from Poxio's team, and then added Shui Nai. Just now, in order not to affect Xiaoyu and the others, Shui Nai retreated the moment the swordsman rushed up, otherwise, he would not dare to attack the swordsman outside casually. However, there are a lot of swordsmen outside now, and they are under the various defensive magics given to them by priests and mages. Now Shui Nai's magic, except for fire magic, really has no way to knock them down, and can only continuously strengthen the ice crystal fence in front. Lao Fan, release the smoke, we are leaving. Dao Yiyu Dao said, while taking out a few thunder bombs from his backpack and carefully placing them in this cave full of water mist. I can't see anything inside, boss, are you in there? A swordsman who was cutting the ice crystal fence saw a lot of water mist suddenly appearing inside, so he asked. However, his president did not reply to him. However, from the guild channel, it can be seen that the president is not dead or offline. Lao Fan, are you ready? Dao Yiyu Dao touched Shui Nai in the mist, but now he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was the clone. I'm ready, waiting for you, but that guy seems to be a little strange, he won't be in trouble. Shui Nai glanced at the mist behind him, and Yu Huang there seemed to have been silent for a long time, as if he had become a puppet, a little lifeless. Let's talk about it after we get out, I'm leaving first. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and his figure immediately disappeared into the shadow on one side. Shui Nai took over the work of the clone at this time, constantly brushing the freezing spell on the ice crystal fence, and the clone entered the phantom stealth state, hiding in the corner on one side of the cave entrance, and then Shui Nai added a water hiding spell to it to make it more concealed. Come out. Dao Yiyu Dao appeared in a safe place and immediately called Shui Nai out. After Shui Nai cast another water mist spell into the cave, she activated the teleportation ring and teleported to Dao Yiyu Dao's side. When the ice crystal fence at the entrance of the cave was broken, several swordsmen from Si Hai Tang rushed in immediately, slashing with swords in their hands, but they did not encounter any counterattack in the cave. FK, those 2 guys are offline. The president is not dead yet, he is here with me. President, wake up. Just as everyone in the cave was busy trying to wake up their president, suddenly, everyone felt that the temperature of the cave suddenly rose, and a bomb that was one size larger than a wash basin appeared in the corner of the cave entrance. This. After seeing this, everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. An incendiary bomb exploded here, it was no joke. No. Don't be afraid, I don't believe he will blow himself up. The warrior was saying, and suddenly found that the figure of the mage turned into a little starlight and disappeared like an illusion, but the very real large incendiary bomb was still here, and it fell to the ground. Ah! Protect the president! A swordsman immediately threw himself on the president, and the others immediately piled up on him to protect their president with their bodies. However, they did not find that there were unnatural objects like round cakes on the ground, but even if they found them now, they could not change anything. There was only a loud bang, and the whole cave was covered with flames and shock waves. The powerful explosion shook the whole mountain, and a ball of flames was directly ejected from the cave mouth. For a moment, the players of Sahaitang immediately received the news that the president was killed. In the woods outside the cave, Shui Nai entered stealth mode as soon as he came out, looking at Dao Yudao on the side. This is a good thing. I didn't expect that as soon as I stole his resurrection necklace, the boy actually forced himself to log off. Hehe, resurrection necklace. This belongs to me. Dao Yudao said, and immediately put on the resurrection necklace, and then activated the suit's ability again, entered the shadow of Mina, and planned to go to the cave to pick up some president-level junk. Chapter 328 Kill Again. Seeing such a violent explosion suddenly occur in the cave, all the members of Sahaitang who were not dead outside were shocked. The power of this explosion was really too amazing. Hot Book Pavilion. If the power of this explosion is described according to the power of the most basic level 1 explosive bomb, then it can be said that this explosion is equivalent to the power of 10 explosive bombs exploding together. And 10 explosive bombs exploded at the same time, and in such a narrow space, that power is probably so strong that even a boss-level creature would suffer a great loss. Everyone should be careful, there are mines in the cave. A Sahaitang swordsman who had entered the cave and was killed by the thunder bomb directly gave up the priest's resurrection spell, ran to Yunwu town to revive, and immediately reminded the priests who were about to go in and use the resurrection spell. Landmine. The priests who walked to the entrance of the cave hesitated immediately. They looked at each other and kept calculating in their hearts. Logically speaking, everyone inside is dead now, and even the president has gone offline. If they go in at this time, if there is a landmine that has not exploded, and they are unlucky enough to step on it, wouldn't it be a loss of one more life? However, if they don't go in, then they will get the title of a coward who is not righteous and has no loyalty, which is very fatal to them who claim to be elites. After all, although these people don't have any titles in the guild, every time they see them, the grassroots members will respectfully call them boss, which is more practical and more proud than the so-called tiring titles. Let's go, revive one if we can. A senior priest who was usually more prestigious among the priests immediately took a step forward. Now was not the time to hesitate. Seeing this, the remaining priests had no choice but to go in. The cave was still filled with smoke, and the smell of stone powder and burning metal mixed in their nostrils, making them frown and grope forward carefully. At this time, Dao Yudao also happened to use the shadow to travel and came to the cave. Looking at these priests who were moving forward carefully, Dao Yudao didn't care about anything and stabbed them from behind, killing anyone he saw. Ah! Help, there are thieves! The priest shouted loudly in the cave, and at the same time, holy light magic was randomly fired around in an attempt to drive away the thieves surrounding him. Except for a few holy light bullets that hit Dao Yudao, the rest either hit their own people or hit the mountain wall. However, at this time, the Sahaitang players outside had no time to pay attention to the priest in the cave, because Shui Nai's magic raid appeared. Shui Nai, who was cooperating with Dao Yudao, appeared from behind the enemies as soon as he heard that something happened in the cave, and directly threw a dozen explosive bombs to the priest at the back, and then disappeared again. In Shui Nai's mind, he had already formed a mortal enemy with Sahaitang anyway, so it was right to kill them all again now, so that they would not threaten his safety when their strength increased. Now it would be best to kill these people until they were afraid, so that they would have to run back when they saw them, and dare not trouble them again. So this time Shui Nai's slaughter was no longer out of anger, but out of protection for himself and his friends, so therefore, let the people of Sahaitang die again. This is the conclusion Shui Nai finally came to. Since getting Yu Wang's explosive flame wand and the magic robe, Shui Nai's spirit value has directly increased by 100 points, and the magic damage has soared by 750 points, and this is without counting the use of fire magic. Now, if Shui Nai uses the strongest fire magic at present, explosive flame bomb, I am afraid that even those mages with extremely high magic defense will not be able to bear it. After all, the level of explosive flame bomb +3, the effect is increased by 30%, which is already a very scary value. For high-level magic like explosive flame bomb, the proficiency required for each level is amazing, but the power of each level is also amazing. The power of each level is increased by 100, that is, for each level of explosive flame bomb, 100 points of fire damage will be generated. This is very powerful in the early stage of the game. For both mages with high magic defense and low health, and warriors with high health and low magic defense, every 100 points of damage increase means that you have to increase magic defense or health by 100 points to maintain the growth. But is it so easy to get these 100 points of magic defense or health? The answer is no. Under the sudden attack of more than a dozen explosive bombs from Mina, all priests had no time to add blood or take potions for themselves. After all, in the case of instant kill, no one can react in this instant, and those who react have already returned to the resurrection interface. Those who were hit by the explosive bombs that suddenly added thousands of points of fire damage all had the same result, being killed instantly and going back to face the wall to reflect on their mistakes. Moreover, Mina was also very shameless. Even if there was no general who could fight him now, he would not put himself in danger. After finishing a round, he immediately entered the phantom stealth, waited for the 15-second cooldown, and immediately released a round of explosive bombs from the other side, which made the players of the Sahatang completely lost and chaotic. The high damage of the mage, coupled with the elusiveness of the thief, Mina perfectly combined the characteristics of these two professions, and the players of the Sahatang became livestock waiting to be slaughtered, making a last unwilling cry or struggling in vain before dying. When the remaining players of the Sahatang formed a circular formation and used the back method to use the sight of all personnel, Mina's explosive bombs lost their surprise attack effect. However, the number of their personnel lost more than half because of Mina's fatal attack. Now, there is no one who is not injured. However, since Shui Nai attacked the priests at the beginning, there is no one to help them replenish their health or add a few holy light defense magics. They can only find potions to replenish their health. However, since the price of large space backpacks is generally very expensive and the number is scarce, teams with priests generally do not carry too many medicines, as long as they can be used in times of danger. This has also cultivated a strange habit of many players relying on priests, especially those melee professions whose health often fluctuates greatly. They have become people who cannot fight without priests. However, the role of priests is indeed very important for these teams with clear division of labor. With priests, both the player's survivability and sustained combat effectiveness can be greatly increased. The priest's blue dotting skills and auxiliary skills make them as important as elemental mages. So in many cases, in group battles between guilds, priests and elemental mages are the first targets to be attacked, and Shui Nai, in order to reduce the time of the battle, naturally chose to start with priests. Lao Fan, release the smoke bomb. I'll go in and get rid of the mages inside. You can use magic outside to harass them. Just as Shui Nai was thinking about countermeasures, Dao Yiyu Dao had already come out of the cave. Because the situation in the cave was quite chaotic, Dao Yiyu Dao also took a long time to find the equipment on the ground from the gravel and dust. As a qualified scavenger, Dao Yiyu Dao held the belief that waste was shameful. He did not withdraw until he was sure that there was no equipment left in the cave. He went to help Shui Nai. Okay. Shui Nai saw Dao Yiyu Dao coming out and immediately agreed. As long as this turtle formation was broken up, wouldn't it be his time to take action? When groups of water mist shot out from Shui Nai's staff, the elemental mages in the warrior's encirclement immediately found Shui Nai's position through the fluctuations of the elements and shouted loudly. For a moment, a large number of crossbows shot out from the warriors and hit the big tree in front of Shui Nai. Damn, it's water mist again. Hold on, everyone. I'm going to learn the whirlwind spell first. A mage player cursed as soon as he saw that the water mist spells were coming from Mina. This water mist spell is really too abnormal. In the water mist, the side with more people is completely at a disadvantage. In fact, this mage players don't want to learn this non-lethal whirlwind spell. After all, mage players now pursue high-lethal, high-control magic. No one is willing to learn this useless skill, but now he has no choice. The effect of the water mist spell is too abnormal. However, just when he took out the skill book and prepared to learn, a dark figure appeared under his feet and squeezed him aside. Don't squeeze me, I want, ah. The mage who couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly in the water mist squeezed back immediately, but a dagger stopped his speech. Picking up the skill book that was exploded on the ground, Dao Yiyu Dao smiled and took out the mechanical crossbow. After a burst of bang bang bang, a lot of groans began to appear around. A thief sneaked in, quickly disperse. A mage who was shot through the arm by a crossbow arrow shouted in the regional channel while enduring the pain. In this supportive environment, it is incredible that mages and thieves can survive when they meet. Damn, how did he get in? The soldiers outside were about to disperse the formation. Ah, help! Before a mage could finish his words, he was knocked over by Deo Yiu Deo and turned into white light. He's there, use intermediate magic to hit him. Another mage immediately used a lightning arrow to hit Deo Yiu Deo. However, this magic did not produce any effect, but instead attracted Deo Yiu Deo who was not far away. Ah, don't come over! When the mage saw the dagger and crossbow in the hands of Deo Yiu Deo who was grinning, and the bloody road behind him, he immediately squeezed the people around him and walked away. The situation in the circle was developing in an increasingly chaotic direction. The crazy mages ignored the existence of their companions and teammates around them, and cast magic at all the suspicious people. As for the soldiers outside, because they lost the guidance of the mage behind them, they were also suppressed by Shui Nai's magic in the mist. For a while, white lights appeared one after another when players died, and the sound of wailing was rising and falling. Chapter 329 The Days of Red Names, Part 1. In the Mage Tower Square of Yunwu Town, the Great Elder and the mysterious old man were watching the battle between Shui Nai, Deo Yiu Deo and Si Hai Tang. In this multidimensional picture, the defeat of Si Hai Tang was certain. None of the players of Si Hai Tang had the fighting power to stop Shui Nai and Deo Yiu Deo. If someone could balance them a little, I'm afraid the people of Si Hai Tang would have won long ago, and there would be no need to be beaten like this without even being able to fight back. It seems that your apprentice has the same character as you, both are so cruel. The Great Elder said with some joking. Nonsense, being cruel to the enemy is being kind to your own people. If he doesn't do that, I will look down on him. However, now that he has done that, I wonder how you plan to deal with this matter? If it is not handled well, a large number of people will be lost here. Well, I will pretend that I didn't see it. Anyway, as long as it doesn't happen in the town, I will not care about it. Let the young people deal with their affairs. This suits your mind, right? The elder stroked his white beard and looked at the mysterious old man with a smile. It's okay. Anyway, I don't like that group of unscrupulous people. Let them suffer a little and take it as a lesson. After the mysterious old man finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around and said, by the way, hasn't the little iron hammer thing been repaired yet? The strength of the beasts in the past few days seems to have become much stronger. If his thing can succeed, we have to manufacture it in large quantities. It's still being repaired. Since the last time it was messed up by the big wild boar, the core components are basically broken. It may take a few more days to repair it. However, it is not feasible to manufacture in large quantities. The material of that thing is not simple at all. The elder said casually while checking other water mirrors. Oh. The mysterious old man just responded casually and returned to the magician tower. I don't know what to do. When Shui Na and Deo Yiu Deo left the battlefield with a red number 113 and a red number 105 behind their names, there were only 3 of them left here. After Deo Yiu Deo received a video from Yu Ying Qing Chen, he left the place with them and found a safe place to discuss what to pay attention to next. Now both of them have killed Si Hai Tang almost twice per person, and their levels have basically been reduced by about 2 levels, plus they have obtained hundreds of equipment. These equipment cannot be returned to them, otherwise they will increase the strength of Si Hai Tang and make things difficult for them. But these equipment cannot be handed over to Po Xiao and others to deal with, otherwise they will attract the attention of Si Hai Tang, and then they will probably not have an easy time in Yunwu Town. It is better to take all the firepower on these 2 brothers, at least they have the ability to eat them. You better be careful. It's best not to come out these days. After joining us, you will be responsible for accepting and handing in tasks, and we will be responsible for killing monsters. Deo Yiu Deo immediately came up with a countermeasure. Anyway, they still had a lot of things to do in Yunwu Town, and there was no need to come out and suffer with them. Now there was a mark on their heads that they had killed hundreds of people. If it was to disappear naturally, it would take more than 50 hours. And it would have to be in a situation where they could not kill anyone anymore. But would the people from Sahaitang just give up like that? This was obviously impossible. I know, then you have to be careful too. After Yu Ying Qing Chen finished speaking, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao heard footsteps leaving them. What should we do now? Shui Nai looked at the weather. It was gloomy now, and it looked like it was going to rain. I don't know. Let's deal with the equipment we picked up first. Dao Yiyudao said, and then he began to check the equipment he had picked up. Most of the properties of these equipment were put into the backpack without being checked. By the way, this skill book for you is the whirlwind technique. It doesn't have much lethality, but if it is combined with some poison powder or other things, the effect is still good. You keep it first. Dao Yiyudao handed Shui Nai a skill book. This was the first time that Dao Yiyudao got this skill book from a player, so he was very impressed. After taking a look at it, Shui Nai directly stored it in a backpack that was responsible for storing spare items among many backpacks, intending to learn it when needed. Damn, it turns out that I got a lot of junk equipment. I should have stolen a few more things from Yu Huang earlier. What a loss! Dao Yiyudao shouted loudly after checking for a while. He worked hard for a long time, but the things he got were some ordinary goods, and most of them were not suitable for them to use. It's a bit of a loss. I can't even make back the crossbow arrows. Dao Yiyudao said a little depressed while lying on the ground. Shui Na looked at the various equipment piled on the ground. Although these things were not suitable for them to use, some of them were top quality items. It was just that Dao Yiyudao was in a bad mood, and he was used to seeing the top quality equipment on Yu Huang, so he said such words. Indeed, even Shui Na was not in a good mood now. A feeling of being unable to return home made them feel suffocated. However, even if he was not in a good mood, he had to pack up the equipment on the ground. If these things were left here, then Dao Yiyudao would really lose the cost of the crossbow. After Shui Nai's classification, Shui Nai still found some equipment that could be used for replacement. Now Shui Nai's equipment was very top quality, which made Shui Nai reluctant to use it, fearing that it would consume their durability. In the past, Shui Nai's equipment was some blank equipment, and basically they were sold directly or decomposed into basic materials when they were worn out. But now Shui Nai's top quality mage equipment made him reluctant to use it as before, and it was still in this situation where he could not go into the city for repair. For mages, all their equipment is fragile. To be honest, a mage's staff is just a wooden stick. If it is in close combat with a warrior, it may be a problem whether the staff can survive 3 rounds. The same is true for the mage's cloth defensive equipment. Whether it is durability or fragility, it is the worst among all professions. As long as a melee profession gets close to it, there will be multiple holes on these cloths, and the durability will drop sharply. And it is precisely because of this reason that Shui Na, who has always been alone, has never planned to wear some top quality equipment. He always wears whiteboard, so he will not feel bad if it is lost or broken, and he has also developed the habit of not relying on top quality equipment. By the way, Lao Fan, how many repair hammers do you have on you? Seeing Shui Na replace the top quality equipment on his body, Dao Yiyudao also remembered that his own equipment had to be repaired, otherwise when the durability becomes 0, he really wants to cry but can't cry. Not many, just a dozen or so, but they may not be able to repair your equipment. After all, the quality of your equipment is too high. Shui Na gave all the repair hammers in his backpack to Dao Yiyudao. Anyway, as long as he didn't let the melee units get close, the durability of the general equipment would still be able to be used for a long time. However, a simple repair hammer like this is completely powerless against high-level equipment. Forget it, let's use some other equipment. Dao Yiyudao said, and then changed into ordinary equipment. For him, he had never killed so many people before, and he didn't know when he would be able to bleach his wounds. It was more reasonable to calculate according to the worst case. Hey, Po Xiao, this kid really cares about us. He accepted a big task so quickly. Let's go and kill some monsters to wash the red, although this has the same effect as nothing. Dao Yiyudao said self-deprecatingly, and then walked towards the monster area on the other side. By the way, that Emperor Yu said before that he spent 100,000 credit points to buy this explosion wand. Is this credible? Shui Na waved the explosion wand in his hand, and a small fireball flew out of the wand and hit the trees nearby. He was very satisfied with this small fireball that did not consume magic power and still had the power of his own fireball. This? I don't think so. If he had the whole, the total value of all the equipment on a person is about this price. Your magic wand is worth at most 100,000 gold coins, which is about 10,000 credit points if converted into credit points. However, if that guy gets this equipment through auction, he might really raise the price to this level. Hey, you don't want to give it back to him, do you? I have to tell you, I don't want to give him the necklace back. Dao Yudao caressed the necklace on his neck lovingly, and then yelled at Shui Nai. Seeing that Dao Yudao attached so much importance to this necklace, although he didn't know its true value, it was not easy to discuss this issue. Well, in reality, some people will spend credit points to exchange for equipment, which is not very reasonable. After all, the value of equipment is very time sensitive. Basically, once that time has passed, these equipment will not be valuable. Shui Nai just couldn't figure it out. You are wrong. Have you ever heard of showing off? Rich people use various ways to show off their wealth or to highlight their superiority, and this unique dark gold equipment or special equipment has become their way of showing off. It can be said that your dark gold staff is a symbol of a person of status. If it is not an equipment that can only be used by mages, I would have taken it for myself long ago. As a collection, it is very expensive. Dao Yudao said sourly. Although the effect of his resurrection necklace is very good, as a special item, he does not have the halo effect of this equipment, unlike the dark gold staff, which is so golden and gorgeous. Well, then I understand that everyone plays the game differently, right? Yes, well, we have to start working too. Let's finish this task quickly before the guys from Si Hai Tang come over. Dao Yudao looked at the huge wild boars in front of him. It seemed that the size of these beasts had grown again, which also showed that the strength of the beasts was increasing. Well, then I'll go up first. Shui Nai said as he flew to a big tree nearby. Burning wild animals to death on the tree has become Shui Nai's specialty. Chapter 330 The Days of Red Name, Part 2. After burning wild animals for a few days, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao have been living outside for almost 5 days. Hot Book Pavilion. During these days, they basically had no peace for a moment. They had to fight with the people of Si Hai Tang at least once every hour and leave a few corpses before they could stop. Although from the beginning, they had the idea of killing until they dare not provoke them again, but after fighting for so many days in a row, the number of people they killed was almost catching up with the number of wild animals they killed during the mission. Now the red numbers above their heads have not decreased at all, but are steadily moving towards the 300 mark. Now both of them are a little chilled. If they continue to kill like this, they are afraid that they will have to accompany Red Name for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, the players of Si Hai Tang were used to being overbearing. They all had a lot of sin points, so killing them didn't make them lose much honor points. However, as they converted almost all of the sin points of these people, their honor points began to steadily decrease, which made them terrified. Now they had to avoid these Si Hai Tang players who were already all over the periphery, otherwise, once a fight broke out, they would have no advantage at all, because the equipment on these people had almost exploded, and if they exploded again, they would only explode a few ordinary equipment, which might not even be enough to cover the cost of potions and crossbows, and the equipment would have to lose durability, which was a thankless job. If Yu Ying Qing Chen hadn't come to deliver potions and daily necessities several times during this period, I'm afraid they would really be out of ammunition and food. Hey, they're here again, should we kill them or hide? Dao Yudao, who was scouting ahead, immediately asked in the team chat. His name has become very famous now. Let's avoid them first. If we continue like this, we will never be able to enter Yunmu town. You should come back first. My scroll is almost done. Okay, why don't we go to Yunmu mountain to have a look? I heard that some springs there have the miraculous effect of increasing physical fitness. Dao Yudao's Thief King profession consumes a lot of physical fitness. No matter how much endurance he has, it is not enough for him. So as soon as he heard that there was something that could increase physical fitness, he was immediately tempted. Okay. For the current situation, Shui Nai has no way to stay here. As the grievances between Si Hai Tang and them were posted on the forum by other players, more and more Si Hai Tang players entered Yunmu town, and their goal was not to protect Yunmu town, but to deal with them. Now, the players all over the mountains are basically from Si Hai Tang. Even those who come out to do tasks will be interrogated by Si Hai Tang. Sometimes they are directly killed and brought back to the city for espionage. They are so arrogant. So now Shui Nai and others dare not let Yu Ying Qing Chen come out to deliver potions and items. If something goes wrong, I am afraid I will have to confront them head-on again. But they have almost touched the cards on my side, and most of their tactics have failed. They are no match for them. It is very unwise to have a conflict with a large army of thousands of people. Moreover, although the beasts attacking Yunwu town are stronger, their number is not large. With the current number of players, it should be no problem to defend, so they can leave for a while with peace of mind. After telling Xiaoyu and the others about this, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao walked towards Yunwu Mountain, the most magnificent mountain in Yunwu town, in the silence of dawn. Fan Chen, Dao Yiyu Dao, we know you are nearby. You two little mice, come out to us immediately. As long as you return the staff and necklace and delete your account by yourself, we will not pursue your affairs. There are still 2 days left before the final time, otherwise. Just as Shui Nai and the others bypassed the teams of Sahaitang and headed towards Yunwu Mountain, the regional channel suddenly sounded more than a dozen times. Such regional messages have appeared countless times in the past few days. Anyone who is smart knows that such threats must not be believed. If they really have that strength, they would have taken action long ago. After several verbal battles, even Dao Yiyu Dao, who was bored at the beginning, had no interest in such a meaningless quarrel with them. However, it is said that since Dao Yiyu Dao posted the video of them fighting 2 against 100 on the forum and explained the beginning of the whole thing, the players of the entire forum were greatly affected. Many righteous players felt indignant and unhappy with the behavior of Si Hai Tang, which had a certain negative impact on the signboard of a large guild like Si Hai Tang. However, most players who are familiar with the operation of large guilds are no longer surprised by such things. After all, where there are people, there must be hatred. Only those players who are full of beauty in this world will be so indignant. So Dao Yiyu Dao posted the video not to get the pity of these people, but to prepare for the enemy guild of Si Hai Tang. In the competition between large guilds, all means have always been used. As long as they get a handle on the hostile guild, they will not be able to cripple them. I am afraid that they will be sorry for themselves. And just like this, all the guilds that have a grudge against Sahaitang, whether they are large or small, regard this video as a teaching material and continue to spread it to attack Sahaitang's rusticity and internal stability. Their results are also very good. It is said that a large number of grassroots players have been separated. These grassroots players do not have much guild awareness because they cannot get the resources of the guild. They join the guild just to borrow the reputation and prestige of the guild. Now the guild's elite group has been beaten twice, and the murderer has not been found. This makes them who cannot get the resources they deserve. Naturally they will not stay in this kind of guild that will only waste guild funds to cultivate garbage elite groups and constantly erode their game income. As grassroots members of such large guilds, they often only contribute to the guild, and there is no substantial return. After all, the large guild is for profit, and most of the benefits are in the hands of the top. It seems that the situation in Sahaitang is going to change. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly said this to Shui Nai after coming down from the forum. Change? What's going on? Of course someone wants to compete for the position. Just now, I heard that the top leaders of Sahaitang have already negotiated that as long as one of the vice presidents can get our heads, he can replace the old president and be promoted to the new president of Sahaitang. It seems that we have a lot of face. Dao Yiyu Dao said with a beaming face. You can even laugh at this, this is not a good thing. Shui Nai said with some worry. Wrong, 1 is dead, 2 are also dead, of course it's better to drag more people to die together, anyway, the hatred can't be resolved, so why are you afraid of more people? Dao Yiyu said as a matter of course. Then aren't you afraid that you will really be red and can't be washed away? Shui Nai pointed at the number on Dao Yiyu Dao's head that was red and had a tendency to turn black. This. Dao Yiyu Dao looked up and immediately withered. This was indeed a big problem. If they died now, their strength would probably drop to the primitive period. Let's go to Yunwu Mountain. If they killed people to this extent, it would not be easy. Carrying more than 200 lives on their shoulders, it was no joke. If they died accidentally, not to mention whether their equipment could be saved, the level alone would drop by more than 20 levels. But just when Shui Nai and the others stepped into the border of Yunwu Mountain, they received a text message from Yu Huang, which was a challenge letter. Hehe, no wonder I haven't seen this guy these days. It turns out that he went to find equipment. It seems that he is almost driven to death. Should we go meet him? After reading this challenge letter, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately figured out some things that happened in the past few days. In the past few days, Yu Huang seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. No trace of him was seen in Yunwu town or outside. At first, Dao Yudao thought that he couldn't stand being robbed by him and hadn't responded, so he didn't go online. Who knew that this guy actually went out to find equipment and prepare to fight? It's better not to do it. We are too popular now. Hang up, this is no joke. Shui Nai immediately shook her head and rejected it. That's right, well, let's just say you're not qualified to annoy him. Dao Yudao said, and immediately replied to Yu Huang. And his words really made Yu Wang's 3 corpse gods in Yunwu town jump up and down, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. However, since only 3 people knew about this matter, and Dao Yudao didn't put it online, no one knew why the president of Yu Huang was so angry that he actually planned to kill people in Yunwu town. Hey, Lao Fan, that person over there is not from Yunwu town, right? Damn, he's flying towards us, let's hide quickly. Dao Yudao suddenly saw a mist flying from Yunwu town, and a vague figure was standing on it. The 2 people who were afraid of being killed by the NPC also fled immediately, which made the second grandfather on the mist dumbfounded. Although he could see through the sneaking of the 2 little guys, the speed of his own mist was not as fast as the instant movement of the elder. If he wanted to catch up with them, it would be impossible. What made him most angry was that the 2 little guys actually fled separately, as if he was a beast that chose people to eat, which confused him. Hey, stop right there, I'm not here to catch you back. The elder has already said that he will not care about what you do outside the town, so you don't need to see me and run away. The second grandfather, who figured out the reason, immediately shouted at them from a distance. Ah, why didn't you say it earlier? Dao Yudao shouted in pain when he thought of his life as a savage in the sun and rain these days. Chapter 331 Magical Weapons. Because the second grandfather's ability to move is too slow, when Shuina, Dao Yudao and the second grandfather returned to Yunwu town together, the walls were already full of players waiting to welcome them, nearly 2,000 people. Half of them were from Sahaitang. They were holding weapons, staring at the 2 players who made the guild lose face, ready to fight at any time. Among the 1,000 people, it was obvious that they had already divided into 4 gangs, each occupying a position that they thought was advantageous, waiting for the opportunity to move. Among the remaining 1,000 people, most of them came to watch the fun. After all, the deeds of these 2 people were already somewhat famous. Many people were attracted by their fighting skills and fighting styles and planned to come and make friends with these 2 people. In the player group, as long as you have enough strength, there will naturally be people who will support you and make friends with you. This phenomenon is very strange, just like those star chasers in the real world. However, they are not chasing stars, but powerful masters. After the second grandfather stopped Shuiyun in Yunwu town, the players of Sahaitang immediately surrounded them, and the crossbows and staffs in their hands were aimed at the 2 players on the field. However, as the protagonists of this matter, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao were not afraid at all. After all, there was a water magician beside them. Although the water magic was not lethal, it was still no problem to protect them. So they didn't need to be afraid of it. Instead, they looked at the players around them fearlessly. Well, we all know about what happened between you, but our great elder has ordered that as long as it doesn't happen in Yunwu town, we will not care about it, but if someone wants to cause trouble in the town, we will not be soft-hearted. I hope you can understand. After the second grandfather finished speaking, he glanced at the 4 people who were obviously the leaders of the trouble, among whom Yu Huang was. This old man, if that's the case, can you hand them over to us? After all, we have to make a conclusion on this matter, otherwise it will not be good for both sides. Yu Huang was immediately angry when he saw that the high-level NPC in Yunwu town was going to save the 2 boys. These NPCs did not kill the red-named players according to the rules of the game, but instead sided with them, which made him completely unacceptable. This, as long as they are willing, we will not care, but the premise is that they can't cause trouble in the town. The second grandfather hesitated at first, but immediately remembered the order of the great elder to leave this matter to the person involved. However, the second grandfather's words made Yu Wang's face become very ugly. What do you think? The second grandfather was obviously helping Shuina and the others. This slow sentence was obviously a reminder to them to be careful in answering. The breakup between us ended long ago, but someone just couldn't let it go and had to bring it up again, so we don't intend to pay attention to this boring trick. It's better to do something more practical for Yunwu town, don't you think? Dao Yudao's words almost made Yu Huang and the others vomit blood collectively. Is there anyone who speaks like this? I agree. In the past few days, we found that the strength of the beasts outside is getting stronger and stronger overall. We don't need to waste time and energy on such trivial matters. Shwina saw Dao Yudao winking at him, and immediately hit the snake with the stick. For two people who have no public for players with a background in the guild, it is irrational to confront a guild heathen, so there is no need for them to pretend to be strong. However, Shui Nai's small matter made Yu Huang really want to vomit blood, although losing hundreds of thousands of credit points was not a big deal for him. But being slaughtered like this breath is very big, but being dismissed by someone with a small matter, how can he not vomit blood? A tree lives on its skin, and a person lives on his face. If he doesn't get rid of this breath, he really doesn't need to stay in the game. So, you are not going to give us an explanation. Just when Yu Huang was about to say something else, a player with the words Vice President of Sahaitang suddenly stepped forward and said something in a weird tone, suppressing Yu Huang's words. His words made the second grandfather frown. Explanation? What explanation? Or what kind of explanation do you want? Dao Yudao would not let them get any handle in words, and immediately threw the topic back to this guy. This. After all, many of our people were injured by you, so you have to explain it anyway. Seeing that they did not curse directly, let alone do anything out of line, the vice president of Sahaitang could not help but find a reasonable reason. In fact, the explanation they wanted was very simple, just delete the account, but this branch could not be said in this occasion. It's not us who should give you an explanation, but you should give us an explanation, after all, you were the first to do it. It's like, a vicious dog that doesn't know what's good for us dares to come and bite us. We can't hurt the vicious dog in self-defense and then have to pay compensation. This doesn't make sense. Dao Yudao's tone was very gentle, but the words made the players of Sahaitang's blood boil, and the veins on their foreheads kept jumping. They almost killed the person who scolded them. You. Okay, then do you have evidence to prove that our people started it first? There should be no evidence, but there are many witnesses, and everyone who was present at the time could see it. But, they are on your side, so it's a bit hard to say. Dao Yudao deliberately said slowly, and glanced at the people on Yu Wang's side who were already angry and almost unconscious. The meaning was very obvious. In fact, it was indeed the people on his side who took action first. However, at that time, there was no one else present except the two of them, so as long as they refused to admit it, no one could do anything to them. Fuck, what do you mean, kid? Are you saying that so many of us have wronged you? Several players under Emperor Yu who were obviously in a bad mood immediately came out to shout. The matter is already very clear, and I can't say much. Anyway, we don't intend to ask for your explanation, so if you really want to continue to entangle like this, we can only do nothing. Dao Yudao deliberately sighed at the end, looking disappointed. I'm going to kill you, you guy who turned black and white. A warrior obviously couldn't accept Dao Yudao's play, and directly drew out his knife and rushed up to give him a quick knife. Let this guy go to me. I think I killed him 4 times before, and one more time will just make it 5 times. Dao Yudao saw him rushing over and felt that he had some impression. When he went to scout his name, he immediately knew why this guy was so angry. However, it was not Dao Yudao's turn to attack now. A water dragon suddenly rose from under his feet, knocking off half of his health in one go, and then took him up to a height of more than 10 meters. When the water dragon disappeared, the unlucky warrior immediately fell directly from the sky to the ground, smashing through the remaining health points, and a white light suddenly rose. For this kind of attack method, the players who have been stationed in Yunwu town are no longer surprised. For those beasts with thick skin and flesh, their defense ability is not easily broken by water magic, so this method can only be used to convert magic into physical attack. Have you forgotten what I said just now? You have to abide by our rules here, The second grandfather didn't even look at the pale Yu Huang, and walked directly to the mage tower, and the players around him immediately rushed to make way out. Seeing this, Dao Yudao and Shui Nai naturally followed the second grandfather and left. Although they still didn't know what the high-level officials of Yunwu town were up to, they only knew that the great elder had something to ask him. Now the high-level officials of Yunwu town were clearly supporting him, so he had to do his part. By the way, I was in a hurry just now and forgot to say one thing. When the second grandfather saw that no one was following him, he secretly wiped the sweat from his head, and then saw some city defense equipment on the wall, so he suddenly said something. What is it? Shui Nai also wanted to know, so he asked. Have you heard of magic technology? The second grandfather said while leading the way. It's those things on the wall that can make non-magicians. Is it something that can cast magic? Shui Na also noticed the action of the second grandfather just now, so he thought of this immediately. Before, they were surprised that Xiao Yu, the elf archer, could cast magic through those city defense equipment. However, these things made with magic technology are not for players to use, but are controlled by those water mages, so that the water mages can use other magic. Yes, it's best that you know. Now our town has developed a new weapon, but you need to control it. When the second grandfather said this, he was obviously a little worried. Is it dangerous? Shui Na immediately thought of this. If it is a new weapon, he, the white mouse, will be somewhat dangerous. It's not dangerous, but it has a relatively high requirement for magic and strength. I'm afraid you can't bear it. After all, mages are very fragile. The second grandfather carefully looked him up and down. Although he didn't know why that person had such a high opinion of this wizard, he still felt that he should remind him in advance out of concern. I say, you don't have to worry. He is not an ordinary wizard. Speaking of which, I can use that thing, my strength is not bad. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately went over, intending to get a magic weapon from it to play with. But you don't have magic power. Even if I give it to you, you can't use it. The second grandfather immediately shattered Dao Yiyu Dao's fantasy. Okay, you go in by yourselves. I still have to go around and take a look. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you something. Seeing that they had arrived at the Wizard Tower Square, the second grandfather suddenly stopped and said this. What? The two of them couldn't help but ask together. This old man seemed to be quite forgetful and wouldn't remember until the last moment. Alas, young people should not be too impulsive. Being Loki is the right way to grow up. Exposing one's edge will only bring disaster. The second grandfather said as he walked away leisurely. After the two looked at each other, they also knew that he was warning themselves not to be too impulsive. However, they could only remember his kindness in their hearts. After all, some things are not up to them. Everyone who plays games has various goals, and these goals will conflict to some extent. It's not that they can just say not to be impulsive. In the mortal world, thieves also have their own way. If you have the guts, you will never come out. Yu Wang's calm and somewhat scary tone sounded in the regional channel. It seems that he has planned to fight them to the end. President Yu Huang, if you have the guts, come and hit me, don't bark like a mad dog. After Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, he walked directly into the Mage Tower Square, ignoring Yu Wang's abuse. Chapter 332 Magic Cannon. I'm glad you're all right. When Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao walked into the aqua blue shield, they immediately heard Xiao Yu's pleasant voice. Seeing Xiao Yu's relieved look, Shui Nai felt a sense of warmth in her heart. Are you the mage boy? You don't look strong at all. I doubt your ability. A muffled voice suddenly came from below Shui Nai, making people feel a little dull. Who are you? Shui Nai looked down and found a dwarf behind Xiao Yu. It was just that Xiao Yu and Po Xiao had blocked his figure just now, so Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, who were very happy, didn't find him. Squat down and talk. Xiao Yu suddenly said this to Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao in private chat. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were both smart people, and they immediately understood that this might be a necessary etiquette for peaceful coexistence with dwarves. The dwarf suddenly squatted down when he saw the two of them. Although his face, as firm as a rock, did not show any expression, his tone and eyes showed satisfaction. I don't know what your relationship with that old man is, but for his sake, I'll let you try. The dwarf looked at Shui Nai again, ignored them, and walked directly to one side of the square. The rest of the people naturally followed, and on this road, Shui Nai finally learned about Xiao Yu and the others' recent situation. During this period of time, Xiao Yu and the others suffered a lot. Although Si Haitang did not attack them openly, it made a lot of provocative moves in secret and constantly excluded them. If they had not received the help of Miyuki, a local resident, who allowed them to enter the Mage Tower Square to help the NPCs here do various small tasks, I am afraid they would have to face the sarcasm of Si Haitang outside. Xiao Yu and the others did not dare to tell Shui Nai and the others about these things before. And now, they will know it sooner or later anyway, so it is better to tell them now while the environment is better, so that they will not be unable to accept it at that time. During this period of time, Poxio had changed the most. Since the two grown men, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, were not in the town, Poxio, who could not escape, began to play the role of protecting the female players. He had to fight with the people of Si Haitang from time to time, which actually tempered his courage. Now he seems to have successfully gotten rid of the shadow of Sihaitang. Even if he faces the players of Sihaitang, he will not be as tolerant as before. As for the shadow of his childhood mentioned by Xiaoyu, it is not for an outsider like Shui Na to discuss. It's narrow inside, you wait for me here first. The dwarf named Dataikui brought Shui Nai and others to a small workshop. From the bursts of hot temperature coming from it from time to time, this should be an iron workshop. As for the names of dwarves, through Xiaoyu's popular science, they who have never come into contact with dwarves immediately know that the names of dwarves are very complicated and lengthy. So in front of other races, their names are generally a code name that may be passed down by ancestors, and these code names are very sophisticated, because the meaning they represent may be longer than this country. Shortly after this, Dataikui carried out a large iron box that was 2 meters long and placed it on the ground carefully, as if the things inside could not withstand collisions. Is this the magic weapon? Shui Nai said with some doubt. Can a magician wield such a big thing? Well, although I studied it decades ago, if the magicians here didn't dislike this kind of magic technology, I would have completed all the research long ago. Dataikui quickly opened the big iron box and pulled out a cannon with a diameter of 300 millimeters. The shell of a cannon here is made of unknown silver metal, which is very simple and clean. Dataikui did not make any carvings or embellishments, so the barrel of this silver cannon gave Shui Nai a very plain feeling. I deliberately strengthened the strength of the barrel of this magic cannon. Although it is much heavier, it gives this magic cannon the ability of close combat. Try it first. If you can lift it, the rest will be easy. Dataikui said, and then stuffed the 2-meter-long silver cannon into Shui Nai's hand. Seeing this, Mina had no choice but to activate the power burst immediately and hold the heavy magic cannon tightly. Only then did Mina have time to observe the cannon closely. The magic cannon was slightly cool to the touch, but this coldness was not the cold feeling of metal, but a kind of gentleness like jade. However, if it were not for the touch of the nails telling her that the cannon body was very hard, Mina would probably be confused by this feeling. The closed rear end of the magic cannon was specially strengthened and weighted by the big iron hammer, so that the entire cannon body would not be unstable due to the excessive length of the front end. Afterwards, Mina also found a hidden handle in the center and the rear end of the magic cannon. However, because the weight of this thing was too large, even if Mina activated the power burst, it was still a little difficult to hold, and she dared not swing it casually, so she could only carry it on her shoulder. At this time, Mina had time to check the properties of this magic cannon. It was okay to take a look, but after seeing it, he was immediately shocked. The power of this cannon far exceeded his imagination. Item: Magic Cannon Enhanced, Special Item. Occupational Restriction, Mage. Usage Level, None. Equipment Restriction, requires 5,000 points of magic power and 100 points of strength. Durability. Weight, 200. Item Description: This is a new generation of magic cannon developed using the magic technology of the dwarves. It has the ability to directly convert magic power into powerful energy, can ignore elemental defense magic, and has amazing destructive power. Item Basic Effect: Physical damage plus 200. Item Use Effect: Allows the wearer to have the longest range shooting ability. Each shot consumes 5,000 points of magic power as energy, the charging time is 30 seconds, the continuous shooting time is 10 seconds, and it can generate 1,000 points of non-attribute energy damage per second. Range: Unknown. Perhaps, the damage that this cannon can cause in one shot is only a little, which is the same as the effect of the earliest set of Flame Dragon Shockwave. However, don't forget that this magic cannon is better in that it has a long shooting time and no cooling time, and the shooting accuracy of this magic cannon is completely unmatched by the Flame Dragon Shockwave. High accuracy, continuous shooting, and amazing power, these are the biggest advantages of this magic cannon. Hehe, I really didn't expect you to be able to lift it up, but this magic cannon is not used like this. After the big hammer finished speaking, he asked Mina to give him the magic cannon. He saw that he clamped the magic cannon between his left waist with his short and thick arms, and used his left hand to hold the handle at the back end, but due to the limitation of the arm length, he could not reach the handle in front, so he just gestured. Afterwards, under the explanation of the big hammer, Mina also knew that this magic cannon must be controlled with both hands when in use, otherwise it will be bounced away by the strong recoil. Of course, if the strength value is high enough, it can also be controlled with one hand, which depends on the strength of the user. Mina tried the method taught by the big hammer. Although the stability was indeed improved, the use of strength was not good. The skill is very demanding, even with Mina's strength of more than 130, it would be a bit too much. I'm afraid that even if Mina can lift it up, it will be directly bounced away when shooting. It seems that the strength is still a little insufficient. Forget it, it's in the plan anyway. Miyuki, take out that thing. Tataikawa glanced at Mina and the magic cannon in his hand, muttered a half-sentence, and immediately shouted to the small workshop. Hey, you look so handsome with this thing. Deo Yudeo, who was standing aside, immediately whispered in Mina's ear. The slender and thick silver magic cannon in Mina's hand, coupled with the silver mask on his face and the charming and cold chin, the whole person makes people feel a kind of metallic cold temperament. Really? But this thing is very heavy. Now my endurance is plummeting. I don't know how many times I can shoot. Mina said in the team chat that if the player's strength is not enough but he has to force himself to move something too heavy, then the speed at which the player's endurance is consumed will also be accelerated. There is no way. This is the price of being cool. Deo Yudeo's sour tone made everyone around laugh. At this time, Miyuki also came out of the small workshop in a sweat. She didn't bother to wipe the sweat off her head and handed a small wooden box to Mina. What is this? Mina took it and saw that the opening of the wooden box was tightly sealed with a layer of wax. It's the fruit of power. I originally planned to use it myself when I was old. Now I give it to you first. After all, I still need you to be my experimental subject. By the way, have the two accessories cooled down? After cooling down, what else do I need to do now? Miyuki asked obediently. No, you can rest here for a while, I'll go and process it. After saying that, Tataikawa immediately ran into the small workshop and left everyone outside. Chapter 333 Bombardment. Shui-na looked at the cold wooden box carefully. On this wooden box, Shui-na could feel waves of weak water element power coming out from it, and from its cold nature, it should be blessed with an ice magic circle. Hot Book Pavilion. It seems that this ice magic circle is used to preserve the so-called power fruit. Benefactor, once this box is opened, it can't be closed again, so once it is opened, it must be taken immediately, otherwise the effect of the fruit will decrease. Mi Shui saw Deo Yudeo snatch the wooden box and prepare to open it, and hurriedly reminded them. No way, your preservation technology is so backward. Deo Yudeo returned the right to open the wooden box to Shui-na with some dissatisfaction. Shui-na looked at the wooden box in her hand, and for a moment she didn't know whether to open it and take it, or return it to Tataikawa. After all, this kind of thing that can add attributes is the most precious treasure among treasures for all NPCs, and Tataikawa has already said that this thing is for him to use when he is old and weak. Well, I think it's better for you to follow his wishes. The dwarves don't like others to be nagging. If you really want to compensate him, you can find something similar to give him back later. Xiaoyu immediately knew Shui-na's dilemma. It's just that when interacting with the dwarves, you must follow their temper, otherwise it will be very embarrassing. This girl said it well. There are no men as sissy as you. Tataikawa came out with two round and square metal parts and immediately took over Xiaoyu's words. Then I'll return it to you if I have something like this in the future. Mina knew it was hard to refuse, so after saying this, she twisted the wooden box hard, unscrewed the wax seal on it, quickly took out the bright red fruit of power from it and threw it into her mouth. After eating the fruit of power, several streams of warm air flowed directly to Mina's limbs in an instant, making him full of strength, and he couldn't help but howl to the sky. This feeling was so comfortable, just like having a full body massage, and the strength of the whole body seemed to be endless. Mina knew that this was because the non-job attribute of strength was permanently increased too much in an instant, and when adapted, this situation would slowly disappear, or get used to it. How many points of strength did you add? Deo Yudeo asked immediately when he saw Mina had such a change. 50 points. Mina immediately checked the system records and found this system information from it. 50? Damn, if you activate the power burst, damn, I will get 150 points of power out of thin air. Deo Yudeo said incoherently, but then he immediately set his sights on the big hammer. Pulling the magic cannon from the ground, Shui Nai can now lift it with one hand. However, without trying to shoot, he didn't know how strong the so-called powerful recoil was, and he was a little worried. Well, very good, your current strength is enough to control it, but I don't know if your magic power is enough. After the big hammer finished speaking, he motioned for them to follow him. Everyone came to the parapet, and saw the big hammer. Hammer waved in the direction of the mage tower, greeted him, and asked Mina to raise the magic cannon. There are 2 steps to start the magic cannon. The first is charging, which takes 30 seconds. During this time, your left hand cannot leave the handle, otherwise the charging process will be automatically interrupted and you must recharge it. Okay, try the charging stage now. At this time, the magic cannon in Mina's hand suddenly popped up an option of whether to fill energy. As soon as she saw this option coming out of the magic cannon, Mina immediately used her consciousness to choose the option of yes. After that, Mina only felt that the magic power in her body was rapidly draining away, while the muzzle of the magic cannon began to emit a faint blue light, and it was constantly increasing. This light is a kind of energy that Mina and Dawn have never seen before, because there is no such magic light in all known magic. Isn't this magic? Mina said doubtfully. Of course not. How can this be the magic you usually use? This is a magic cannon that directly uses magic power as energy. It is a weapon that uses magic technology to directly convert magic power into attributeless explosive energy as a means of killing. And it is not the old-style magic cannon that consumes gems or crystal cores of attributes, so under this magic cannon, ordinary defensive magic has no defense against it at all. Dataikoi touched the yellowish beard on his chin with great pride. These beards are like steel needles, and they feel a little prickly just by looking at them. Ignore magic defense. Shui Na and Dao Yudao asked happily as soon as they heard this. If this magic cannon can really ignore magic defense, then this weapon can kill both magic and war. As long as the speed is not faster than it, it is within its killing range. Because for warriors, this kind of energy damage cannot be resisted by physical defense. Well, this is not to ignore magic defense. In fact, this magic cannon only shoots out a kind of energy without attributes. However, since it uses magic power as energy, it has a strong ability to suppress magic with attributes. However, if you use magic or energy without attributes, you can still resist it. Of course, if the attribute energy of the target itself is extremely high, its power is still a little insufficient. Big Hammer said embarrassedly. What will happen if it is against? Dao Yudao immediately thought of this aspect. After reaching the wizard, there is a magic without attributes. Well, it's the same as magic. Energy is consumed by each other. The party that consumes it loses. That's good. If it is invalid when it is against, then this thing will be useless. Master Big Hammer, the charging is complete. What should I do now? Mina glanced at the magic cannon that has been fully charged. The group of blue halo in front of the muzzle has been very stable, not strengthening, nor reducing. Hey, amazing, you are indeed related to him. You are not hurt at all after using so much magic power. Wow, amazing, amazing. Dataikoi ignored Shui Nai's question and walked around Shui Nai twice, his eyes flickering, as if he was looking at a white mouse in a laboratory cage. However, he couldn't help but be surprised. In the world of mage NPCs, after using their magic power, it takes a long time to recover, and the number of magic recovery potions they can take is probably the same as no magic power, which is completely a commodity that can only be encountered but not sought. As for players, at this time, there is probably no one who can reach more than 7,000 naked like Shui Nai. Now the magic power of most players is hovering between them. If the effect of equipment is added, it can only reach more than 3,000 at most. Well, now it's the second step. Once the charging is completed, the 2 handles will pop out 2 triggers. However, you have to remember to press the left trigger twice first to remove the restriction on the front trigger. Otherwise, even if you break the front trigger, you can't shoot. So when you remove the restriction, you can aim and prepare to shoot. Dataikoi looked at Shui Nai while teaching him and found a target for him, a black bear 100 meters away. Try it first. It doesn't matter if you can't hit it. Anyway, you have plenty of magic power. Dataikoi said, and asked Shui Nai to prepare to shoot. Then, everyone, take cover first. Shui Nai saw that Dataikoi had walked away, but Dao Yiyudao and the others did not notice Dataikawi's movements, so he reminded them. Seeing that everyone had walked away, Shui Nai pressed the trigger on his right hand, and only heard a muffled bang. A half-meter diameter of dark blue energy beam cut through the air and shot towards the side of the black bear with a strong whistling sound. With a loud bang, the energy beam missed and hit the woods on one side, cutting all the trees in half. However, when Mina found that the energy beam missed, she fought against the recoil while pulling the magic cannon hard, chasing the energy beam towards the fleeing black bear. In the 10th second after the magic cannon was fired, the dark blue energy beam finally caught up with the black bear and instantly enveloped its head. Well, it's well done. It seems that the magic cannon has been completed. It's just a matter of improvement. Dataikawi was very satisfied with the messy and chaotic forest in the distance. Master, I wonder how far this cannon's range is. Dao Yiyudao saw that Dataikawi was very happy, so he asked this question, because in the information shared by Shui Nai just now, the range column was unknown. I don't know either. We dwarves are born without magic power, so this shooting is its first time. Let's study this later when we have time. By the way, Master Dataikawi, do we have to carry this magic cannon like this all the time? Shui Nai watched Dataikawi install the two parts in his hand on his shoulders and waist respectively. The function of these two things is to fix the magic cannon so that it will not affect the user's actions when not in use. Just now, Mina had tried it, but this magic cannon could not be put into the backpack because of its length. Although these two things did make Mina feel relieved, he still could not stop the burst of power. Once the time for the burst of power came, it would be strange if he was not crushed to death by this cannon. There is no way. After all, my resources are limited. I don't have materials such as space crystals. If you have ready-made space rings, bracelets and other props, I can help you transform them. Well, if you really have a space bracelet, I was going to go back to sleep at first. Dataikawi looked at the space bracelet in Mina's hand, and his hand rubbing his eyes stopped immediately, looking at Mina in disbelief. Sorry to bother you, old man. Mina looked at the petrified Dataikawi and reminded him happily. Chapter 334 The Power of the Giant Cannon. When Dao Yiyudao saw that Dataikawi was so happy, he immediately took the opportunity to take advantage of him. After his hard work and pursuit, Dataikawi, who was very happy, also promised to help them strengthen or transform their equipment when he was free. After receiving this reply, Dao Yiyudao happily raised his hammer and went back. Let's go and find some wild beasts. We were too far away just now and couldn't see the power of this cannon. Dao Yiyudao said, and then he began to look for traces of wild beasts around the wall. Because when this magic cannon is fired, the strong energy beam will form a layer of air turbulence around it. If this magic cannon is fired at a close distance and hits the ground, I'm afraid the people on the wall will be blown away directly. So after everyone's consideration, they still set the target on a wandering wild wolf 30 meters away. The HP of an ordinary wild wolf close to level 40 is about 20,000, which is 10 times the average number of naked players of the same level. Although the HP of wild monsters is much higher than that of players, they are not comparable to these low-intelligence wild monsters due to their advantages in equipment and number. Looking at the wild wolf 30 meters away, Mina adjusted the shooting angle and direction of the magic cannon while charging. 30 meters sounds close, but if you aim with your eyes like Mina, 30 meters is already far away. When the magic cannon automatically popped out the trigger hidden in the handle after charging, Mina pressed the trigger in her left hand twice without saying a word, and at this time, the trigger in her right hand also jumped slightly in Mina's hand, which was the jump when the restriction was released. Everyone, make way. Mina confirmed the target of the shooting again, and then pressed the trigger in her right hand. With a muffled sound of bang, the magic cannon only shook slightly under Mina's power, and did not deviate too much due to the strong recoil. However, after seeing Mina's firm horse stance, I am afraid you will also know how strong the recoil of this magic cannon is. Alas, it missed. Mina looked at the wolf that had already run away and couldn't help but said disappointedly. This magic cannon is basically useless against fast enemies. After all, it is very difficult to shoot at high speed under the recoil when shooting. Next, let's shoot the black bear over there. It can't run fast. Dao Yiyudao said while pointing at a black bear 40 meters away. Since the time for beasts to attack the city has passed, there are no beasts under the parapet. Even if there are, they will be turned into a little experience points by the players on the parapet in an instant, so many players have begun to look for prey in the woods. However, the blue light column produced by the magic cannon when shooting is still very eye-catching. Now many players have climbed up the parapet to check, and some people are even using telescopes to peek at the situation here. Hey, it hits it. Mina, who was focused, finally found a trick in the third artillery attack. This time, he hit the target directly. Damn, an instant kill. Deo Yu Deo saw through the telescope that the moment the dark blue beam hit the black bear, it first dealt 2000 critical damage, and then directly caused a huge 38,000 instant death damage. Basically the black bear was killed in about 1 second. This magic cannon seems to have an instant kill effect. The black bear behind was just hit on the head by the beam of light, but it was also killed instantly. Tisk, this weapon must have an instant kill effect. Deo Yu Deo murmured. There were 2 black bears standing on the shooting route of Shui Nai this time. Under the beam of light, the difference in the time between the 2 black bears' deaths was less than 2 seconds. Ordinary wild monsters like black bears, like players, may produce double critical hits if they are hit in the vitals, and if they are hit in the fatal vitals, then if the instant kill is not triggered, it will produce 10 times the fatal damage, and if the instant kill is triggered, then no matter how high your health is, you will die directly. However, since the player's health is not high, generally speaking, as long as 10 times the damage is triggered, it is basically the same as instant death, and it is also very difficult for monsters to trigger instant death, so most players don't know much about the research on this instant death effect. Just now, the 2 black bears were obviously triggered by the instant death effect, otherwise it would be impossible to kill the black bears with 40,000 health points with the damage of this magic cannon. It can only be said that this magic cannon does have the hidden attribute of instant death effect. In order to study whether this magic cannon has an instant death effect, they finally confirmed it while Mina kept taking medicine and shooting. This magic cannon does have the hidden attributes of high critical strike, high fatal injury, and high instant death. But think about it and you should understand that it is very normal for a weapon that can ignore most defenses to hit these effects of damage, otherwise it will be a disgrace to the reputation of this magic cannon. After this series of shooting training, Shui Nai can hit the target within 50 meters. However, in the training just now, Shui Nai spent nearly 50 gold coins on magic recovery potions. Looking at the empty bottles of high-level magic recovery potions in the backpack, Shui Nai couldn't help but think of the word burning money. And because he is now in the red name state, there is nothing else for killing monsters except some experience. Tisk tisk, hey, Lao Fan, look at the people over there. Their eyes are about to pop out, it's really hard for them to guard us for almost an hour. Deo Yu Deo pointed to the people in Si Hai Tang, looking at their funny looks. Deo Yu Deo immediately took pictures of their looks, and kept them for later when he was unhappy to take them out and look at them, to make himself happy. Brother, what weapon are you holding in your hand, so powerful? A human thief without a guild badge pushed everyone away, walked through the crowd, and asked the question they wanted to know most. The magic cannon in Shui Nai's hand is now protected by a lurking mask, and no player can detect its information. The ultimate invincible handheld magic cannon, the only limited edition weapon in the world. Deo Yu Deo explained to Shui Nai with a smile, and his words made the player a little dizzy, so he had to look at Shui Nai holding the giant cannon. However, Shui Nai would naturally cooperate with Deo Yu Deo, so he nodded and walked down the wall carrying the giant cannon. Now the time for his power to burst is almost up. If he doesn't leave, it will be embarrassing. After putting the giant cannon in the square of the Mage Tower, Shui Nai followed Xiao Yu and the other girls to go shopping. This time is completely boring for Shui Nai and the others. There are no beasts attacking the city, and he dare not go out to fight with the thousands of people in Si Hai Tang, so he had to go shopping at the request of a group of girls. In this small town, you will basically run into a few players from Si Hai Tang every few steps. However, since the second grandfather announced the order of the Great Elder, the entire interior of Yunmu town has become a safe zone, and players cannot fight here. The relaxed look of their group will naturally make the players of Si Hai Tang hate them, but without the force, they can only provoke and abuse them in the regional channel. However, they can't hear a word because they have closed the regional channel, so they will naturally not respond to them. The people of Si Hai Tang who were completely ignored became the laughing stock of other guilds, which also made the players of Si Hai Tang soar in anger, causing single duels or group battles between guilds from time to time outside the protective wall. Mina's shopping and the battle outside continued until she went offline. On the second day, Mina, who had the devil's wings and the spell-casting ring, has now become the ultimate killer of the beasts outside Yunmu town. Whenever there were beasts attacking the city, Mina would spread the demon wings behind her and fly over at the fastest speed. Then, with the cooperation of Xiao Eupoxio and others, she would quickly clear out the beasts in the corners of the wall, and finally directly attack the wall with a magic cannon. Moreover, with the help of Dao Yiyu Dao, a thief who also had power burst, Mina could now quickly pull the magic cannon, turning the magic cannon that could shoot continuously and with a long range from only being able to shoot in a straight line into a fan's haped one-dot shooting has increased the speed of killing monsters, and most of the beasts under a wall can be cleared in one go. As long as they are within the range of the magic cannon, except for those bosses who are immune to instant death, none of the remaining monsters can walk out of the magic cannon's light column intact. Under the sweeping of Mina, who will leave nothing behind, the players on the wall can only focus on those bosses, which also shortens the time for the beasts to attack the city from half a day to 1 hour. In the next 2 days, Mina's magic cannon has become the talk of the players in Yunwu town, and it is also spreading quickly among the players. There are also more and more players who plan to spend money to buy the magic cannon in Mina's hands, but these people will only get a text message reply of mission item, cannot be sold. The contradiction between Mina and Sahatang has become more and more prominent. Now as long as Mina dares to fly out of the range of Yunwu town, there will be 1 or 2 flowing arrows shot at him, and the number of these flowing arrows is also increasing day by day. By now, the people of Sahatang have dared to use the city defense crossbow to deal with Shwina, making Shwina want to shoot directly at them and clear out these bastards from Sahatang who came to cause trouble. However, after Dao Yiyudao reported this to the Great Elder, the players of Sahatang were immediately deprived of the qualification to use the city defense crossbow by the Great Elder, and then the people of Sahatang were required to protect Yunwu town as their goal, otherwise they would be expelled directly. Now with Shwina, a heavy firepower turret, the Great Elder also felt that there were too many people in Yunwu town. If these people were of one mind, he would not care. But now, these people all have their own ulterior motives, and they fight outside from time to time, which seriously affects the morale of the people in Yunwu town and causes constant conflicts. After the Great Elder expelled some players who did not obey orders by force, all the players did not dare to be as presumptuous as before, but there were still players who were expelled every day and could not step into Yunwu town again. Chapter 335 City Lord Visits. The relationship between players is very complicated. Because of their interests, relationships, and even because they don't like each other, players can have a reason to fight. Hot Book Pavilion. For this, it has long been no big deal in the game world. However, in Yunwu town, a small town with an important plot, this kind of infighting between players will not be allowed by the Elder. After the iron-blooded action of the Elder, anyone who is found by the NPC in the town to have intentionally harmed the players will be expelled immediately and will not be able to enter Yunwu town again, and will not be able to get any supplies. And under the force of a sage, after being expelled by hundreds of people, Sahatang finally became a wise man who knew the times and stopped making small moves to trip up Shui Nai. However, this does not mean that the people of Sahatang will let Shui Nai and others go. At least their eyes were warning Shui Nai, don't be alone, or we will tear you apart. But even if Shui Nai was alone, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, it seemed that Shui Nai was the only player who could fly. After flying a distance in the air and getting rid of the encirclement of Sahatang, Shui Nai raised the fully charged magic cannon and fired at the monster refresh point below. And driven by the powerful recoil of the magic cannon, Shui Nai, who couldn't exert force in the air, was immediately pushed away by this huge force for hundreds of meters, completely widening the distance between him and the players of Sahatang, and also completed his mission. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, who returned to Yunwu town, immediately rested. There were many ambushes by Sahatang outside, but Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were abnormal in their own strength and had a lot of good equipment. They could always escape danger and play with the guys of Sahatang in their hands. It's just that Shui Nai and the others didn't give the people of Sahatang a chance, so there was no way to expel them. However, even if the Elder expelled them all, it would probably only be a temporary solution. After all, for an elite group of a large guild, survival in the wild is a compulsory course for them. In the wild, players have an unparalleled advantage. Lao Fan, I just found spiders and snakes outside, and there are a lot of them. Should I report it to the elders? Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Nai just acted separately. After all, the magic cannon in Shui Nai's hand prevented him from entering the phantom stealth state, so Dao Yiyu Dao naturally used Shui Nai as a target to attract firepower. I also found it, but there are not many on my side. Shui Nai certainly found this matter, but the level of these snakes and spiders is not high, so it did not attract Shui Nai's attention. Poxio, go talk to Miyuki and see if you can trigger any hidden plots or tasks. Dao Yudao immediately said to Poxio. Now Poxio's contribution points are only a few steps away from the water-hidden necklace. Okay, I'll go right away. After Poxio finished speaking, he took it and ran to the workshop of the big hammer to find Miyuki, who was working as a cooler inside. Alas, now everyone outside is from Sahaitang. If you want to be I don't know why the people of Sahaitang are so persistent. Dao Yudao saw that Poxio had gone far away, and Yuying Qingchen had gone to play somewhere, so he dared to speak out and complain. Now the monster area outside is basically occupied by the people of Sahaitang. Players have to negotiate with them before they can do a task, otherwise they will be killed by the players of Sahaitang who have been expelled. In this wilderness where there is no return scroll, being surrounded is no different from death. Now, among the 5 people in Shui Nai's group, only Dao Yudao and Shui Nai can move outside. The others either stay inside like Poxio Xiaoyu, or wander around Yunwu town like Yuying. Damn, you stole other people's things and killed hundreds of people. How can you not be persistent? And they are already riding a tiger and it's hard to get off. They can only go all the way to the dark. There is no way back for them. Shui Nai suddenly thought of the Dark Dragon Guild. Their guild had been forced into a dead end by him, but at that time, due to Tianlong's move, he could only live in anonymity. Forget it, let's not worry about the face-saving matters of these big guilds. However, if I am not mistaken, the next wave of attacks from the dark camp may be on these venomous snakes and spiders. Yunwu town has no defense against these 2 creatures. Dao Yudao said with certainty that now they have some understanding of the methods of the dark camp. As long as the monsters are in the wild, they can control them through special dark rituals. After more than 10 days of beast siege, although the protective wall of Yunwu town is still there as a whole, many cracks have appeared, and these cracks are of no significance to larger beasts, but they will be used by venomous snakes or spiders to enter Yunwu town. But, I don't understand why the people in the dark camp would give up those powerful undead creatures and instead find these beasts as cannon fodder. Dao Yudao looked at the undead shadow in Shui Nai's hand and asked in confusion. In the past few days, in order to make full use of the resources in his hands, Shui Nai has used the projection of the undead many times to make those beasts gather together, and then used the magic cannon to clean them up at once. But now the people of Sahaitang obviously know the existence of this thing, and they will destroy the projection of the undead as soon as they find it, so Shui Nai has to find a refresh point to kill monsters to complete the task. Maybe they don't want to make things here bigger. After all, once a large number of undead appear, they will definitely alarm the people of the church, and once the people of the church come, I'm afraid it will be a life and death situation. But I don't know why the people in the dark camp came here. Shui Nai also expressed his guess. Let's not talk about it. It's none of the players' business to discuss this. Let's do the task. But then again, I don't know what the contribution points are for. It seems that I don't need them much. Dao Yudao said as he walked towards the guardrail and was about to jump down. Just think of it as brushing up your relationship. After all, those who can have relationships with the people here now are those with extremely high contribution points. That makes sense. I'm leaving first. Dao Yudao said, and then he disappeared. Hey, the boss is gone. Seeing that Shui Nai was about to leave, Po Xiao, who had returned, couldn't help but ask. Yeah, he can't sit still. What's wrong? Did he receive a new task? Shui Nai asked immediately when she saw Po Xiao's happy look. Yes, I just received a task to collect snake gallbladders and spider venom sacs, which are said to be used to develop antidotes. Well, I understand. I will notify Dao Yudao. Goodbye. Shui Nai said, and flew directly into the sky with the magic cannon on his back. Then what should we do now? Poxio looked at Shui Nai flapping her wings and flying away enviously, and asked Xiaoyu who was standing by. With the strong advantage of the players in numbers, the beasts on the side of the wall were cleared. Then help to move some wood back. Xiaoyu said, while picking out some arrows from her backpack. As a qualified elf archer, she always likes this kind of self-sufficient life. Oh, I'll go now. Poxio ran down after saying that. Yudao, be careful, the people of Sahaitang are approaching your position now. Shui Nai flew in the air for a while to find the target, but at this time found that most of the players were rushing towards Dao Yudao's position, and immediately reminded Dao Yudao. Received, by the way, did you receive the text message from the Fox Fairy Guild? I just received a text message from the female fox. Text message? Shui Nai opened her information system and immediately found an unread text message there, and it was sent when she was escaping from the Sahaitang siege. No way, Lord Enwei is coming here. Shui Nai asked in confusion after reading the text message. In this text message from Yayan, it was mentioned that for some unknown reason, Lord Enwei suddenly wanted to visit Yunwu town and asked them to travel as bodyguards, but because they couldn't find the way in, they hoped that Shui Nai could pick them up in the mountainous area of Yunwu town as soon as possible. After sending a private chat request to Yayan, Shui Nai received a message without receiving a reply. I went to the team of Beautiful Fox to apply. After talking to Dao Yudao about this, he immediately left the original team and joined the team of Beautiful Fox. However, when he saw Enwei's name in the team, he was shocked, and this Enwei City Lord was actually a high-level elemental mage. I'll go to find you now. Shui Nai glanced at the map. From the information fed back on the map, they were now entering through one of the cave entrances, and this cave entrance was just near him. Well, you come over first, and we'll talk when we meet. Beautiful Fox also said quickly in the team chat and didn't respond. Chapter 336 Assassin. When Shui Nai flew to Beautiful Fox and the others at the fastest speed, he saw them in a state of battle with a group of wild wolves. Swords and magic hit the wild wolves from time to time, but in terms of the absolute advantage in the number of wild wolves, Yayan and the others were at a great disadvantage. A dozen of them were trapped by a group of hundreds of wild wolves under a mountain wall on one side. If they used the mountain wall for defense, and the warriors in front of them were protecting the mages inside, I'm afraid the mages inside would have been hurt long ago. Seeing this, Shui Nai didn't look any further, and immediately charged the magic cannon and found a safe landing place. Yayan, tell the warriors in front of you not to rush too far. Shui Nai stood on a small hill. Most of the wild wolves in front of Yayan and her friends were on the same horizontal line. As long as Yayan and her friends didn't rush too far, the magic cannon's shooting line would not overlap with them. We saw you, is it a magic cannon? I understand. Yayan immediately saw Shui Nai and the magic cannon he was charging in his hand on a hill not far away, so she said to the surrounding players and NPC warriors. Be careful of the impact airflow. Shui Nai gave a final reminder and fired the fully charged magic cannon. I saw a half-meter thick dark blue beam of light directly hit the densely packed area of the wolf pack, and the strong energy immediately exploded there. The airflow generated by the impact force even blew away the small wild wolves inside. Because this bombardment was fired from a high position, it was not reliable to use the magic cannon to control the energy beam for sweeping, so Mina simply shot all the energy at the same position, allowing the energy of the energy beam to appear in the form of an explosion. However, since this explosive energy beam was difficult to control, Mina did not dare to place the bombardment position too close to them, and the result was that although more than half of the wild wolves were killed in an instant, there were still a large number of survivors, and some people in the front were also injured by the impact of the air wave. Seeing this, Mina did not dare to use the magic cannon again. After all, if it failed, people would definitely die. So he flew directly to the diagonal line of Yayan and the others, released the undead projection, and controlled the ghost of the undead projection to attract the scattered wild wolves, so as to relieve the pressure on those warriors. Generally, if the Wolf King not far from Yayan and the others used the wild wolf call, the wild wolves that resumed wandering around would be gathered again. At this time, the warriors guarding in front of Yayan and the others also began to cooperate with Shui Nai's behavior, and one by one they changed from a defensive formation to an offensive formation, constantly harvesting the lives of the wild wolves around them. The mage inside was also constantly using offensive magic to knock down the wild wolves in front of them one by one. It was just that when the warriors counterattacked, there would be one or two fast wild wolves that would rush into the protection circle and rush towards Enwei. Mizunao, who kept using the spell ring to use explosive bombs to kill the wolves in the distance and had to use magic cannons to hit the nearby wolves, didn't care about the situation on Yayan's side. She could only wander among the wolves and smash the hard cannon or a magic on the head of the wolves. But among the wolves, even Mizunao, who was covered with defensive magic, suffered a lot of damage, but she successfully attracted the hatred of these wolves and bought time for Yayan and her side. Now, with Mizunao's defensive magic, I'm afraid even ordinary warrior players will have to beat her. Moreover, Mizunao's speed is not slow. As long as he is not knocked to the ground by the wolves, the remaining problem is to pay attention to replenishing his health. After seeing that the surrounding wolves were attracted, Mizuno immediately dropped the magic cannon and used the devil's wings to fly to the big rock next to him. Just now, he had been attracting monsters to this big rock. After climbing onto the big rock, Mina put several flame walls around him without saying anything to prevent the wild wolf from suddenly jumping up. Then he took out the explosive flame wand from his backpack, calculated the distance between himself and the wild wolf, and began to cast magic missiles continuously. And because he was high above, every explosive flame bomb was thrown at the wild wolf's head. In fact, the best way to deal with these beasts is to use fire magic. The rule that beasts are afraid of fire is universal in the game. Once you use a very powerful magic like the flame wall, most beasts will be scared away. However, in this environment full of water elements, the effect of fire magic is greatly reduced. If other mages do not have people like Shuinai who are in the flame dragon possession state, they want to use fire magic in the Yunwu mountain area. The effect is not a little bit worse, so naturally not many people will use fire magic. Afterwards, the warriors who killed the wild wolves around them, left a few to take care of the mages, and immediately rushed to Shuinai, constantly killing the wild wolves around them. These wild wolves, whose levels are less than 40, were quickly dealt with by these warrior players or NPCs. At this time, Shuinai had time to look at these people. Among these people, some are from the Tianchengziachuan Guild, and most of the rest are NPCs, ranging from 40 to 60 levels, but the equipment on these NPCs is much worse than that of the players. Many warriors are actually just wearing a set of standard white equipment. There is no problem when facing wild beasts, but there is no way to end the war quickly. Seeing all the warriors approaching Yayan and the other mages, Shuinai immediately went to pick up the magic cannon and prepared to go over. Just as Shuinai bent down and pulled up the magic cannon, Shuinai's heart was shaken, and after dodging to the side, she heard a strong wind in her ears. A crossbow arrow with a yellow arrowhead quickly left a shadow in Shuinai's eyes, and flew past Shuinai towards Yayan and the other group of people. Be careful! Shuinai didn't have time to say this word, but Xiao Mei was shot and fell into Yayan's arms. What a fast shooting speed! When Shuinai only thought of this thought in her mind, Shuinai, who was still dodging to the side, felt a tearing pain from the demon wing on the left side of her back. What came over this time was actually a dagger. The owner of the dagger immediately raised the dagger and stabbed at Mina after seeing that Mina dodged his crossbow arrow. However, he did not expect that Mina would dodge so much. He did not pay attention for a moment, and the knife that was originally stabbed at Mina's back was deflected. For a long time, Mina would add an acceleration spell to himself every time he cast defensive magic on himself. He was already in a light state, and with the acceleration spell, he could take a few meters in one step as long as he wanted. After seeing such a black dagger in the corner of his eyes, Mina immediately raised the magic cannon in his hand and swept it behind him, intending to force the thief who was close to him back, and at the same time, he could turn around with the inertia of this sweep. However, would a thief who was close to him let go of his prey so easily? The thief immediately planned to use the dagger to block the attack of the magic cannon, and at the same time, he was ready to stick to him again. However, the thief didn't know one thing, that is, the weight of this magic cannon and the equipment requirements. Can a weapon that requires 100 points of strength to equip be blocked so easily? With a crisp sound of ding, the thief's black dagger was shattered by the magic cannon thrown by Mina, and at the same time, the sound of crack of fractures was heard. After a cry of pain, the thief successfully rushed to Mina's back and inserted the dagger in his other hand into the joint of Mina's left shoulder. Then, he took advantage of Mina's smashing force and twisted and pulled hard, dislocating Mina's left shoulder, leaving a bloody mark, and almost cutting the ice crystal armor on his back in half. Mina didn't expect that although her sudden attack could not cause much impact on the thief, he was crippled by him and his back was even more painful. Shuinai abandoned the magic cannon and immediately ran forward. At this time, a series of holy light healing spells also hit Shuinai's body at this time, helping him to recover the lost health. If the ice crystal armor on Shuinai had not disappeared just now, the thief's last slash would have cut Shuinai's heart. Although the thief's dagger could pierce the ice crystal armor, it only pierced in, and most of the power was blocked by the ice crystal armor. The thief saw that the warrior not far away had shouted assassin and ran over here. Knowing that there was no way to assassinate the mage, he ran into the woods and escaped. Xiao Mei, is she okay? Shuinai asked immediately. Just now, he did not see the white light of death on Xiao Mei's body. No, the crossbow arrow is not coated with poison, but anesthetic, so it's okay now. Yan said immediately. Players like the mage, who have very low physical fitness, will probably die very quickly once they are really poisoned. Fan Chen, are you really okay? The embarrassed Anhui city lord immediately ran forward and asked with some concern. It looks very serious, but the problem is not big. After using the light of life, Shui Nai was naturally fine. It was just that the equipment on her body had long been turned into a pile of rags, so Anhui was a little frightened. Since Shui Nai would destroy a piece of clothing every time he used the devil's wings, Yi Shui Na simply found a torn piece of clothing to cover her body. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes. Shui Na said, and then used the one-person water mist technique on the spot, and quickly changed into a clean ordinary wizard robe in the mist. However, Shui Na's action made the girls feel a little embarrassed, but at this time, the NPC swordsman who went to the woods to hunt down the assassin also came back, but they returned empty-handed. Chapter 337 Alliance. Do you know who that guy is? The beautiful fox suddenly asked this question in front of Anhui. I don't know. Shui Na shook his head, I don't know him at all. Just now, he had already checked his system records, but he didn't leave his name. It seems that the assassin also has a prop to hide his information. What shocked Shui Nai the most was that although she was almost knocked down in such a flash, she didn't even see the man's appearance. She couldn't help but look at the red number 143 above her head with some worry. She stayed in Yunwu town for more than a week before the red number was reduced from 386 to the current value. However, during this period of time, the gold coins in Shui Nai's backpack kept flowing like a tap. Alas, it's a pity, otherwise I would have asked the Lord of Anhui to issue a wanted order directly, and it wouldn't have been so troublesome. The beautiful fox said in the team chat with some disappointment. It turned out that she wanted to use the Lord of Anhui to kill a player just now. That guy is very powerful. Even if the Lord of Anhui issued a wanted order, it might not be so easy. Shui Nai didn't take it to heart. After all, she had quite a few enemies. If she kept thinking about this kind of thing every day, she wouldn't have to live. It was better to work hard to improve her strength. So, you are also very powerful. But if I am not mistaken, that guy should be a master of the Assassin's League. I heard that the organization is an organization that only cares about money. Even NPCs will try to kill people with money. Moreover, the people in it are the kind of PK killers. Those who are targeted by him will be doomed. The beautiful fox suddenly said this, and then looked at Mina's reaction curiously. Mina, who was under the mask, would not have any reaction that she could see. Are we going to the town now? Mina ignored the beautiful fox's words. Anyway, she was going to come, even if you knew about it, she would come, so it was better to do it now. No, we still have to wait for a few more people. Anhui said as he led a group of people back to the edge of the mountain wall. Here, as long as they did not encounter any powerful enemies, they could still rely on the mountain for defense. In fact, Mina had already discovered that they were waiting for someone, but just wanted to confirm it and change the topic just now. After that, Shui Nai waited with Yan, Anhui, and others near the entrance of the cave. From the subsequent conversation, Shui Nai learned that not long after Yan sent a message to Shui Nai asking for help, a young resident who claimed to be from Yunwu town appeared in front of them, and then took them to find the nearest cave entrance. However, when they were about to enter the cave entrance, an old man in a water-blue wizard robe appeared and fought with the person who claimed to be a resident before, and kept calling that person a traitor. During their fight, the young resident saw that he could not beat the old man, so he took a handful of powder to Anhui, and then everyone knew that the so-called resident was actually a member of the Dark Camp. Finally, the old man and several swordsman-level followers of Anhui went out to hunt down that person. Powder? It seems to be something that can attract the attention of wild beasts. After Shui Nai finished speaking, she immediately remembered that there were some problems with the attacks of those wild beasts before. Although there was a wolf king here, Shui Nai had never seen so many wild wolves gathering, and now that she thought about it, those wild wolves were also attacking Anhui. So he used a recovery spell on all the people to wash away the powder that might be on them. It's so comfortable, it feels like taking a bath. If the temperature is hot, it would be the best. Xiao Mei stretched out of boredom. For her, waiting for people is the most boring thing. Hey, can this thing come to play for a few days? Xiao Mei looked at Shui Nai studying the knife mark on the body of the magic cannon, so she walked over out of boredom. You can't move it. Although Shui Nai said so, he still put the magic cannon flat on the ground and let her try it herself. For this lively and active guy, she is the kind of person who will not give up until she reaches the Yellow River. Hey, my conditions do not meet, what do you mean? Xiao Mei looked at Shui Nai and glanced at the magic cannon on the ground. The magic value is 5,000 points, and the strength value is at least 100 points. And because it cannot be stored in the backpack, it cannot be moved if the strength value is less than 100 points. Mina kindly explained. He had tried this situation before. As long as the time limit of his power burst was over, he would not be able to move the Tai family. Guys. So, during this period of time, Shui Nai basically only moved for 2 hours in a row, and then he would shrink in Yunwu town, practice enchantment madly, and make a lot of scrolls. Now, there are about 30 minutes left before the 2hour limit. At this time, the few people who left earlier also came back, but they didn't catch anyone. At this time, the old man in the aqua blue wizard robe also found Shui Nai holding the silver magic cannon. He suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Shui Nai, which scared Shui Nai. You old. In the past few days, Shui Nai has known the way of dividing the levels of mages in Yunwu town, and the one in front of him is a water mage, while he is just a high-level mage. The gap between them is still too big? I am Miyuki's grandfather. I have been outside repairing the blue guard at the entrance these days, so I have not been able to thank you in person. I really appreciate your care for Miyuki during this period. You are too polite. Miyuki is also my friend. It is natural for me to take care of her. You should stop worrying about it. Shui Na knew that the NPCs in this world were very similar to the people in ancient times, and they were grateful for the kindness they received. How is this possible? After all, I only have this one granddaughter. It's a pity that I have a mission now. Otherwise, I will definitely find a time to entertain you. Miyuki's grandfather was also a person who knew the importance of things. After exchanging greetings with Shui Nai and Anhui and others, he asked Shui Nai to take them in, and he ran to his post. While Shui Nai was taking Anhui and others to Yunwu town, he also knew that Anhui came here this time, in addition to helping Yunwu town defend against foreign enemies, but also to form an alliance with Yunwu town. Now, due to some problems on the church side, Yan Xin asked Anhui to come over and try to form an alliance with Yunwu town in order to allow the empire to have a team that can treat the wounded in wartime. He first won over Yunwu town and then made plans. Although Anhui's words were not very clear, and because some problems involved the secrets of the human empire, Shui Nai didn't know much, but there was one thing Shui Nai knew, that is, part of the border between the human empire and the undead empire was lost, and now the people of the undead empire are entering the human empire from this part to cause damage. However, this information is still controlled by the top leaders of the human empire and has not been circulated among players and the public. Although they were surprised by the loss of the border, as players, they also knew that they were powerless to develop this kind of plot, and they just followed the system script and tried to develop the plot in a way that was beneficial to them. Along the way, the players of Sahaitang were watching closely, but because of Anhui and a group of NPC followers, they did not dare to act rashly. However, they provoked many people on the regional channel, but they were ignored by Shui Nai directly. However, with the people of Sahaitang, there were fewer beasts around, which made Shui Nai feel relieved. After bringing Anhui into Yunwu town, Shui Nai took the people of Fox Fairy Guild to break up with Anhui and the others, and led them to find Xiaoyu and the others. Chapter 338 Scroll Business. Boy, how did you do it? It's only been less than 2 days, and it's like this. Hot Book Pavilion de Taikui roared at Shui Nai in dissatisfaction when he saw the knife marks and bloodstains on the magic cannon. Since the unknown thief used a dagger to scratch one side of the armor on the magic cannon, Shui Nai didn't dare to use it carelessly, not knowing whether there was any damage inside. As soon as he returned to Yunwu town, he immediately sent the magic cannon to the factory for repair, but De Taikui warned him with his eyes for a long time. In De Taikui's words, the outer armor of the magic cannon is very difficult to replace, and there is not much time now, so there is no way to help him replace the armor now. However, he also said that there is no problem with the core components of the magic cannon and it can still be used normally, but he warned Shui Nai not to use the magic cannon as a stick, otherwise it will be broken sooner or later. Shui Nai also knew that he was in the wrong. After all, the magic cannon is a long-range weapon, but he has always used it as a short-range weapon, either smashing or sweeping, making the originally smooth metal armor full of scratches. Boy, you should be more careful with this thing next time. I don't know if I have enough materials to make another one. After saying this, Taikui handed a bracelet to Mina, and then closed the wooden door with a bang, and was almost flattened by Mina's face. Mina glanced at the space bracelet in her hand. Now this space bracelet has been renamed Space Bracelet for Magic Cannon. In other words, now this space bracelet can no longer store anything except this magic cannon. Although it is a pity to lose these 500 units of space, when he thinks that he can store and access the magic cannon in his hand at will, he can immediately understand that the gain is definitely greater than the loss. Now as long as he has this space bracelet, Mina can bombard at any time and place, and with this space bracelet, he could carry it around with the power burst on his back all the time, thus increasing his action time and efficiency. When Mina thought of this, she couldn't help but try the effect of this space bracelet. After putting on the space bracelet, Mina immediately tried to put away the magic cannon in her hand. After a slight transmission, white light appeared on the magic cannon, the magic cannon in her hand disappeared. In the space bracelet that was merged into a huge grid, the magic cannon was lying flat inside. Mina, who was satisfied, rushed to the guard wall at this time. He didn't want to find bad luck with those beasts because he couldn't use the power burst for the time being. He sat on the guard wall and watched the beautiful foxes and Xiaomei, the girls who had never experienced the attack and defense of the guard wall, constantly circling around Xiaoyu and the others, using magic defense equipment while climbing up and down the guard wall, busy and happy. After watching the Fox Fairy Guild become one with Poxio and Yuying Qingchen, Shui Nai also felt that the game world seemed much simpler than the outside world. Although there were also intrigues and scheming, players tended to live a simple life. Strange players can often become friends who live and die together because of a meeting and a word, but in this materialistic society outside, it is unlikely. Hey, do you have extra blank scrolls? Xiaomei, who was tired of playing, saw Shui Nai sitting on the parapet making scrolls, and had to find something to do out of boredom. Can you enchant? Shui Nai asked. Yes, but the level is not high. Yan's is higher than mine. Oh, I can't give you many blank scrolls. I have to give the rest to other players to make money. Shui Nai took a look at the blank scrolls in the backpack. He still had about 10 groups of blank scrolls. A grid like this blank scroll can hold 10, that is, 10 is a group, and the finished product is the same. In the past, in order to make up for the consumption of magic potions when using magic cannons, Shui Nai had been making a large number of magic scrolls for several pure warrior player teams. Although the fee was very cheap, it was better because someone provided blank scrolls, and he didn't have to collect animal skins and process them into blank scrolls. This assembly line production saved a lot of time for both parties. Shui Nai was already deeply distressed about his red name. Killing monsters didn't drop anything, and in addition to experience, he could only get some quest items. Moreover, when surrounded by enemies, Shui Nai couldn't collect materials from those beasts, which was definitely a nightmare for players. In this situation where income was not enough to make ends meet and the landslide was happening, Dao Yiyudao had completely become a scavenger, trying to pick up everything he saw, and this was also the reason why they dispersed their actions. After all, where Shui Nai was, there would definitely be players from Si Haitang. After distributing several groups of blank scrolls to Yan and Xiaomei, Shui Nai continued to use enchantment magic to enchase low and medium level magic, then rolled them up and tied a knot. After making 10, he combined them into a group and put them in his backpack. With Shui Nai's current level of enchanter, the theoretical success rate of making these one-time low-level magic scrolls is 100%, while the success rate of medium-level ones is 90%. However, since the quality of those blank scrolls will also affect the success rate, Shui Nai's low-level magic scroll success rate is about 80%, and the success rate of medium-level ones is about 60%. Now, Shui Nai's agreement with the players of the warrior team is that he only needs to hand over 70% of the magic scrolls each time, and if the scroll success rate is high, resulting in extra blank scrolls, they will belong to Shui Nai, and if there are fewer, he will have to make up for it himself. When making these low and medium level magic scrolls, Shui Nai basically has a balance between magic consumption and magic recovery. As long as she makes a certain number of medium-level magic scrolls before making low-level magic scrolls, she can often keep her magic at a normal level. So even making a large number of magic scrolls is not a problem for Shui Nai. It took almost 2 hours for Shui Nai to finally complete the task, making a total of 5 sets of low-level magic scrolls and 5 intermediate magic scrolls. These magics are all offensive magics, and because they are made by Shui Nai, a mutant magician, the magic effect is very significant, and this is also the basis for Shui Nai's business to continue. Shui Nai stretched and moved his somewhat stiff body, and at this time, he realized that except for Xiaoyu making bows and arrows beside him, everyone else was missing. Is Dao Yiyu Dao back? Shui Nai asked. Just now, he suddenly left the team, and now he didn't know where he went. Not yet. The two kids are looking for me, right? Xiaoyu was interrupted by Dao Yiyu Dao coming up from the wall before she finished speaking. But before Dao Yiyu Dao came up, he was kicked down by Shui Nai, who jumped up. No more playing, I just found a good place, I'll go there with you tomorrow. Dao Yiyu Dao climbed up with a smile, repairing his equipment while talking about his experience. It turned out that he had also encountered an assassin just now. The sneak attack was successful first, so Dao Yiyu Dao ran away directly to the forest without saying a word, but he actually ran into a valley full of poisonous snakes and spiders. In this valley full of poisonous things, he waited for a lot of task items such as snake gallbladders and spider venom sacs, and later collected some materials for making medicine. However, due to the limited space in the backpack, he had to come back early and prepare to go with Shui Nai again tomorrow. Chapter 339 Poisonous Insect Valley. After handing the prepared magic scroll to the buyer, he once again declined to join their guild. Hot Book Pavilion. For all the big guilds, the first task for players like Shui Nai who have rich innate resources is naturally to make friends and win them over. Not to mention the special items he has, his relationship with the Lord of the Elemental City alone is worth it for those big guilds to risk the pressure of the Dark Dragon Guild and the Sahaitang Guild to contact him. As of now, there are already some players who can improve their relationship with NPCs to a high level and successfully become nobles. However, these people probably account for less than 1 in 100,000 of the huge number of players. Moreover, for the guild, no resource can be let go. As long as they get such a resource, other guilds will naturally not get it. This is the way for the guild to grow. As long as they take all the resources first, they can naturally develop and grow, and leave other things behind. Although there is no way to recruit Shui Nai into their guild, they did not show any malice. Anyway, the relationship between players is sometimes very realistic. As long as they recognize the rule of if others don't owe you, you can't rely on them, the relationship between players is actually very simple and direct. Looking at the 10 gold coins in his hand, Shui Nai did not think that the price was too low. After all, for most players, it is very rare to get 10 gold coins a day. Generally speaking, these 10 gold coins are enough for them to consume for a few days. At present, ordinary players don't have too many gold coins in their hands. Most players still have to worry about potions and repair costs. Only a few people are qualified to worry about the choice of equipment because they have gold coins. This is mainly because most of the things that players get outside are of little value. They are the kind of things that no one will come to pick up if they are thrown on the ground. Naturally, they can only be put into the NPC store to exchange for a little money. In fact, if Shui Nai makes high-level magic into magic scrolls, the price is believed to be 1 gold coin per scroll. However, since the quality of the scrolls is generally unable to accommodate the power of high-level magic, the blank scrolls are often blown into pieces during the process of injecting magic, and even the maker will be injured. Hey, Lao Fan, a few of us thieves have decided to sneak out while the beasts attack the city tomorrow. Do you want to go? When Shui Nai returned to the wall that Xiaoyu and Poxio were responsible for, he found that the people of the Fox Fairy Guild were there, and they were discussing something with Dao Yiyu Dao. Go, now that so many people have come to Yunwu town, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. I'll just talk to them when the time comes. Now Shui Nai, holding the magic cannon, is the person that the players in Yunwu town least want to see. As long as he is there, those players who want to take advantage of the beasts attacking the city will have no chance at all, because the beasts killed by Shui Nai have nothing but a dead body. Lao Fan, you are there, we are leaving. Dao Yiyu Dao, the beautiful fox, and Yu Ying Ching Chen have been waiting on the wall for more than 10 minutes. Although the speed of the beasts below dying has greatly slowed down without Shui Nai's action, if they continue to wait like this, I'm afraid that the players of Si Haitang will have time to come and trouble them again. It's almost time, I just accepted a task. Shui Nai said while running to Dao Yiyu Dao and their position in phantom stealth. After I told my second grandfather about the valley, they asked us to install a water mirror projector at the entrance of the valley, and also asked us to try our best to kill the creatures there. We know, it's written in the team mission, so we are so anxious. Then why don't you lead the way? Yu Yingqing knew from the map that Shui Nai had come, so he called out to Dao Yiyudao. Follow me. Dao Yiyudao said, and then jumped off the guardrail. Now the beasts under the guardrail had been dealt with by Xiaoyu and Poxio, so there would be no problem as long as they didn't attract the beasts next to them. But then again, the number of beasts attacking the city now is much less than before. Although they have reached level 40, in front of a group of players who generally reach more than level 40, these beasts have no chance of breaking the guardrail, let alone rushing up. You all brought antidotes for snake venom and paralysis, right? Over there, the venom of poisonous snakes will cause people to lose health continuously, and spiders can paralyze people. Don't try to save potions by holding on. The attack power of the poisonous snakes and spiders over there is very high. If you are not careful, you will definitely capsize in the gutter. Dao Yiyudao, while running wildly in front, he briefly talked about some problems in the valley. After all, he almost capsized yesterday. The four people followed Dao Yiyudao and quickly passed through a quiet forest. After climbing over a low hill, they finally saw the valley that Dao Yiyudao mentioned. This journey took them nearly 10 minutes in total. Because there were no wild beasts in this place for some reason, no team came here. And because it was far away from Yunwu town, except for some players who love adventure, other players basically would not come here. By the way, where should you install your water mirror projector? Dao Yiyudao led everyone to go down the hillside, and suddenly turned back to ask. Just install it in front of the valley, just plug it directly into the rock cracks in the valley. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he took out 5 finger-sized water blue prisms and distributed them to everyone. One side of these prisms is inlaid with a water blue crystal stone, and in the sun, one can see a wisp of water vapor inside. When the 4 people installed all the water mirror projectors, they officially entered the valley. At this time, everyone found that the place where they were standing was marked as Poisonous Insect Valley on the map of Yunwu town. The entrance of this Poisonous Insect Valley is very narrow, and at most 2 adults can walk side by side. In addition, the surrounding mountain walls are covered with protruding rocks, so you have to walk carefully to prevent scratches. However, some traces of human development can be found here, and there are obvious traces of human excavation on the surrounding mountain walls. Hey, there's nothing here. Yu Yingqing has the lowest level, so she was arranged at the back by Dao Yiyudao, but she was at the back and basically had no way to see the things in front. We are almost there. The Poisonous Insect Valley is a terrain with a narrow entrance and a wide end. Once we get inside, we can find a lot of poisonous things. Dao Yiyudao explained while looking around the surrounding environment and moving forward carefully. Be careful. Shui Nai, who was next to Dao Yiyudao, suddenly grabbed Dao Yiyudao's arm and pulled him back a step. At the same time, he waved the explosive magic wand in his hand, and 2 fireballs flew out at the same time, smashing a rock in front of Dao Yiyudao, and at the same time burning green juice out, and a smell of burnt hair was rising. Hey, I almost got hit. Dao Yiyudao carefully glanced at the spider that was burned to death. Just now, he was just 1 step away from sending his foot into the spider's mouth. This is called Tianyu spider. It likes to move in the shadows. After being bitten, it will produce paralysis and continue to lose blood. It is very afraid of high temperatures. After Dao Yiyudao examined the body, he picked out the spider venom sac that exploded and stored it in a special container. Such a disgusting thing, you know it. Yu Yingqing didn't even dare to look at the bloody body of the Tianyu spider. In addition to being hit by Mina's 2 fireballs, the spider was also flattened by the rock on its head being hit by the fireball. I've been hunting snake gallbladders and spiders every day these days, and I've become acquainted with the poison hunter in Yunwu town. I still have the Yunwu town poison illustrated book he gave me. Dao Yiyudao said, and took out a brand new hardcover book. Tisk, why didn't you take it out earlier? The beautiful fox, whose face was also a little pale, said with some dissatisfaction. I was afraid of scaring you. Ah! Yu Yingqing, who was flipping through the illustrated book, screamed immediately, almost breaking the eardrum of the beautiful fox next to her. What I want to say is that this illustrated book is a stereoscopic projection, which is a bit scary. Dao Yiyudao picked up the illustrated book that was thrown on the ground, dusted it off, and put it in front of Yu Yingqing again. Girls are naturally afraid of snakes, insects, rats and ants. Even in the game, they are still unable to avoid it. But who can blame this game for being so realistic? Why didn't you say it earlier? Yu Yingqingchen, who was so scared that she bumped into the wall, rudely snatched the illustrated book, but this time, she didn't put the illustrated book too close to the front, but carefully turned a page. Who told you to be so impatient? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Tisk tisk, it's really detailed, it looks like it's real. Although the beautiful fox was also a little afraid of these disgusting things, she also shrank behind Yu Yingqingchen and marveled at this three-dimensional projected thing. No need to look. I heard that the environment here is very suitable for the growth of these poisonous creatures, so there are at least 80 or 90 kinds of poisonous creatures here. If you want to check this, why not go and test it yourself? But why are there so many spiders today? I remember there were more poisonous snakes yesterday. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was leading the way, said this in a mischievous way, but when he turned a corner, he sighed. Damn, it feels like a few years since I last saw you. There are so many more. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was on the side of the corner, suddenly shouted loudly, causing Shui Na to rush forward to check, while Yu Ying and Fox hurriedly stepped back a few steps. Brother, retreat first. Dao Yiyu Dao was startled again, and Shui Na beside him turned around and walked away. Don't push, what happened? Yu Ying and Fox were pushed forward by the two, but they were too curious and wanted to know what was behind the bend. There are a lot of spiders behind. Ah! Help! At this time, Yu Ying and Fox, who were turning back, were immediately startled by the sea of spiders behind Dao Yiyu Dao, and began to run desperately in the narrow valley, and their speed was even faster than Dao Yiyu Dao. Damn, he ran faster than me. Chapter 340 Sea of Spiders. Dao Yiyu Dao remembered that it was mentioned on the forum that players in the game may have unknown attributes. These attributes are said to be triggered when the players are in danger, thereby greatly strengthening the player's strength, which is like the potential explosion in the real world. However, this unknown attribute is only circulated in the discussion of the forum, because no one can come up with any real cases. Now, Dao Yiyu Dao also began to believe that there might really be unknown attributes in this game, and they would only be triggered when it was really dangerous. Logically speaking, the two women in front of Dao Yiyu Dao could not be faster than himself wearing the wind thief suit. Whether in terms of level or speed, they were not even as good as Shui Na, let alone himself. However, now, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao were actually left behind by them even though they were trying their best, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Lao Fan, can you put up a fire wall? Dao Yiyu Dao actually didn't expect them when he came here. After all, even a grown man like him would get a layer of lumps when seeing these disgusting things. And Dao Yiyu Dao asked them to come here just to borrow their innocent bodies to explode the items of the boss in the valley. I can't cast magic. I'm running too fast. I can't cast magic at all. Shui Na ran forward while trying to avoid the protruding rocks on the mountain wall. She had no time to calm down and cast magic. In this environment, Shui Na didn't dare to stop, otherwise once she was bitten by the thousands of spiders behind her, her weak defense would basically be unable to defend against their bites. The level of the spiders behind them was generally not high. A level 20 spider was only the size of a palm, but there were so many of them that they could actually create a 2-meter high wave, and they really chased after them like a huge wave. In this situation, ordinary mages would definitely not survive, and even thieves with leather armor defense would probably die. Only those warriors who can wear full body armor and arm themselves tightly can resist this group of spiders. Damn it, my chrysanthemum is gone. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had leather armor defense and the highest physique, volunteered to stay at the end, but even he had to hold a bottle of potion in each hand and keep drinking it. We've reached the valley entrance. Let's all rush up the hillside together. At this time, Shui Na saw a dazzling light in front of him, which was not visible in the narrow valley. Damn it, bite me, I told you to bite me. Dao Yiyu Dao rushed up the hillside and changed to a dagger. He swung the knife to cut behind him, cutting out streams of colorful juice, which made Yu Ying and Fox so disgusted that their faces turned pale. Lao Fan, help me. Before Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, Shui Na cast a few recovery spells on him. Hey, the venom of those level 20 spiders is very strong. If it weren't for my high health and good physique, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. Dao Yiyu Dao touched his still numb butt and said thankfully. Dao Yiyu Dao had tried the venom of those spiders before. Surprisingly, those spiders didn't have high health, but they had high lethality, high attack speed and toxic damage, which made them killers of players with low health and low defense. Moreover, they often go out in groups of hundreds or even thousands, and their numbers alone can crush you. Should we clear them in? Shui Nai glanced at the large number of spiders that were now piled up outside the valley entrance. Once these spiders left the valley entrance, without the narrow ring, they immediately began to evenly distribute themselves on the open space in front of the valley entrance, dyeing the open space in front of the valley entrance colorful and disgusting. Clear, what do you mean by not clearing? A level 20 spider can give more than 200 experience points. If you eat them all, I'm afraid you will get at least more than 2 million experience points. Go ahead, it all depends on you. Dao Yudao patted Shui Nai's shoulder and asked him to go up and do it. Hey, didn't you say there were a lot of poisonous snakes in there? Why are there so many spiders? If you want to fight this, we won't accompany you. The beautiful fox shuddered immediately after seeing the furry multi-arthropod creatures on the palms outside the valley entrance, and didn't want to go in at all. It's true. Why would I lie to you about this? But I have no idea why so many spiders would appear today. Let's go in and take a look first. Go ahead. Dao Yudao shrugged and said, then he went to help Shui Nai. Shui Nai now planned to clean up the spiders in the narrow passage first, and then clean up the spiders outside the valley entrance. After all, what they have to do now is to prevent the spread of these spiders. When the magic cannon sent a blue energy beam straight to the narrow passage in the valley, the nearly 200-meter-long narrow passage in the valley was directly covered by the magic cannon. As Shui Nai and his friends gained more experience in using the magic cannon, Shui Nai and his friends now know that the effective range of this magic cannon is 200 meters. As long as it does not exceed 200 meters, the magic cannon has extremely strong lethality. Wow, cool. Dao Yudao was checking the system records, and when he saw the experience prompts that were like a screen, his mood soared to the top. How many spiders rushed into the valley? Shui Nai and the others didn't know. They only knew that during the 10 seconds when Shui Nai's magic cannon continued to shoot, the prompt record of gaining experience did not stop for a moment. Although it was not as spectacular as the first few dozen screens, the steady growth was also very comfortable. After using the magic cannon, Shui Nai took out a few bottles of high-level magic recovery potions and drank them. Then he directly pulled out the explosive fire wand and released a firestorm at the spiders on the open space at the valley entrance below. The firestorm had no pressure at all against this spider of only level 20. As long as those spiders stayed in the firestorm for more than 2 seconds, they would be burned to death and emit a disgusting stench that made people want to vomit. Level 20 spiders, for players like Shui Nai and Dao Yudao who have reached level 40, can be crushed to death even if they step on them with their feet. Under the level suppression of nearly level 20, they can completely cause fatal damage to one with one step, and even directly trigger the effect of instant death. This is the effect of level suppression. High-level creatures can directly crush low-level creatures. As long as they are not boss level, their health points can be directly ignored. However, even if Shui Nai and others can crush those low-level spiders, the lethality and number shown by those spiders are not something they can underestimate. Damn, how many spiders are there? Looking at the spiders pouring out of the valley, even the beautiful fox couldn't help but swear. It seemed that the spiders that could not be beaten or killed rushed into the sea of fire like moths to a flame, wave after wave, and now Shui Nai had no time to stop and use the magic cannon. And facing these palm-sized spiders, the remaining 3 thieves had no help at all. They couldn't really step on them to death with their feet. The number inside is not a problem, just hit them a few more times. The problem now is that the system refreshes too fast, which makes people feel scared. Dao Yudao held a mechanical crossbow in his hand, but he didn't use it to deal with the spiders below. He only used it to nail them when he found spiders approaching them. Among the 4 people in their group, except for Shui Nai, the mage who had a wide range of skills, the others were basically unable to deal with this situation. They could only constantly protect Shui Nai around her to prevent the approaching spiders from affecting Shui Nai's magic. Do you want to call Xiaowen and the others over? The beautiful fox suddenly asked. No, if they come, I'm afraid the people from Sahaitang will come too, which will be very disadvantageous for us. Dao Yudao immediately denied it. Places like this where monsters spawn are usually handled by their own people. If they are discovered by the enemy, it will be a bargain for the enemy and make the enemy's strength soar. Well, I understand. The beautiful fox would of course think of this relationship, but she was thinking about her members at the beginning, so she would naturally make this suggestion. In fact, she also knew that if the people from Sahaitang really discovered this holy place for leveling, she would get nothing at that time. People are selfish, especially when facing a person or organization that is their enemy. Lao Fan, if we rush into the valley and put a firewall there, the effect will be much better. After being swept back and forth by Mina's firestorm several times, the number of spiders outside the valley entrance has long been reduced to only a single digit per square meter. As long as you are careful, it is not a big problem to rush to the valley entrance. You go, we can just stay behind. The beautiful fox immediately put forward her own ideas. Then you are responsible for picking up the task items that exploded nearby. Deo Yudeo glanced at the spider venom sacks all over the ground. These task props are different from the exploded items. They are time-limited and will be swept away by the system after a time. Well, we will, you guys go slowly. Yu Ying Ching Chen agreed immediately. Chapter 341 Big Spider. After throwing a few firewalls far into the narrow path of the valley to reduce the number of spiders pouring out, Risho Pavilion Deo Yudeo and Shui Nai immediately ran over, ready to resist the waves of the spider sea with their flesh and blood. Shui Nai randomly stuffed the firewalls into the valley, and a burning smell immediately filled the air. Coming from the flame wall. However, these seemingly majestic flame walls are no match for the huge number of spiders. They are often trampled out by spiders before they burn for 10 seconds and can no longer burn. This is the difference between continuous magic and one-time magic. For one-time magic like the flame wall, as long as you find a way to consume the magic power in the flame wall, it will naturally go out. However, this method of consuming the magic power in the flame wall is rather idiotic, and only such a huge number of spiders can do this. If it weren't for Mina constantly replenishing the flame wall, I'm afraid the two people in front of the valley entrance would have been drowned by the spider sea and left with only a skeleton. For such weak creatures with less than 20 levels combined, they can stay in this enhanced flame wall cast by a level 45 magician for 3 seconds without being burned to death, which can only mean that they are lucky. The level suppression is absolute, just like the boss to the player. When the level difference between them reaches the point of instant kill, it can only be compensated by quantity and equipment. However, what makes Shui Na very unhappy is that these spiders here can climb walls. From time to time, a few spiders use the ability of climbing walls to bypass the flame wall and rush out to find trouble with Shui Na. At this time, Deo Yudeo came into play. The mechanical crossbow fired continuously, shooting the spiders that dared to run out through and killing them. Lao Fan, can you put the flame wall on the mountain wall? Deo Yudeo looked at more and more spiders climbing up the mountain wall and began to bypass the flame wall on the ground, and couldn't help asking anxiously. Let me try. Shui Na said, and tried to put the burning starting point of the flame wall on the mountain wall. The intermediate defense magic of the fire system, the flame wall, is very powerful, but also very useless. For those creatures with high intelligence, the fixed magic that cannot be moved is basically the same as nothing, and it can only work in the terrain and timing that are suitable for it. After watching the flame walls turn into lines of fire because they were attached to the mountain wall, Mina had no way to make them burn like the flame walls on the ground. The flame wall was a red fireball at the beginning, and when the fireball hit the ground, it immediately stretched to both sides, forming a red carpet as thick as an arm, and then the carpet would continue to spew out 2-meter-high flames until the magic power in the carpet was consumed. Now, these flame walls hitting the mountain wall can only go to the second step, and after stretching out red linear carpets, no more flames will come out. Just when both of them thought that the linear flame wall was useless, they suddenly heard a series of hissing sounds from the mountain wall when high-temperature burning creatures. The two looked up and immediately found that the hairs on the 8 legs of the spiders that climbed the wall through the red carpet disappeared at the moment of contact, and then flames burst out from the legs, burning with a hissing sound. The spiders that were hit by the flames could not stand the hot temperature, so they broke away from the mountain wall and fell into the sea of fire in the valley, burning into a foul smell. Seeing that the effect of this variant of the fire wall was so great, the two brothers immediately arranged a circle on the mountain wall of the entire valley, and together with the fire wall on the ground, they guarded the valley entrance tightly. Hey, those variant fire walls last much longer than the official fire walls. Deo Yudeo, who had been counting these fire walls with a stopwatch, immediately discovered this problem. Well, it feels like it took nearly 3 times longer. It may be because their magic power is not continuously released like a regular flame wall, so the magic power contained in it is more durable. The mage Shui Nai immediately began to speculate professionally. In that case, there is nothing for me to do here. I will go to deal with the spiders around. If you need anything, just call me directly. Dao Yudao said, and then clicked to replace a new crossbow magazine, and fired an arrow at the spiders that were still moving around. However, Shui Nai had to take care of two mountain walls at the same time, and the speed of the flame wall on the ground was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which made Shui Nai fluctuate when he was filling the flame wall. As the number of spiders pouring out from inside slowly fell, the spider sea wave that was nearly 2 meters at the beginning slowly became at most overlapping into 2 layers. Although there was no explosive number advantage at the beginning, the endless number of spiders in the sea still surprised Shui Nai. However, when Shui Nai slowly mastered the gaps of the flame wall's replenishment, the already weakened spider sea offensive was completely controlled behind the flame wall. Hey, no more spiders coming out. It seems that the spider sea inside has finally been cleared. Dao Yudao picked up the spider venom sacs on the ground while looking at the flame wall that no longer made a hissing sound. If it's not over yet, I can't stand it. I have been clearing monsters like this for more than 2 hours. Just standing makes my feet numb. When Shui Nai saw that there were really no more spiders coming out of the valley, she immediately twisted her body. Under this continuous high-intensity repetitive operation, even an Iron Man will get tired, especially a mental one. Not to mention the fatigue on the ground. Are we going in now? The beautiful fox that emerged from behind Mina asked weakly. Well, wait a minute, my endurance has reached the bottom, and I have to relax my eyes. I have been looking at the flaming wall for 2 hours, and my eyes are blurry. Mina said, drank a small pot of wine, and then fell directly to the ground. But I didn't expect that the experience of brushing these spiders would be so high. Tisk, I actually got hundreds of thousands of experience. I have to come and burn them again next time. It's a pity that I didn't get any contribution points after burning so many spiders. It's a pity. Don't dream. If so many spiders are brushed out every day, I'm afraid we have to consider spending contribution points to buy potions. Mina glanced at the potions in the backpack, and the backpack that was full just now began to become empty again. You feel sorry for it, but I feel even more sorry for it, right? Yu Yingqingchen pouted. Just now, because her level was the lowest, only level 35, she would have leveled up several times with this huge amount of experience. Yu Yingqingchen, who has now reached level 38, had to leave the team for the professional upgrade attribute reward to prevent herself from being brushed past level 40. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about the level with them. The beautiful fox, who had already changed her job to a high-level thief, immediately comforted them, but her words and eyes made Shui Nai and the others feel a little disappointed. Let's go in. Just now, when I turned the corner, I only saw a lot of spiders. I don't know what happened inside. Dao Yudao was still very interested in what was going on inside. After all, he found 4 or 5 snake bosses of high levels yesterday. He hoped that these snake bosses did not become the spider's dinner. Well, you go ahead, we'll just follow behind, anyway, the boss's final blow can be left to us. The beautiful fox immediately thought of the most suitable task for the 2 girls. Well, let's go. Shui Na also stood up immediately and followed Dao Yudao. Now the corpses in the narrow road have long been swept away by the system. Usually, the corpses of ordinary monsters without system protection can only last about 5 minutes, while those with large bodies will last a little longer, but not too long. After all, the resources of the game system are limited, and it is impossible to waste a lot of resources to preserve the corpses of these creatures. After experiencing the situation of being chased by the sea of spiders just now, the 4 people are now very cautious. Dao Yudao, who is leading the front, has been fully armed with Shui Na's wind clothes, ice crystal armor and ice shield. These magics that have great defensive capabilities against physical attacks are most suitable for this kind of spider. However, this time, when Dao Yudao turned the corner, nothing happened. Damn, such a big spider web, it seems there is a big spider in it. Dao Yudao saw that Shui Nai had caught up, and immediately pointed to the huge, airtight white spider web dozens of meters away from him. How big is that spider web? Well, if you imagine it as a circle, the diameter is about 10 meters, and this spider web just blocked Shui Nai and the others' way forward. Did you have this when you came here yesterday? Shui Nai looked at the location where the giant web appeared, which was exactly the end of the narrow valley. As long as you pass this giant web, you will reach the small basin full of poisonous snakes that Dao Yudao mentioned. No, yesterday there were mainly poisonous snakes, but those poisonous snakes would not leave that basin. How could there be so many spiders like today? Deo Yudeo said as he was about to walk over to study the spider web on that side. Hey, there are spiders, and they are so much bigger. When Deo Yudeo pierced this spider web with a dagger, the entire spider web immediately seemed to have a seizure and kept shaking. After that, giant spiders as big as human heads emerged from the hole, all of them were level 30. Chapter 342 Chaos Wolf. Boss, Fan Chen and Deo Yudeo are not here. Risho Pavilion. A thief player wearing the Sahatang emblem suddenly appeared in front of Yu Huang and shook his head. Are they all offline? Yu Huang touched his smooth chin and said thoughtfully. Boss, I don't think so, because even the one called Yu Yingqing Chen is gone. She usually hangs out in Yunwu town, and now. Well, you guys go look for her again, and it's better to ask a female player to go over and check it out. Yu Huang also understood that if one of them was offline, it would make sense, but if 3 people disappeared in a row, it would be very suspicious. Okay, I'll do it now. The same thing was happening in other places in Yunwu town. After all, during this period of time, the power of Mina's magic cannon has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. For a while, the blue light and shadow of the magic cannon and the wailing of the beasts disappeared, which really made those who were interested a little uncomfortable. Sister, do you know the male mage named Fanfiction? A young man. The young female mage suddenly walked in front of Xiaoyu and asked such a sensitive question weakly. Xiaoyu, who was combing the unicorn's hair that was messed up by the battle just now, also looked at this pretty but shy female mage with some curiosity. Do you have something to do with him? Xiaoyu said a little coldly. Well, I'm his admirer, and I want to come and see him because he didn't show up today. The female mage said with a red face, and glanced at Xiaoyu from time to time. Is that so? Fanfiction is out on a mission now. If you want to find him, you can come later. Xiaoyu's tone was still as flat as before, and people couldn't hear the emotions and feelings in it. Then come later. Watching the female mage disappear quickly in the crowd, Yayan and Xiaomei also came over with some worry. If they just came to ask Shuinai for autographs or to make friends, it would be fine. After all, several guild members had come to request to join or make friends before. But now, less than an hour after going online, 4 people came, and this has never happened before. After all, the beasts below have not been completely digested by the players. In the past, this situation would only occur after the beasts were dealt with first, but now. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and Xiaoyu and the others naturally know this truth. By the way, Sister Xiaoyu, did you catch your unicorn yourself? Xiaomei, the only one who didn't have a pet, looked at the unicorn beside Xiaoyu with some envy. No, Xiaobai is what I got when I completed a task in the village. Ah, how do you trigger that task? The only one that can only be done by players of the elf race. That's a pity. No, I have to ask Shuinai for a pet, anyway, he has so many ways. Xiaomei immediately thought of Shuinai. Hey, Xiaomei, the wolf below is about to die, don't you want to play anymore? Xiaoyan, who was at the edge of the wall, suddenly called Xiaomei. The ordinary wild wolf below her had been beaten to a bloody pulp by her, and was waiting for Xiaomei to practice intermediate healing. Okay, I'll come over now. The 2 girls watched Xiaomei jump over, and couldn't help but feel sad for Shuinai. By the way, where is your holy flame white tiger? Why don't you call it out to let it get experience? Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that she seemed to have never seen Yayan's holy flame white tiger, and couldn't help but ask curiously. It was borrowed by Miyuki. It was said that the dwarf master wanted to use the holy flame to build something, so when I came, it was borrowed by Miyuki. Holy flame? My Xiaobai seems to have no other changes except that there are 4 more holy flames on its 4 hooves. I don't know what the 4 holy flames are for. Xiaoyu gently touched Xiaobai, and Xiaobai rubbed Xiaoyu's cheek docilely. Yayan naturally didn't know what this change meant, so she kept silent. Aren't you going to level up? Xiaoyu saw that Yayan didn't leave, and couldn't help but wonder. If a healing priest uses offensive magic at this time, it's just a waste of magic power. I'd better stay aside. Yayan's ability can only play the greatest effect when a large amount of damage occurs. In a siege battle like this, humans as the defenders are basically in a state of no blood loss. Only players as bored as Xiaomei would waste magic power on wild beasts. The 2 watched Xiaomei cast elementary or intermediate healing spells one by one under the protective wall, while Xiaoyan on one side, in conjunction with Xiaomei's magic, carefully hit the fireball on the wild wolf below, making it howl continuously. Hey, Xiao, come here. The bored duo who were abusing the wild wolf below suddenly seemed to have discovered something and called Yan. What's wrong? Look at the soil below. Xiaomei said, and cast an intermediate healing spell on the wild wolf. I saw that the holy light slowly merged into the beast, repairing some of its damage, and its health was also recovering rapidly. But when the magic halo of the healing spell disappeared, a wisp of black gas slowly rose from the ground and was strangely absorbed by the wild wolf. The black gas was very weak, but as a senior priest, Xiaomei could still feel the dark power in it, so she called Yan to see if she felt it wrong. The soil below is cursed by darkness. This is Yan's conclusion. As they have experienced the land of liches, they have been carefully cultivated by Bishop Ivan, so they know more knowledge than ordinary priest players. Curse, what does it mean? Xiaoyu suddenly asked. It means that the soil below has become a hotbed for the growth of darkness. At this time, an old voice came from behind Xiaoyu. It was the great elder and the mysterious old man, and it was the old man who spoke just now. Hello, great elder, teacher Frank. Xiaoyu immediately thought of what Shuinai had said before when she heard the voice, so she immediately greeted the two of them. Well, that kid left you again and went out to play by himself. What a waste. It's rare to have so many beauties. What a waste of resources. After teasing them, the old wizard came to the edge of the wall and looked at the wild wolf below. Continue to use healing to save it. Maybe something interesting will happen. The old wizard saw that Xiaomei and the others became restrained as soon as they saw him and the great elder coming over. They didn't even dare to breathe, so he couldn't help but remind them. Me? My healing skills are terrible. Let Xiao do it. Xiaomei also knew her own limitations, so she immediately pushed Yan out. No, it's you. Her power is too strong. Only your power can just reach a stable balance with the dark energy below. The old wizard touched his beard on his chin and said something incomprehensible. Oh. After Xiaomei responded, she began to use the intermediate healing technique to treat the wolf below, and Xiaoyan also cooperated with Xiaomei's behavior at the signal of the old wizard. For this mysterious NPC, all players will regard it as a treasure. After almost 1 hour of damage and treatment, the originally beautiful silver wolf below began to slowly turn grey, which is a greyish color obtained by mixing black and white, and this color on its body will change from dark to light, which looks very strange. In this nearly 1 hour, the arrival of the great elder alarmed the players. They all wanted to know what actions this big man who rarely appears usually has, so in order to get first-hand information, they will come here to look for some clues. It's just that when the mysterious person next to the great elder said a few words to the group of beauties and left, the gathered players naturally focused their attention on the remaining people. Especially those who saw the strange behavior of Xiaomei and Xiaoyan observed more carefully, but not many people could hold out for more than an hour, and only a few people from the guild were sent to keep an eye on them. Anyway, this kind of thing is often difficult to conceal. As long as one player knows about it, the whole town will naturally get the news. After repeating the boring actions for more than an hour, both Xiaomei and Xiaoyan could not stand it. However, when Xiaomei cast the last intermediate healing spell in her hand and was about to find the old wizard to ask about the situation, the grey wolf below suddenly made a strange cry, which was full of joy and excitement. In the next moment, a ball of light that was sometimes white and sometimes black suddenly lit up under the parapet, and joyful wolf howls came out from the light ball. Chaos Wolf. It seems that it has evolved successfully. Although it is much weaker than I expected, it has still succeeded. The rest depends on their luck. The old wizard was drinking a cup of nourishing tea in the wizard tower, talking to himself. The elder on the side was frowning. Now he didn't know whether to stick to his original plan or solve this matter as soon as possible. Plans can never keep up with changes. If you don't want to be destroyed by the undead, I suggest you act as soon as possible, otherwise. After the old wizard drank the cup of tea brewed from the spring water of Yunwu Mountain, he went directly to the upper level of the wizard tower, leaving the elder a quiet space. Chapter 343 Capturing Chaos Wolf. On the wall on the east side of Yunwu town, all the players witnessed that a low-level wild wolf mutated and evolved because of the players, and became a magic beast with magical power. And just from the scene when it mutated and evolved, this magic beast is likely to have the power of light and darkness. Moreover, the name of this beast called Chaos Wolf was very intimidating, and what made the surrounding players gasp was that the Chaos Wolf, which had successfully mutated and evolved, summoned several wild beast skeletons around it in an instant, guarded it closely, and ran away to the distant forest. This is a boss-level beast, and it is also a low-level beast without a master. Don't let it run away, let's help Xiaomei catch it. The injured little fox reacted the fastest. After discovering that the Chaos Wolf had the intention to escape, he immediately called the fox butterfly to jump directly from the guardrail and began to capture this beast that had not appeared yet. Collecting a beast as a pet is the wish of most players. After all, a beast pet is a synonym for strong strength and a symbol of status. However, although many players want to have a pet of Warcraft, with the current strength of players, the Warcraft that can be found are all creatures with extremely strong destructive power. Those who dare to attack those Warcraft cubs have no courage and strength, and it is basically impossible to touch the Warcraft's nest. Now there is a Warcraft that is obviously not strong, but has great development potential. The pet that can summon skeletons is exciting just by imagining it. This discovery immediately aroused the greed in the hearts of a group of players. They saw that the injured little fox was after they went down. Several other players also took action. For a moment, all the players who thought they were strong walked away from the protective wall one by one. Xiaoyu and Poxio, who also reacted, immediately shot down the skeleton beasts around the Chaos Wolf to clear the way for the injured little fox and fox butterfly. Xiaoyu, if you shoot its legs, we may not be able to run faster than it. The fox butterfly in front immediately reminded Xiaoyu behind. With Xiaoyu's skills, she can completely shoot wherever she points. Okay. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, the giant bow in her hand vibrated lightly with a hum, and an arrow without a skill effect shot towards the Chaos Wolf. The Chaos Wolf seemed to sense the danger behind him, and immediately stopped in a hurry, narrowly avoiding the arrow that flew over his head. If calculated according to the speed of the Chaos Wolf just now, this arrow would definitely hit the Chaos Wolf's hind legs. The Chaos Wolf that paused was immediately caught up by the fastest swordsman Hudi. With a swing of the sword in her hand, she immediately cut its hind legs, but because she did not dare to use too much force, the sword did not hurt its vital parts. However, Hudi obviously underestimated the strength of this level 30 Chaos Wolf. The insignificant damage on its hind legs did not affect its agility. It kicked its limbs on the ground, turned swiftly, and rushed into Hudi's arms and knocked Hudi to the ground. However, this Chaos Wolf used this method to dodge Xiaoyu's bow and arrow, which made Hudi very happy. She couldn't help but grab the Chaos Wolf's back with both hands, allowing it to scratch the armor on her chest. Afterwards, with the help of the injured little fox, the Chaos Wolf was directly pressed to the ground by two warrior players. Although the wolf tribe has a high attack power, facing the warriors with metal armor and long health, the lone wolf can only become their prey. After a beating, the whole Chaos Wolf was beaten to the point of being unable to move, with only about 20% of its health left, and it was in a weak state. Although this Chaos Wolf is very easy to capture, the group of players behind it is not so easy to deal with. A ready-made monster, as long as you catch it and tame it, then this is your resource. And in this situation, as long as you find a way to let the Chaos Wolf run away from the two delicate little beauties, then you will have a chance. The mentality of the players is like this: they often only imagine things in the direction they want. Even if they don't trademark T actually have the ability to find such a monster in the mountains, they will be very confident and arrogant and think, I can do it. I say, beauties, it's really a disgrace to you to have such an ugly and cunning pet for such beautiful girls like you. Seeing that the Chaos Wolf he wanted was caught by such a beauty, he immediately planned to resolve the matter peacefully. And his group of brothers also tried to separate other players at this time to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Yes, how about this, let's make friends, and you can find us if you have any problems in the future. However, both the injured little fox and the fox butterfly ignored the sweet words of the players around them, and walked towards the crowd steadily with a blank expression like an iceberg, and a bright light shield also appeared in front of the two women at this time. This is the female protection light shield of the system. The players who were pushed away by the light shield couldn't help but feel surprised at the strength of the two female players. If they want to use this protective light shield to push themselves away, it means that the strength of this female player is higher than their own, otherwise it is impossible for them to push themselves away, and this is why they dared to surround them in the first place. The use of this female protective light shield has long become a skill that female players must master. Although the female protective light shield can only isolate the contact between opposite sexes, if it is used well, it can also produce unexpected situations. Seeing that these two women actually have such power, the players couldn't help but frown. At the beginning, they just surrounded them because they saw that the blood volume of the female shield warrior who caught the Chaos Wolf was being scratched by the Chaos Wolf's struggle, and her life value was plummeting. Moreover, because she had to catch the Chaos Wolf with both hands, she had no hands or feet to take out potions to replenish her life value. So as long as the life value of this female shield warrior was exhausted, then the Chaos Wolf would naturally become the prey here. And now, the only way for them to get the Chaos Wolf is to do it themselves. However, the consequences of taking action here are very serious. Anyone who has stayed here for a few days knows that in the mountainous area outside Yunwu town, there is a group of players who have been expelled wandering there. These players who were expelled by the people of Yunwu town, even if they died and resurrected in Yunwu town, will be immediately expelled again, without even a chance to resupply. Therefore, there are no players now dare to kill people here openly, and in this situation that may not be beneficial to oneself. Once you do it yourself, let the people around you take advantage, then it will really be a laughing stock. Of course, there are also a few players who plan to rob things and run away, but because there are too many people here now, they dare not act casually, so as not to steal chickens and lose rice. And now it is precisely because these people are all calculating their own little things, so for a while, the injured little fox and fox butterfly rushed out of the encirclement of these players. As long as they can walk another 100 meters safely, they will be safe. However, at this time, Xiaoyu brought bad news. Those players from Sahaitang who were expelled were running towards their position, and they came with murderous aura. Chapter 344 A War Caused by a Pet. The players from Sahaitang who were running from outside were very fast. They rushed out of the outermost woods in a short while. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of more than 100 meters and rushed towards the Chaos Wolf without hesitation. Hot Book Pavilion. When they ran over, Poxio and the others finally found that the fastest runners were all thieves. Judging from the cyan magic halo on them, they were specially blessed with wind magic acceleration, so they did not go into stealth mode. At this time, players who helped Sahaitang also jumped down from the parapet. Their intention was obviously to form a human wall to prevent the injured Xiaohu and the others from approaching the parapet. According to the current situation, it is impossible for the injured Xiaohu and the others to run up before those who were expelled come, and now the only ones who can provide support are Xiaoyu and Poxio. I'll lead the charge. Don, who was on the parapet, was naturally indignant when he saw those people acting so blatantly, so he pulled up the golden bow and the healing magic arrow in his hand quickly appeared. Then he hit those who dared to stop him fiercely, and Don's magic arrows were specifically aimed at their chests and backs of the heads. For a moment, the people from Sahaitang who didn't expect that someone would dare to shoot them from behind immediately cried out in horror. Although Don's healing magic arrows were effective, they forced people to endure a heart-wrenching pain. Moreover, Don fired cold arrows when Sahaitang was not paying attention. This kind of intense pain that made people completely unprepared was so intense that even the iron-boned man had to cry out in pain, and these players with weak willpower fell to the ground. Enemy attack. Priest heals, brothers, kill that sneak attack bastard. The people of Sahaitang reacted immediately. Although those who were not hit did not know what happened to their companions who fell to the ground, this did not hinder the facts in their eyes. When they saw their companions being hit by the white magic arrows of the kid Poxio, they all screamed in pain, and then fell to the ground and twitched, and immediately became furious. This kid is really brave, and dared to be so arrogant. For a moment, the players below immediately counterattacked with magic and crossbows. However, in this somewhat chaotic situation, the people below did not notice that there was no red gas mass above Poxio's head when it was illegal to hurt people, and no one noticed the information prompted by the system before. When these people's counterattack hit Poxio on the parapet, they immediately received the system's prompt, looked up unnaturally, and were immediately stunned. They actually turned red in the legitimate counterattack. However, these stunned players did not remain stunned for too long. As soon as the red names appeared, they were shot directly to death by physical arrows that either shot into the throat or pierced the heart, making them lie on the ground like their companions who had fallen to the ground in pain before, but this time they really had no way to get up again. However, in this somewhat chaotic situation, Don on top was not in a good situation either. At the beginning, all the magic and crossbow arrows were directed at him. Although he tried his best to dodge and try to get into crowded places, he was still hit to some extent, and was hit in the thigh by a crossbow arrow. If it weren't for the full treatment of Yayan and Xiaomei, the priests behind him, I'm afraid he would have been killed long ago with his not outstanding blood volume. At this point, it must be said that Don is very smart. The moment he called out "I'll take the lead," he had already anticipated the mentality and possible counterattacks of the Sahaitang players below, so at the beginning, he stood in a crowded place and shot arrows, intending to pull the players behind him into the water. The result of his actions was that the war was naturally spread to those unrelated audiences who just wanted to watch the show. However, these audiences were not easy to deal with. Although they knew that Poxio was trying to drag them down, which player in Yunwu town had not been bullied by Sahaitang? I'm afraid it was only the newcomers or the players who were already Sahaitang. So, in this situation where they could take the opportunity to retaliate and drive these unpleasant guys out of the town, no one would the people who stood by and watched, and it was precisely because of the existence of these gunpowder barrels that a big battle immediately broke out on the walls. Of course, there must be people from other guilds among them who were fanning the flames, otherwise, it would not be so intense. Under the suppression of the number of people on the wall, the red-named Sahaitang players below were quickly suppressed, and they were resurrected in Yunwu town one after another, and then they were driven out again. The players on the wall were very sober and cautious. They did not rush to attack the Sahaitang players who were not red-named. There were only a few players who might have been bloodthirsty. Some of them might not be able to control their killing urges, and soon became red-named, and directly received the system's request to leave. After that, these players who were red-named for killing Sahaitang may not have to stay here. Now among the players expelled outside, basically 90% of the players are from Sahaitang, and these players have completely controlled the resources outside. Although there are some people from big guilds who can compete with them, it is obvious that the people from these big guilds are unwilling to fight to the death with these people, so as long as they are expelled, they will choose to leave this path that suits them best. However, it is thanks to the help of these people that the injured little fox and Hudi successfully ran under the protective wall. Under the effect of Yayan's healing spell, the health of the two has stabilized. However, under the barrier of the protective wall, it may be a more troublesome problem to get the Chaos Wolf up. Zayadi, I will carry you up. Seeing that the expelled Sahaitang players behind him were almost in front of him, the injured little fox stuffed the half-dead Chaos Wolf directly into Hudi's arms, and then stood on the protective wall with his hands folded on his thighs. Hudi said nothing, stepped directly on the hands of the injured little fox, and jumped onto the protective wall with the power of the injured little fox, and at the same time dodged several crossbows and magic shot from behind. Only she escaped, but the injured fox suffered. Since the two were on the same attack line, all the attacks originally hitting the fox butterfly were borne by the injured fox. Moreover, the injured fox had taken off her heavy armor to ensure speed, so now she has no substantial defensive equipment. In an instant, these attacks hit the injured fox's life value to the bottom, on the verge of death. At this time, a slow-running fireball hit the injured fox who could not dodge it before Yayan helped her replenish blood. A white light suddenly appeared and disappeared in front of Yayan. Although Yayan could use the resurrection technique to revive her team members immediately, seeing her good friend being killed in front of her, even a quiet girl like Yayan couldn't help but have a raging anger in her heart. Yayan waved the staff in her hand, and a holy light column in the shape of a cross appeared out of thin air, hitting the injured little fox directly. When the holy light of the cross completely merged into the body of the injured little fox, the body of the injured little fox immediately gained new vitality, and in an instant, all the equipment on the body was replaced, and the shield was motionlessly placed in front of itself to protect itself from further harm. After using the resurrection spell, Yayan immediately threw holy flame fireballs at the red-named player who killed the injured little fox, with a posture of fighting to the death. And those Sahaitang players who had already been ignited did not stop because of this. Instead, they used all the long-range attack tricks in their hands. Anyway, they had already been expelled. If they could find a few more companions like this, it would not be a bad choice. This is a completely broken spirit. Chapter 345 Demonic Spider. The flames of war on the east side of the wall soon spread throughout the town. When the players of Sahaitang and Yunwu town received the news that their members were attacked and suffered heavy casualties, they immediately united and surrounded the east side of the wall with murderous intent. Hot Book Pavilion. Seeing this, the guilds that were originally hostile to Sahaitang naturally became alert and began to inquire about relevant information from the people below. For a time, the whole Yunwu town was suddenly filled with gunpowder, and shouting and cursing appeared continuously in the regional public channel. If it weren't for the residents of Yunwu town who walked by from time to time in the town, making these people dare not fight directly here, I'm afraid that these guilds with hatred would have already started to fight. However, at this time, the sky, which was originally very clear, suddenly began to rain heavily, not only soaking all the players directly, but also hitting a group of players so hard that they couldn't raise their heads. Hey, there's a person in the sky. Damn, this heavy rain is caused by the magic of the Great Elder. A Sharpied mage player raised his ice shield and looked at the sky above his head. Just now he saw the Great Elder take off from the square, and then the sky began to rain strangely. Although in Yunwu town, where there is plenty of water, there will definitely be a heavy rain every day, but that is usually for tourists. It will only appear at noon in the game time, and it is very punctual. And now it has only been online for more than 2 hours, and there are still more than 2 hours before noon in the game time. The scope of this sudden heavy rain is not large, it only covers the entire Yunwu town, but this scope is not small. Although I don't trademark T know what the Elder is thinking, making such a big scene, but the players who saw that they were in the red name state immediately walked outside, and did not dare to stay in the range of the Elder trademark's magic for a moment. Hey, you want to run, have you asked me? The Elder in the air immediately saw the players who wanted to escape back to the woods, and couldn't help but yelled. The Elder waved his hand casually, and a huge water whip composed of rainwater immediately formed in the air, and then it directly hit the players who wanted to escape. The strong water pressure and kinetic energy killed them on the spot, and they didn't trademark T even scream, and they were resurrected at the resurrection point. After that, the Elder carried out a big purge. As long as the players were in the red name state, as long as they were found by the Elder, they would be killed on the spot. For a while, the screams of the players began to rise and fall on the east side of the wall. The Elder's swift and murderous actions directly woke up all the players, and let them know a fact that this was the territory of the NPCs, not a place where players could retreat. Tisk tisk, this old guy was in a bad mood and actually went to trouble these young people. He is really going backwards as he grows older. The old wizard flipped through the magic notes in his hand and laughed at the Elder who was still punishing the players in midair. Under the Elder's thunderous means, those players who were obviously not strong enough to fight against the Elder were immediately killed, and then they were expelled from Yunwu town without a word. Xiaomei and his group, who caused this battle, had already entered the mage square when the chaos began, and then they began to help Xiaomei tame the stubborn chaos wolf. The camera returns to the poisonous insect valley. Shuinai and his group in this valley have not received any news about what happened in Yunwu town, and even if they know now, they can't go there immediately. Spiders as big as human heads came out from the holes in the giant spider web and crawled towards Shuinai and his group. Except for the fact that their stomachs were particularly full, the other big spiders were not much different from the previous ones. However, the two men present did not underestimate them. After all, they had just experienced the sea of spiders. If they had another attack from the sea of spiders, they would probably have to retreat to the entrance of the valley and use Shuinai's magic and terrain to defend. However, the amount of potions in Shuinai's backpack did not allow Shuinai to burn spiders as recklessly as before. However, when Shuinai and Dao Yudao thoroughly understood the movement speed of these level 30 big spiders, they couldn't help but be very happy. The movement speed of these level 30 big spiders is much slower than those small spiders. However, I believe that the attack power of these spiders will be much stronger than the previous ones. As soon as Shuinai saw these big spiders crawling out, he cast a reconnaissance spell over. The health of these spiders is much higher than the previous ones, with more than 2000 HP, and they also have leather armor level defense capabilities, which are many times better than the previous small spiders with only cloth level defense capabilities. And their names are also very interesting. For example, the fastest blue spider is called the wind poison spider, and the next one is the thunder poison spider, and then there are the fire poison spider, water poison spider. And from these names, the spiders here have evolved towards the direction of half-magic beasts, but these magic spiders that already have certain elemental powers are not included in the Cloud Mist Town Poison Identification Guide in Dao Yi Dao's hand. It seems that they are new species that have just come out recently. Hey, you guys can come over now. The spiders here crawl very slowly. We can kill them one by one. You guys should come over quickly too. Let's clear this place together. Dao Yudao said as he took out an ordinary crossbow from his backpack and shot wildly at the big spider in front of him. On the side, Shuinai never stopped using the ice cone spell on his staff. In this not-so-open environment, Shuinai dared not use the fire wall. Although the effect of using the fire wall here would be higher, it would also make him lose sight of the spiders behind the fire wall. And if a group of spiders suddenly emerged from behind the firewall at this time, I'm afraid none of them would be able to escape. Like now, everyone can at least know the situation in advance so that everyone can be mentally prepared. Moreover, in this Yunwu mountain area, using ice magic can get a great bonus in itself, and its power has exceeded that of the firewall. It is still very effective against these big spiders with high health and high defense. Hey, why is it that the level is higher? It's actually so slow. Yu Yingqing Chen immediately found that the spiders here are really slow. As long as you don't get too close to them, you can definitely kill them from a distance. They were shot to the ground. However, just as Yu Yingqing Chen finished saying this, a red spider suddenly arched its tail and aimed at Dao Yiyudao, who was closest to him. After that, there was a puff sound, and a fiery red silk thread shot out from the tail of the red fire poison spider. The silk thread quickly crossed the short distance of 5 meters and hit the ice shield in Dao Yiyudao's hand, making a pop sound. Damn, the ice shield was burned through. Dao Yiyudao, who was closest to the red silk thread, immediately found that the ice shield in his hand actually evaporated a wisp of white water vapor the moment it came into contact with the silk thread. When Dao Yiyudao saw that this terrifying silk thread actually had such a strong flame energy, he immediately dropped the ice shield that was cut by the red silk thread and prepared to withdraw. However, when Dao Yiyudao saw the demon spiders in front of him arching their bodies and preparing to find the spider silk, Dao Yiyudao couldn't help but sweat on his face. Damn it, release the flame wall, retreat. Dao Yiyudao, with the powerful bonus of the Wind Thief, shouted this sentence, and then bounced a few times on the mountain wall, and actually passed over the heads of Shui Nai and others. The light body skills of human thieves can completely reach the level of flying over the eaves and walls in such a narrow road. Although he didn't know what Dao Yiyudao had found in front, Shui Nai still believed in Dao Yiyudao's judgment. 4 flame walls appeared in succession at the position where Dao Yiyudao was just now, blocking the figures of those big spiders. What's the situation? Yu Yingqing Chen retreated a few steps and immediately asked Dao Yiyudao, who came down from the mountain wall. Those big spiders will release spider silk with elemental power. Just now, my ice shield was melted by the spider silk of a fire poison spider. At present, it is estimated that the range of these spider silks is at least about 10 meters. Everyone should pay attention and don't get too close. Although Dao Yiyudao has not personally tried the power of those spider silks, he still has a high evaluation of Shui Nai's ice shield. The ice shield made by Shui Nai, even if Dao Yiyudao himself wants to break him, it will take him some time and effort. Although the red spider silk just now cut an ice shield in almost an instant, this itself shows the power of spider silk. Chapter 346 Spider Web Entanglement. After learning about the abnormal abilities of these magic spiders, Shui Nai and his group also put away their contempt. The speed of these magic spiders is indeed ridiculously slow, but they have such high power, and they are long range, which in itself has made up for their slow speed. Moreover, the number of demon spiders here is not a small number, with hundreds of them at a time, which still makes them feel a little chilled. Ah, they are crawling over. Yu Yingqing Chen, who had been paying attention to the situation on the other side of the flame wall, immediately saw a few ice-blue spiders that were obviously afraid of fire suddenly crawling from the mountain wall from a distance, and then a fiery red spider dared to rush out directly from the flame wall. Fuck, this is obviously the ability of a demon beast. Dao Yiyudao looked at the fire poison spider that was not hurt at all in the flames and immediately muttered. The resistance of demon beasts to magic is surprisingly high, especially those magics of the same attribute, which are basically like tickling, and the damage to them is minimal. It's just that resistance. At least they can't cast magic, so they can only be regarded as half-demon beasts. Shui Na was more familiar with this, so he immediately corrected Dao Yiyudao's words. The group retreated to make way for the range of the demon spider's spider silk, while constantly using the magic and arrows in their hands to reduce their number. The crossbows in Dao Yiyudao and Mei Li Hushen's hands were somewhat powerless against these demon spiders with leather armor defense level. It was difficult to kill them except for hitting their vital points or pinning them with arrow rain. On the contrary, Yu Yingqing Chen's small bow and arrow were more suitable for this kind of short-range battle. Yu Yingqing Chen's bow and arrow had a racial bonus, and the power of the bow and arrow itself was related to the strength of the user, so compared with those crossbows with fixed power, it was much more adaptable. In addition, Yu Yingqing Chen was a thief of the elf race, and the attack speed bonus of her profession, so now her shooting speed was faster than the 2 people who had to load crossbows. As for the mage Shui Na, except that his ice cone technique had no lethality to the ice poison spider, the rest were basically killed by one cone, and his speed was also relatively fast, so one person could be used as 3 people. However, even though these demon spiders have been their hunting targets, they have been forced to retreat by the large number of demon spiders, and now they have retreated to the corner. During this period, these demon spiders have fired the spider silk with elemental power at them more than once, but when these demon spiders use that spider silk, the pause before the attack is too obvious, so they can easily dodge it. However, the scene of hundreds of demon spiders firing spider silk at the same time is still very shocking. Hundreds of spider silks of different colors basically cover the entire space. The crisscrossing spider silks embellished the narrow space of the entire valley very beautifully. However, the effect of these spider silks shot on the mountain wall was a bit unacceptable. The mountain walls on both sides were either burned red by the high temperature, or frozen by the cold, or slowly penetrated by the green spider silk. The most terrifying thing was that the green spider silk could actually corrode a fist-sized pit on a solid and intact mountain wall, which shocked the 4 people in the group. With the familiarity of the magic spider's attack method, they now basically know all the types and characteristics of the magic spider. In addition to the fire poison spider, ice poison spider and thunder poison spider, the corrosive spider silk of the wood poison spider, the petrified spider silk of the earth poison spider, and the penetrating spider silk of the wind poison spider have all been mastered by them. As long as there is no big mistake, there is basically no danger. However, just when they thought they had already won, they found that they still knew too little about these newly emerged creatures, or rather, they had forgotten the large spider web made up of dozens of overlapping small spider webs that they had seen before. Those demon spiders may have seen that their elemental spider silk did not have much effect, so they immediately changed their attack method and stopped using their own elemental spider silk indiscriminately. Instead, they climbed towards them at the fastest speed. Shuai and the others who did not pay attention at first were still maintaining the attack frequency and retreat speed that they had been accustomed to before, but when they found the problem, they were already one step too late. I saw that the fastest wind poison spiders suddenly arched their bodies quickly at the front line, and a bunch of white spider silk was actually launched from their tails in an instant, and the speed was much faster than the elemental spider silk. Retreat. Dao Yiyudao, who was at the front, looked a little ugly when he saw the overwhelming white spider silk coming. Because he, who was at the front, discovered that these spider silks were not simply a line of silk, but a spider web. Once it was shot out, it would grow with the wind. These spider webs swelled to a diameter of several dozen centimeters at the moment of shooting, and these spider webs were obviously very sticky. As long as they touched something, they would stick to it immediately. So after a round of volleys of these wind poison spiders, the mountain wall around Shuai and the other 4 was immediately covered with spider webs, and some of them even stuck to their bodies who were unable to dodge. I'm stuck. Dao Yiyudao, who was at the front, immediately found that his left hand was stuck to the mountain wall on one side by the spider web, and his feet were stuck in place. There are a total of 3 kinds of spider silks with different properties in these spider webs. Some are very sticky. Once stuck, I'm afraid you can't get rid of them without spending some time to deal with them. Some are incredibly tough, and no matter how you tear them, you can't tear them apart. Some of them are so hard that they can control the spider web that could have stretched very long, making it impossible for people to run away with the spider web. It was the spider web mixed with these 3 kinds of spider silk that actually trapped Dao Yiyudao, and with the help of the magic spiders that came later, Dao Yiyudao was quickly wrapped up in spider silk, forming a white silk cocoon. I not. The trapped Dao Yiyudao immediately opened his mouth and cursed, until his mouth was also stuck by a spider web. However, the 3 people behind Dao Yiyudao did not feel nervous after seeing that all the magic spiders were dealing with Dao Yiyudao, and they slowly cleaned the spider webs on their bodies. If these spider webs were only stuck on the body, it would be okay, at least he could still run, but once the person was stuck to the mountain wall, it would probably be the end of Dao Yiyudao. Lao Fan, help me, I can't move. The beautiful fox who had been dealing with the spider webs in the back suddenly called out to Shuai in front. When Shuai turned around, she was immediately frightened by the funny posture of the beautiful fox. It turned out that the beautiful fox was not very lucky. She was hit by at least 4 spider webs at once, and 2 of them were still stuck on the mountain wall. When the beautiful fox was going to use a dagger to try to cut these spider webs, she found that her dagger was entangled when it touched the sticky spider silk, and it was getting more and more entangled. In the end, the whole dagger could no longer be used to cut spider webs. Just as she was getting more and more irritated, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. A spider web behind her was stuck to the ground, and the spider webs on her body were also stuck together at the same time, making the beautiful fox stuck to the ground, with her hands and feet tied directly behind her, and her majestic chest looked even more majestic because her body was arched forward. She struggled on the ground, but the spider web on her body became tighter and tighter, and she was completely trapped on the ground, unable to move. Wait, it might be a little hot. After saying that, Mina threw a fireball directly at the beautiful fox. The spider silk that encountered the fireball was burned in an instant, and the spider silk on the beautiful fox was burned clean in an instant. After that, when Shui Nai saw the flames subside, she immediately cast a few healing spells for her to repair her body that was burned by the flames. Tisk, we almost capsized. Fortunately, spider silk is afraid of fire. The beautiful fox saw that she was the most embarrassed among the 4 people in the group, and she couldn't help but curse. Since Shui Nai became a high-level mage, the fireballs he used can already ignite those flammable things. Hey, are you guys okay? I'm almost suffocating because of being entangled. Dao Yiyu Dao shouted directly in the team chat. Wait a little longer, wait until I burn the spider webs behind and then come out. Shui Nai immediately turned around, and several consecutive fireballs shot out at once, burning the spider webs behind that were preventing her from escaping. Okay, you can come out. Shui Nai saw that the beautiful fox and Yu Ying Qing Chen had already run away, and immediately called Dao Yiyu Dao to come out. The silk cocoon wrapped around Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly swelled up in an instant, but the resilient spider webs were not broken by it. After that, he was pierced by a cyan short dagger that suddenly appeared. A cyan blurry figure immediately passed Shui Nai and flew forward. After Shui Nai saw that Dao Yiyu Dao had escaped safely, he immediately released several consecutive fireballs, which immediately burned the shrunken silk cocoon and turned the entire silk cocoon into a blazing fireball. Chapter 347 The Silk Sack of the Demon Spider. Shui Nai and the other 4 who had hidden far away waited until the big fireball fueled by spider silk was burned out, but did not find any demon spiders bypassing the fire wall, and they were all very puzzled. However, the stench of this fireball was really unbearable, and in this valley with poor ventilation, the 4 of them were more or less affected by the black smoke from the burning, and they actually got a state of lack of oxygen, which made them dizzy, weak limbs, shortness of breath, and many other symptoms, and they also began to slowly deplete their health points. Finally, when a group of people couldn't stand the condensed black smoke, Shui Na was forced to learn the useless skill of whirlwind technique that had been in his backpack. Fortunately, Shui Na's backpack was always surprisingly large, so basically there would be such a mess in Shui Na's backpack. Otherwise, they would have no way to get through this black smoke barrier that was as immovable as a mountain and covered a large area. After all, they didn't have the confidence to approach the spider's web technique inside the black smoke. Lao Fan, how much space do you have in your backpack? We are almost full. Dao Yiyu Dao saw Shui Na was about to use the whirlwind technique, and checked his 5 small backpacks. Because his profession required the use of crossbows, basically on 1/3 of the space in his backpack was used to store arrows needed for various crossbows, plus some spare equipment and other things, so there was not much space available. Trade them all later, I still have a lot of space here. Shui Na used the whirlwind technique while glancing at the storage situation of the backpack. All along, my backpack has been a public backpack for everyone, and they have stored a lot of messy things in it, but who can blame my backpack for being so big? For these large backpacks, Mina had to admire the foresight of the unscrupulous profiteers, who actually bought a large number of these large space backpacks from those novice players at a high price at the beginning of the game. Since these large space backpacks appeared accidentally as task rewards at the beginning of the game, so far, I have never heard of any place where these large space backpacks can be obtained. And it is precisely because of the scarcity of large space backpacks that there are no high-end backpacks as big as Mina's on the market now. There are only some small space rags that may be made by players or obtained from tasks in circulation. It's just that the space of these backpacks is basically dispensable, and only those players who may not have collected 5 backpacks are willing to buy them. Fortunately, this whirlwind with no lethality is a magic that can be cast quickly, and wind magic itself has the characteristic of being cast quickly, so the group did not have to wait too long, and Mina began to use whirlwinds one after another. However, since this was Mina's first time using this magic, she still had no experience in controlling it, so the black smoke in the valley was blown away by Mina using more than a dozen whirlwinds, and there was even a problem of blowing in the wrong direction during the period. Whirlwind is an offensive wind magic with no lethality. It seems to have no effect except that it can form a gust of wind that can only blow up clothes. Mina knew that every magic would be strengthened as long as it reached level 10. Although there was a voice in his heart telling him to try to challenge the 10th level whirlwind, the way to gain familiarity with this whirlwind made Mina feel powerless. The whirlwind without lethality was actually upgraded according to the number of heads, which made Mina dare not imagine it. After clearing the thick black smoke from the valley, Dao Yiyu Dao rushed over immediately, but when he passed after the fire blackened the mountain wall, he did not find that there was not a single living demon spider in front of him. FK, those demon spiders were killed by the smoke. We have lost all our experience. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had checked his experience value and found that it had not increased, immediately yelled. The experience of these level 30 demon spiders is surprisingly high, one is worth more than 2,000 experience. If you eat them all, you will have hundreds of thousands of experience. What the hell are you yelling about? After hearing Dao Yiyu Dao's words, the beautiful fox hesitated for a moment before reacting, but he had already run away and could not help but run back from a distance. Just now, when he heard Dao Yiyu Dao's swear words, he ran away directly and had already run dozens of meters away. Even Yuying Qingchen, who was trading those spider venom sacks with Shui Na, was frightened by this sound, and directly cut off the transaction and ran outside with the beautiful fox. They didn't want to be like Dao Yiyu Dao, who was tied up like a dumpling by hundreds of spiders with spider webs, and they didn't want to be dragged back to their nests and eaten by these spiders. When they thought about it, they were already terrified and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Hey, come here quickly, there are a lot of spider silk sacks here, which are actually materials for making clothes. Dao Yiyu Dao collected the materials dropped by the spiders on the ground and studied them. The spiders here don't seem to drop equipment. At least from the time I entered the valley until now, I haven't seen a shadow of equipment, and only the materials from the spiders are dropped. It's just that some are marked as quest materials, and some are not. But in general, you don't have to collect materials by yourself when fighting these spiders, which is a bargain for the two girls who are responsible for picking up things. Material for making clothes? Is it the material for leather armor? Shui Na thought about it and suddenly asked in confusion. At present, I have only heard that the thief profession and the warrior profession can use leather armor to make equipment, but for the mage, it seems that no monster will drop the material for cloth clothes. Now most of the cloth materials for mages are decomposed from those unwanted equipment or bought directly from the material shop, and the quality itself is only low. No, it's used by you mages. Here are silk sacks. The spider silk inside can be made into cloth, and some of the spider silk here actually has elemental properties. Wow, it seems that this is a treasure trove. The material itself has attributes? This is only the things stripped from the monsters. When she thought that she could have a cloth equipment with attributes, Mina immediately became happy. As we all know, as long as the player has the right high-level materials, he can ask the NPC craftsman he knows to help make a set of equipment. If the player is lucky, the materials he gets are very high-level, and the level of the NPC craftsman he knows is high enough. Haha, then you will be rich, because in this way, you may have a piece of equipment that is no less than gold equipment, and if you are lucky, you may even make a dark gold equipment. Moreover, this can be mass-produced. As long as you have the source of these materials, you have an inexhaustible equipment library. No way. This is a good thing. Shui Na immediately rushed to Dao Yiyu Dao's side and took over a bundle of red spider silk sacks from his back. There are not many spider silks in this silk sack, but there are hundreds of silk sacks on the ground. If these magic spiders are not special creatures, then they can infinitely brush these magic spiders to get these materials with attributes. There are two types of materials exploded by these magic spiders. One is a white ordinary silk sack without attributes. Although the spider silk inside can still be used, it still has the characteristic of being afraid of fire. It is basically impossible to use it to make clothes. Instead, it is good to use it to make a small trap or something that harms people. The stickiness of these ordinary spider webs is very strong. Once you get stuck, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get away. However, those spider silks with attributes have lost their original destructive power and characteristics, and directly become materials that can only be used to make clothes. Like the silk sack of the fire poison spider in Shui Nai's hand, the spider silk inside can no longer produce the same high temperature effect as before, and even the wood poison spider silk that was originally corrosive and toxic no longer produces that amazing toxicity. Let's go, let's collect all the silk sacks. Dao Yiyu Dao knew that these things were treasures for mages. If cloth materials like this that can add magic effects and magic resistance can be collected into a set of equipment, it may allow a mage's strength to be raised to a new level. In fact, for a mage like Shui Nai who has always used blank equipment, it is not that he does not want those good equipment, but that he, a lone ranger, certainly does not dare to ask for equipment from those mage bosses. Hey, don't dawdle, if you don't come over, these materials will disappear, come over quickly, this is a treasure for mages. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately explained to them the value of these spider silks. After mobilizing the enthusiasm of the two junk collectors behind, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao immediately ran forward, intending to sweep first. In addition to the obstacles that may affect the collection of materials, we must also prevent a sudden surge of spiders that would affect the material collection process. Seeing the two of them happily and carefully sweeping the valley behind them again and again, Dao Yiyu Dao could run ahead with peace of mind. Whether it was the mages in the Fox Fairy Guild or Yuying Qingshan's Dawn, the materials for these cloth clothes here were a very rich resource for them, so they naturally had to collect a lot. Chapter 348 Breaking the Net. Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao, who were walking in the front, soon found that there were a few magic spiders that were not suffocated to death by the thick smoke. The stomachs of these big-head magic spiders had shrunk. It seemed that the spider silk inside had been almost vomited out because of Dao Yiyu Dao. And the two also found that these magic spiders that had vomited out all the spider silk in their bodies were a little slow and weak in both activity and attack, as if they had been drained of strength and became dying. Looking at these demon spiders that could barely crawl, Dao Yiyu Dao picked one up and played with it. It feels like they are hibernating. Dao Yiyu Dao said, fiddling with the fire poison spider in his hand. This fire poison spider only has a few dozen points of health. Basically, as long as Dao Yiyu Dao throws it hard, it will have to say goodbye to this world. The energy is exhausted, how can it not be slow? They should be making their own spider silk with all their strength now. Otherwise, once these demon spiders lose their spider silk, they will have no attack power and basically can't survive. Mina used ice cones to name the living demon spiders in front of her one by one, and said what she said to Dao Yiyu Dao based on the common sense of the real world. Damn, who said it has no attack power? I was bitten by it. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly threw the fire poison spider out of his palm, and then quickly took off the gloves on that hand. There were 2 black wounds on Dao Yiyu Dao's palm. After that, Dao Yiyu Dao's heart also began to show injuries of only a dozen points, and his whole arm also felt numb. The damage of the poison is much weaker than those small spiders. Shui Nai looked at the series of damage values above Dao Yiyu Dao's head and said with some doubt. Before, Dao Yiyu Dao had been bitten by those small spiders of only level 20 several times, and each time he lost hundreds of points of blood. If he was bitten by more than a dozen small spiders at the same time, the overlapping poison damage might not be made up even if he could take a life potion. Or, you can find a magic spider later to try their elemental spider silk. Dao Yiyu Dao also wanted to count the information of these magic spiders. After all, if they want to level up and fight for materials here, they must fully grasp all the information of the monsters here, otherwise it will not be beautiful if something unexpected happens. Speaking of people who try elemental spider silk, you should be the most suitable one. After all, your resistance is much higher than mine, and your health can handle it. Although they are in the same team and have a very close relationship, Shui Nai doesn't want to be injured. Hey, the spider silk they use is a magic attack, and your magic defense is high, so it shouldn't cost much blood to hit you. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't want to be a guinea pig. Magic defense, this is easy. I'll give you a wind coat, and your magic defense will be almost there, and I can also add blood and status behind you, so you can challenge them without worry. Shui Nai waved the staff in his hand and said proudly. Dao Yiyu Dao's mouth twitched a few times, and he didn't reply. Anyway, it seems that he has to do this problem himself. Who told him to be so mean and ask this question? Hey, are you guys going to leave or not? We have already picked up all the things. If you don't move forward, we will have to use force. The beautiful fox nailed 4 crossbow arrows in a row on the heels of Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao in a straight line, threatening them to step on the landmines in front. The 2 brothers, who had discussed for a long time, walked forward again under the tyranny of the beautiful fox. This time, the two of them also increased their speed a lot. Now Shui Nai is leading the way. Shui Nai's magic is much more effective than the thieves behind her in terms of power and shooting speed. It is the best to use it to deal with these dead spiders. Although Dao Yiyu Dao, who followed behind, did not join Shui Nai's slaughter, his task was more difficult. He had to find the spiders ignored by Shui Nai in the face of corpses everywhere, and then he had to make up a knife so that the two female thieves behind could safely collect the treasures on the ground. The two of them were moving very fast. After all, one of them was an agile mage, and the other was a thief known for his agility. With their rapid movements, they quickly killed all the living demon spiders on the ground. Now in front of them was the unusually large spider web, which was about 100 meters away from the corner. There was no demon spider here, but there were also few silk sacks on the ground. After taking a look at the scavengers behind them, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao went to collect the silk sacks on the ground without saying a word. At their current speed, they still can't keep up with the system's refresh speed. After seeing that all the silk sacks found around them were collected, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao waited for more than 10 meters in front of the big spider web, waiting for the people behind to sweep all the silk sacks clean before breaking the spider web. Otherwise, if the demon spiders are provoked again, the people behind may not be able to pick up the previous batch of silk sacks. By the way, do you think this will be the refresh point for those little spiders? Dao Yiyu Dao, who had nothing to do, looked at the space in front of the big spider web with some boredom. There were countless little spiders gathered here. I don't know, I hope it is, but I don't want it to refresh for us now. Shui Nai said somewhat contradictory. If this is really a refresh point, then they can stay here to brush experience. But if this is really a refresh point, once they enter and encounter a refresh here, then they will have nowhere to go. If they are attacked from both sides, except for Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, Yu Ying and Fox will be dead. For this new map with unknown refresh frequency and refresh intensity, all players must be very careful, especially now that Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao are still in the red name state. Let's do this, anyway, we are here to fight the boss, let's go in first, think of a way to lure the boss out, and then fight together. You should make a few magic scrolls for them to defend themselves. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately analyzed it. He was determined to win the snake bosses inside. Okay. Shui Nai also felt that the method was reliable, so he quickly made a few scrolls and then handed them over to the two people who caught up. Will this be dangerous? After all, it will be much safer if we slowly clear in. The beautiful fox said with some concern. As people in the same team, they can't always be allowed to take risks. If you go in, it will really be safe for us. After all, you can help us attract firepower, but doing so will be unacceptable to us. Needless to say, spiders seem to have the ability to break stealth. As long as you move, they can feel it, so if you want to sneak in, don't even think about it. Dao Yiyu Dao finished all the situations he knew and interrupted the beautiful fox's unspoken suggestions. After the explanation, Mina and Dao Yiyu Dao ran to the big spider web and prepared to break the web and enter. I'll count to 3, and then you can directly set fire to the web, and I'll guard in front. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was wearing defensive magic, whispered. Okay. 1, 2, 3. All 12 fireballs hit the big spider web, and the flames were unstoppable. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was guarding the front, held a crossbow and shot arrows at the spiders crawling out from behind the spider web. Shui Nai launched a whirlwind spell in the back to blow away the thick smoke in front of him to ensure normal vision. Chapter 349, Viper Basin. There were not many spiders crawling out of the basin, only about 100. With Shui Nai's magic and Dao Yiyu Dao's crossbow, it took only 2 minutes to completely eliminate them. The two waited outside for half a minute. After confirming that no more spiders came out, they couldn't help but be stunned. Hey, this number is too small, not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Dao Yiyu Dao clicked and replaced an empty crossbow arrow clip. According to the number pyramid, this number is almost enough. After all, we have killed a lot of spiders before. Shui Nai said, and used a whirlwind spell again to blow away the fog in front. Since the big spider web was burned, I don't know when such a fog has arisen, but this fog only spreads in this basin and will not go beyond the basin. Do you want to go in? Dao Yiyu Dao asked, but he spoke in a positive tone. Let's go. After Shui Nai put on magic such as ice crystal armor and ice shield on himself, he pushed Dao Yiyu Dao forward. The fog in the basin suddenly became less visible to the two people, and they could only see things 10 meters away roughly, but out of confidence in their own strength, they did not give up their steps. I remember that this basin is not big, only about 1,000 square meters, and as long as you keep walking forward along the entrance, you can go to the exit of this basin. Dao Yiyu Dao, who has walked through it once, has a very thorough understanding of this basin. Because the terrain of this place is too simple, at the beginning and the end, there is no other exit except flying. You came here yesterday. Are there many snakes here? Minna asked while sniffing the strange smell in the mist. Yes, but they are not high level. They are all small guys. As long as we have enough antidotes, we can basically deal with them with our abilities. Dao Yiyu Dao also clearly smelled something strange in the mist, and couldn't help but fan his nose vigorously. The smell is a bit strange. Is it fishy? Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly asked. Hush! Something is coming. Shui Nai's hearing has always been very sharp, and it is even more sharp in this situation of full alert. 4 walls of fire appeared beside Shui Nai and the others in an instant, protecting their figures tightly. Damn! It's a snake! We've entered a snake den. Dao Yiyu Dao used the firelight emitted by the flame wall to instantly discover several black shadows crawling out from the distance. And from the rustling sound of these black shadows crawling, it is clear that these are the poisonous snakes that Dao Yiyu Dao encountered yesterday. No, those snakes crawled over from the exit. Shui Nai heard it very clearly. These poisonous snakes all came from the exit collectively, not from the surrounding basins. Let's retreat to the narrow passage. We are very passive here. As for these poisonous snakes, they will not climb the wall. As long as they stay in the narrow passage, these snakes can be completely eaten by Shui Nai's firepower as long as there are not too many at once. Okay, we'll leave as soon as the flame wall retreats. Mina said as she went into phantom stealth mode. Although they can use stealth and high-speed swimming to deal with them, this will put them in danger to some extent, and the way these venomous snakes appear is obviously suspected of being controlled by humans behind the scenes. For the sake of safety, it is absolutely right to be cautious. When the fierce firepower of the flame wall gradually weakened, the hissing sound of snakes coming from outside became more and more obvious, and in terms of quantity, it also increased. Although they really wanted to pour out some firepower outside, they all knew that now was not the time to rush forward. After all, in this vague environment, compared with the venomous snakes with infrared imaging and chemical smell tracking capabilities, their naked eyes were really not enough. Let's go! Dao Yiyu Dao immediately transformed into a wind element when the flame wall just showed a downward trend, and ran outside with a whoosh sound close to the flames, blowing the flame wall outward unnaturally. At this time, Shui Nai found the right direction, took a running jump, and under the effect of light gravity, his body flew forward and flew high over the poisonous snakes that wanted to surround them below. At the moment when the flame wall went out, Shui Nai took a quick glance and was immediately shocked by the huge number of snakes around him. Outside the flame wall, there were at least hundreds of colorful poisonous snakes. Some of them overlapped each other, and some were constantly wandering around, trying to get closer. Shui Nai, who had rushed into the narrow passage, put down several flame walls with his backhand to block the entrance of the basin so that they could have a buffer opportunity. Lao Fan, put a few more flame walls in the basin. The fog inside will disappear after being burned by the flame walls. Dao Yiyu Dao's words came from above Shui Nai's head. It seemed that he had climbed up the mountain wall with the crawling gloves and planned to hunt the poisonous snakes below from a high position. I understand, but instead of using the flame wall, it's better to use the firestorm directly. Shui Na said, while taking out several 1-meter-long iron rods from his backpack and throwing them to Dao Yiyu Dao above. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately understood Shui Na's idea, and saw him forcefully insert the iron rods in his hand into the mountain wall one by one, trying to make these iron rods into the safest platform foundation. Okay, you can come up. After Dao Yiyu Dao finished the preliminary work, he immediately called Shui Na who was setting the fire below. As soon as Shui Na came up, he directly placed several ice shields in his hand on these iron rods, and then used several freezing spells to freeze these ice shields and iron rods together. Since Shui Na and Shi Hai Tang's battle in the cave, he has thought of many ways to use magic to create a suitable living place. For this game with an astonishingly high degree of simulation, this method can be fully utilized. What's going on down there? Standing on the platform she had built temporarily, Shui Nai stepped a few times with a little force, and after testing the stability of the ice shields, she asked Dao Yiyu Dao beside her. They are all level 30 or so, There is no boss, just like what I encountered yesterday, and there seems to be no trace of the magic spiders, and these poisonous snakes, like yesterday, will not run out of this basin, and are now gathering together. You can rest assured about the foxes. Dao Yudao glanced down, and now the mist inside was burned into a transparent hole by the flame wall, and the surrounding vision was much brighter. Then I will set it on fire directly. Shui Nai reminded her, and immediately began to chant. So far, Shui Nai's firestorm has only reached the level of level 2, and at least it needs to be upgraded a few more levels to reach the level of instant, but even if it is instant, its continuous output magic has a lot of restrictions. When the first firestorm appeared at the entrance of the basin, they were only a few meters away from the entrance, and immediately felt waves of heat sweeping from below. The heat waves generated by magic quickly blew up the surrounding fog, and some of the fog that had come into direct contact with the flames was directly evaporated by the high temperature. Hissing, the venomous snakes in the firestorm immediately let out a series of low shouts, still wandering in the sea of flames. But in a firestorm, no matter how fast you run, as long as you don't leave the range of magic, everything is useless. Fuck, I always feel that the effect of your magic doesn't match the name. It's basically a sea of fire. In previous games, shouldn't this kind of magic be called Sea of Fire? Dao Yudao, who was idle, had to ask this question that suddenly appeared in his mind out of boredom. Who knows, anyway, the name is called this, maybe at level 10, there will be a storm-like enhancement. Mina naturally didn't know the setting of this system, so she could only guess. Level 10, you are not even level 2 now. You may need hundreds of thousands of proficiency to reach level 10, and you will be burned to death by then. Dao Yudao immediately interrupted his somewhat unrealistic idea. Generally, the familiarity of high-level magic is only a few hundred points, but this firestorm is abnormal. It often takes thousands of points of familiarity at the first level. Even if the power is indeed greatly enhanced, it is not something that ordinary people can have the perseverance to burn it down. Whatever, since the level can no longer be raised now, let's practice the skills first. Shui Nai took a look at the venomous snakes struggling in the sea of fire below. He roughly estimated that if he wanted to burn these venomous snakes below, he might need another firestorm. The blood volume of these venomous snakes below is not high, but it is enough to resist a firestorm. However, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao have no way to deal with the snake galls that burst out below. Lao Fan, try to throw the firestorm in the innermost part. I want to estimate the number of venomous snakes below and see if I can grab some snake galls from below. Well, okay. Shui Nai responded, and waited until the second firestorm burned most of the venomous snakes below, and then threw a firestorm far in. For a moment, the fog in the center of the basin was blown away, but the situation that appeared made Shui Nai and Dao Yudao a little unbelievable. Chapter 350 Burning Snakes. I say, Lao Fan, do you have enough potions? Dao Yudao asked uncertainly after taking a look at the situation in the basin. Nonsense, with so many poisonous snakes, I can only last half an hour at most. Shui Nai licked his bitter lips, not sure if he could last half an hour. After all, there were so many poisonous snakes below. For players, the happiest and most exciting thing is naturally to encounter this ocean-like monster in such an absolutely safe situation. I am afraid that all players will be so happy that they want to jump when they see it. But now Shui Nai is deeply troubled by the lack of potions. A mage without magic power is not even as good as a useless person. Shui Nai can even temporarily change his job and pretend to be a warrior for a while. But can the lethality of a warrior be compared with that of a mage? That is impossible, especially in this situation where there are huge numbers of monsters to deal with. How about I go back and bring some potions? At this time, the beautiful fox who knew the situation inside through the team chat immediately proposed. For the 4 people now, Dao Yudao and Shui Nai naturally have to guard the entrance of the basin, one to burn the poisonous snakes below, and the other to deal with emergencies. And Yu Ying Qing Chen's level is too low. When he sneaks, he may be discovered and followed by the traitor. That means he is the only one who can come here as a delivery man. No, I'll do it. I'll fly in directly with the shadow suit. This is safe and saves time. The beautiful fox has just arrived. I'm afraid I don't know much about the layout of Yunmu town and some of the situations inside. If I go there rashly, I'm afraid that the people of Sahaitang will have some ideas. With such a large population base of Sahaitang, as long as they get a direction, it will be easy to find this poisonous insect valley. Therefore, based on the above situation, Dao Yiyudao and Shui Nai both agree with this idea. Be careful, don't get bitten by the spiders. Dao Yiyudao said, and his body directly merged into Shui Nai's shadow on the mountain wall and disappeared. If those little spiders really refreshed in the narrow passage in front of this basin, I'm afraid this place is not safe at all. The effect of Dao Yiyu-Dao's shadow crossing is really a bit abnormal. He had just released 4 complete versions of the firestorm, and he had already crawled out of the shadow of the beautiful fox. But if he hadn't desperately drunk a few bottles of fine wine as soon as he came out, it would really be extremely abnormal. Shui Nai only knew that Dao Yiyu-Dao's shadow killer suit had 2 abilities. One was to hide in the shadow. In this state, he was invincible, but in this state, he could not attack, let alone use any props. In the shadow, he had to continue to consume his own endurance until his endurance was used up. The other ability was shadow crossing, which allowed him to shuttle back and forth between shadows without any terrain restrictions. But this ability would consume his endurance limit. That is to say, in this state, his stamina limit will continue to decrease, and the recovery of this decreased stamina limit is very slow. This ability is used as a regular ability. You are courting death, kid. The beautiful fox was startled by Dao Yiyu-Dao, who suddenly emerged from her shadow. When she found out that it was not a spider that suddenly appeared, she immediately kicked him over roughly, and then crushed him several times. Big sister, spare me, I am almost exhausted. Dao Yiyu-Dao, whose endurance value was not high, did not care about the dignity of a man, and directly lay on the ground and drank. Players without endurance are definitely useless. Afterwards, looking at Dao Yiyu-Dao's backpack full of potions, the beautiful fox suddenly asked, "Are we going to burn until tomorrow?" Of course, when I was going back just now, I found that the people from Si Haitang were looking for us everywhere. It's only a matter of time before they find us here. It's better to take advantage of it now while no one has found it, so as to avoid losing it in the future. Yunmu town is not small, but the terrain surrounded by mountains makes it difficult for its secrets to be hidden in the face of the powerful human search ability of the players for a few days, and all the maps of Yunmu town can be explored. The player's map system is very powerful. As long as you walk through it once, it is unlikely to forget it. Why do you attract the pursuit of the big guild wherever you go? You are really unlucky. The beautiful fox scolded them very leisurely. Every time I saw them, they were in the cusp of the storm, which was really hard to figure out. Celebrities, people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. It seems that we really have to be Loki in the future. Lao Fan, you have to be Loki in the future. Dao Yiyu-Dao said with a smile, not bothered by such things at all. Still Loki, wait until your red name is gone. It would be strange if you are not hunted down by a guild after killing people to this extent. When the beautiful fox saw their numbers that were a little red, she immediately defined Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu-Dao as the level of murderers. For now, on the side of the Holy Light Camp, it seems that no one has heard of anyone killing people to the point that it takes several weeks to get rid of the red name. Even the thugs of those big guilds will carefully control the number of killings to ensure that they can kill happily and return to the city to rest happily. Stop talking, give me potions. For the extremely bored companions below, Shui Nai had to remind them that he was still there to kill monsters. I almost forgot. Dao Yiyu-Dao climbed up the platform lightly, poured all the potions in a backpack into Shui Nai's backpack, and then ran down to chat with the 2 beauties, one big and one small. Alas, what a miserable life. Shui Nai said this, and had to work hard. In order to speed up the pace of burning snakes, Shui Nai replaced all her equipment with equipment that increased magic damage or fire magic effects, and also turned on the flame dragon possession state. Although doing so would cause Shui Nai to consume more life potions, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort, saving mana potions instead, and speeding up the time by more than 50%. Before, it often took 1.5 firestorms to completely clear the venomous snakes in that area, but after turning on the flame dragon possession, a firestorm was directly used, and basically the work was done and moved to another area. After the second area was burned clean, the first area was almost full of venomous snakes. Attacking these 2 areas repeatedly like this saved Mina the trouble of finding the target. If the firestorm's attack range only produced constant damage, and there would be no specific damage such as critical hits and fatal damage, Mina would probably have greatly accelerated the speed of harvesting the lives of venomous snakes. However, Mina was still very satisfied with this special magic for killing monsters. After all, its effect was worthy of its restrictions. This kind of monster-killing method with no technical skills was not something that everyone could stand. At least now the two women were so bored that they ran to the valley entrance to volunteer to be secret spies to guard against the people from Sahatang. And Dao Yiyu Dao, who was also bored but liked excitement, ran to the basin when his endurance value recovered a little, and began to collect materials such as snake gall and fangs on the ground. From time to time, he also used crossbows or daggers to deal with lone venomous snakes, and was very busy and happy. In front of Mina, the experience generator, they didn't have to worry about experience issues, nor did they have to be responsible for his safety, so they were naturally happy to do what they liked. In the following hours, except for the inevitable heavy rain at noon that affected Shui Nai's snake-burning operation, Shui Nai and his team were burning with all their strength, causing the poisonous snakes in the basin to wail continuously, which made Dao Yiyu Dao's collection extremely rich. And most importantly, after a day of hard work, Shui Nai and his team finally found that the number of poisonous snakes in the basin was decreasing, and they couldn't help but get excited, and the firestorm in their hands burned faster and faster.